up nicely here for compLexity. compLexity will try to just go charging in. Snacks with the long lurk is going to get caught. Neo out in the open will get picked by Whitmer. And what's going on here? Virtus.pro, they're just getting a little ahead of themselves, really trying to take the fight to compLexity.
Right, and there's a certain level of madness involved in the idea that the one guy flanking was Snacks with an AWP. You know, like, why you're supposed to be playing the sniper role, you know? Not the let's get close and try and infiltrate it. Oh no, but Pasha and Taz coming back into a little bit here, doing some good damage. And Pasha could have maybe been, but that grenade was pretty much dead on as Def picks up a double kill and makes it to 16 kills. So still, but I mean, Whitmer and Sanks have sort of caught up there at 14 and 15. And a 15-6 scoreline here.
One round after another. This was the initial kill, though. Bialy, he spotted the one, he was hungry. He was just like, right, if that guy's alone, I can take the duel with him, right? What he wasn't expecting is the compLexity were actually stacked up with 4 people outside a monster like that. So, bit of a firing squad. Not the best thing to see when you're starting the round for Bialy. But still, compLexity are going to be feeling good. Full AKs, the AWP on Whitmer, and it's another round of eco here from VP. And VP this time are the ones kind of focusing on connector and sewers. They're waiting to see if compLexity want to come towards that B site. And Snacks just annihilates Sanks. Perfect headshot on him in Birthday.
Yeah, moving up maybe a bit too much. Android could get overrun here. He's got the AK and there's no one else with him. And he actually have the bomb there, but looks like he's doing a very good job indeed. And that's pretty important. Again, don't want to give up control of the bomb here. Last man left is Neo.
He's rotating down towards that B site where the bomb will be heading. And more compLexity. I mean, that's just keeping your head cool under pressure there for Android. He knows they're up close with those P250s with the guns, basically, with the pistols. They can catch him. Neo trying to get clever with the flash. It's like the most... I'm not going to say it's the most ineffective flash ever, because it did actually flash them. He was just already dead when he flashed them.
Right? Yeah, that could be a problem, right?
See this. Boom.
Good stuff there. Not really having any impact on the game. Again, compLexity don't really care about losing rifles at this point. That's not going to be an issue any longer. 15-7 and moving into the 23rd round. We'll see if VP could close out the game. You think they should, and I mean, there's no point in giving compLexity sort of any more hope than you need to. Again, they are going to be playing a second map, so might as well just sort of crush them on the first one. So going into the to Cobblestone, they're just going to be thinking, we'll never stand a chance here.
Well, when it comes down to the groups as well, depending on how the maps go, rounds can play a difference in sorting out ties. And so compLexity, that's why you can't give up in any situation. Every round matters. It could make the difference for you down the line. So compLexity right now, I mean, they're doing a fairly good job of running this back. It is no longer just a total disaster. They have 7 rounds on the board, and they could get more. compLexity, contrary to VP, who actually changed up their play quite a bit when A, B became less predictable as the match came on, because you never really knew which site they were going to go for. compLexity have just been going towards that B site. So VP, they've stacked it with 3 players right now. They're just like, right, if you're going to keep coming B, we'll give ourselves a good shot. Snacks isn't too far away either. He can rotate into connector fairly quickly from restrooms. But for now, it's just 3 players here for Virtus.pro, and the push about to begin here for compLexity. This time, Bialy wins the duel.
Good trade here, favoring the Polish side. Taz ready and waiting, trying to set up that flashbang that got Neo killed the last time. It will work, but not for a kill, just for a spot there. Depth going to be going down, and so is Android, and Sanks last man left, 1-on-4, trapped behind the sandbags, and Virtus.pro going to make it through here on overpass 16-7, the first map against compLexity. So a bit of an interesting fight at the end. I mean, compLexity got more of a chance to show something, but ultimately nowhere near enough, and it didn't look like it was anywhere near an even fight, obviously.
No, we really saw the goal. But, I mean, compLexity, this roster, bit of a young lineup. You're going against the oldest lineup in CSGO history. So there's a lot of experience on VP's side. There's a lot of talent, especially in that match you just saw there. Well, it was basically like the 3 players that really stood out for Virtus.pro. Snacks, Virtus.pro, and Taz, just so solid.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, I mean, something definitely to take away, I think. But,
So compLexity put up a bit of a struggle, but that's all it was in the end. It was Virtus.pro that were dominant in that game. Gentlemen, it's the result we expected. Any signs of hope there for compLexity in what we saw?
No, not many. I still think, I mean, top to bottom, obviously, this Virtus.pro lineup just kind of outskills them in every regard. And you could, I mean, this clip especially just highlights, and this is in the 4th round, and this is where you really know it's going to be bad for compLexity. Snax has some ridiculous stat where he wins like 75%, or what is it, 2/3 of his one-on-one clutch rounds late.
66%.
But he's just so good individually when he finds one-on-one battles, even at the beginning of rounds. If he knows that he's going to be able to peek up that bomb site and find, you know, isolated one-on-ones, I mean, that's where he really thrives as well. So, I mean, him alone, you could just kind of tell he wasn't, I mean, he was going to bring this out to a very, very big margin.
Yeah, no signs of hope whatsoever here. Virtus.pro won 14 rounds on T-side of Overpass. You look at the lineup for compLexity, I mean, there's a reason we had to do the pre-game segment on Warden, the coach. There's no one famous in that lineup. There's no one who's got the pedigree, you know. And unfortunately, from what I saw here, this score was deceptive. Like, Virtus.pro was so far ahead that I can't even count the T rounds that compLexity won as like a benefit for them, because it was just Virtus.pro pushing every round, even when they were ecoing on CT. So those weren't real rounds. Those weren't real competitive rounds. I'm going to call it right now, Richard. This compLexity lineup is not going to win a single map in this week of Eleague. Like, the gulf between the teams, even Gambit here, I think it's going to be big enough. Like, I think okay, it's their first LAN, they're blooding themselves, but I don't think they're going to be able to compete.
I mean, you know, obviously it's tough. I think what they've tried to do here at compLexity is they've tried to put a philosophy together rather than looking at some of the bigger names in NACS, some of the egos, some of the reputations, and they've tried to bring in these new players and make them click.
Yeah, but then you bring in UK players, and that's just like...
Yeah, but I mean...
atrocious.
That Whitmer fellow wasn't too hot, mate. So, I mean, if this is American Idol, he's got a brilliant story. But unfortunately, you have to actually kill people with the AK.
For compLexity, Def was the best player on the server, and he's certainly a player I think is a guy to watch. I just don't think he's going to necessarily have the platform from which to be seen in compLexity.
I mean, what showed to me the real golf, admittedly, listen, I'll give them this one little bit of breathing room. It was their first game together online. I'll give them that, okay. Maybe they can be better than this. The problem is, in terms of just raw skill, I mean, even Taz on Virtus.pro looked a lot better than most of their players, and he's widely considered the least skilled player at the moment in this iteration of Virtus.pro. So if the golf's going to be that big, and like I say, you got most of your rounds essentially when it didn't matter for Virtus.pro, that's where it's hard to have a lot of hope, you know. It's actually better, at least, for example, okay, TSM didn't win a map until the playoffs in that week of Eleague. But you know what? They were getting rounds, people were having good performances, yeah, like people were getting kills. There was something to kind of hang your hat on. At the moment, nothing for compLexity.
Okay, well, we know that obviously Virtus.pro, they're playing for a place in the finals. Just a reminder to everybody at home that we want you to join us at the finals. It's going to be in the Cobb Energy Center, which I believe was the Center for Disease Control in The Walking Dead, that building.
Season 1, yeah.
Yeah, interesting tidbit there. So
hopefully they don't lock the doors and burn us all alive.
That's July 29th to the 30th. Go to e-league.com/finals. And we certainly hope to see you there, and not to do what Duncan's talking about. And let's take a look at our Eleague leaders. These are the opening kill leaders. And you can see that it's Device way out in front. Fallen just behind him. Stewie 2K just behind him. Then JDM and Exist. So...
I mean, 3 Oppers on that list, actually. That's not really too much of a surprise.
Yeah, well, you know, I think it's interesting as well that, you know, Device doesn't even necessarily... And, of course, we've got to say there's a difference between opening and entry kills. That's just the first kill in. But this is a guy who, you know, he was playing very aggressive when Astralis were here. So we're going to see if Virtus.pro or perhaps Envyus, and who knows, maybe even compLexity can get in amongst the league leaders statistically.
Do you believe? Right, there we go, graphics team.
Yeah.
Classics UFO picture. I want to believe with Richard's head instead of the UFO and a
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Duncan. Anyway, after the break, we're going to see if the X-Files are going to take place. Will the unexpected happen? Can compLexity take a map off Virtus.pro? Make sure you join us to find out. Yes, so welcome back. We were talking about wanting to believe in compLexity and whether they could take a map off Virtus Pro.
You were talking.
I will say this, Richard, actually. I should probably add this extra caveat, okay? It is the case that the randomizer really was kind of a bit unfair to compLexity. They got the two worst maps. They got two maps they don't play, basically.
Yeah.
So add that into the equation. It might not be as bad on the other maps. I still think they're going to struggle to get a map.
Could have been worse, though, because Train was in there to get randomized.
It would in terms of how good Virtus Pro are.
Yeah.
Certainly, yeah, that's the issue. I mean, the real issue in terms of that context is, okay, against Virtus Pro, it's true. There's not any maps can come out. You're not going to get there. Other teams, maybe there's some outside chance.
It's also, I mean, because compLexity plays Dust 2 so much, I mean, it is just kind of a bit of a bummer because that's always been Virtus Pro's prime event. So, I mean, that just starts you out on the wrong foot, right?
And remember, yeah, this is different from other tournaments because you get 2 bans before you go into the maps.
Yeah, and we're obviously playing on the new cobblestone. Have you guys seen any differences since this new iteration has come in that might factor in here? Because I can't really think of a game where I've seen that kind of stairwell really, certainly not in Eleague.
The funny thing is, I actually think so far, it has only helped the terrorists.
Yeah.
Now the terrorists don't have to just even go down that area or jump over. They can actually also walk down. So at the moment, I haven't seen... The whole point of it was we thought it was going to help CT defense. That's the part that either hasn't been figured out in the metagame at the moment or maybe just won't turn out to be the case. Because obviously, famously with maps like Nuke, sometimes you try and fix something for terrorists and end up just giving another tool to the CTs. You never know how it will work out in competitive.
I think the biggest thing as well is that players that are kind of just sitting there, like CT players who want to go there, I think they get caught off guard a little bit if they get forced out of that position. There's actually nowhere to go. There's no cover anywhere, so you're actually just stuck out in the open. So we've seen some players on defense kind of miscalculate the risk of that position.
So let's get to predictions and how we see this one going. Is it going to be a similar act of brutality?
Yeah, it's going to be another stomp, I think. The style of Virtus Pro, they've always been the team who's like always had fun playing against North American teams. And the way you prevent that aggressive style that they have is your fundamentals and your nade usage. And that's something that I didn't see anything out of compLexity on the first map to really give them any kind of chance.
To quote Mob Deep, you minor, we major, and we're about to see that major difference between these two teams.
Okay, gentlemen, well, thanks a lot for the thoughts. Always good to get a Mob Deep quote in where possible. One of my favourite Mob acts of all time. Anyway, we're going to get into our map fly-through of the new look cobblestone, and you may take it away, Anders and Semler, who aren't Mob Deep.
Nah, but we may well be cold as ice, though. We're going to head into cobblestone, and we'll see how that's going to turn out. I'm pretty sure it was. That may be true. I may have messed that up. See, I'm not
just like railing on you right now, bro.
I tried.
I can't even hear what he's saying, but he doesn't look happy.
Get back to that later. compLexity, think they stand any chance on this?
Do I get to say no? Is that all right?
Say whatever you want.
Say whatever I want. It's my day, Anders. It's my day. Well, it's just, I mean, the main thing here is that VP should be able to control they should just have the edge on cobblestone. They're not a weak team on cobblestone by any stretch, and if compLexity just don't play the map, they may have some rudimentary strats, but the timings, all that sort of fine-tuning, they aren't going to have versus a team that clearly has more experience on the map than they do. So really, you know, with VP fired up and ready to go after Overpass, it should be pretty brutal here for compLexity.
Oh, Snacks actually almost caught reloading then, but Neo, Pasha, and then Snacks again. They're all headshots so far, and Whitmer going to be the only one to have any say in this round, taking out by Ali, and that's obviously not going to be enough. So Virtus Pro off to a decent start on the CT side of cobblestone. And you know, the panelists were talking about the addition of that stairwell, which I can tell still hasn't really been updated on the main map. But either way, I'm also worried about it. I'm not sure that it really does favor the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen some teams already take that into account and just throw a Molotov there. And they're like, right, cleared it out with the Molotov. I think it's for later on in the round. If compLexity try to slow play it and they don't go for the rush, then maybe there's more chance to just kind of peek up there with a single man and get the info. But right now, compLexity, man, they aren't wasting any time whatsoever. They charge straight out onto the B side. It's a bit of a whirlwind over here. 2 players going down for each team, and there's the third. Sanks finds the headshot on Neo. Surreal comes out of connector and drops Bialy. And while Snacks, it's not looking good for him. He's down to 1 HP already.
Really great pacing in a round like this for compLexity, and we've seen it time and again from multiple teams how powerful that Tech9 rush really can be. Snacks going to be going down. Sanks picking up a double Surreal with a double And compLexity immediately stealing the game back from Virtus.pro. So really good job there. Going to tie it up at 1-1 and moving into the third round. We'll see if VP have anything in store here. They've already bought up with the armor, pistols, and even a max 7 on Pasha.
Ooh. But Snax isn't fully committing to this. Look at this. Snax isn't only halfway. He's gone for the deagle, he's gone for a flash, but he's actually managing his economy. So that makes me think that whatever the outcome here, Snax is going to be trying to go for that primary op. So that's interesting. A little bit of an adjustment made there from VP, although we did see the same thing on Overpass from Snax. He was opping there as well. So it looks like on Cobblestone he wants to go back to more of that. Molotovs, everything coming down into drop. The Ollie just barely makes it out in time. His teammate playing from connector, Taz, gets flashed as well. So he's on his own here. Not a whole lot of info for Virtus.pro to go off of, although Pasha picks up one, could go for a second, but Sanks with the pre-fire is going to catch him.
Good quick trade there. 1-for-1. Taz, Bailey, and Neo still alive on the B-bomb side, but Snax moving up from behind like this. Timing is pretty much everything right now. He's going to be hiding there. I'm not sure that's a great spot. Def still has a decent chance of actually ending up checking there, and there it is. MP9 just right to the face. Gonna end up being the end of Snax. Android looking for a kill on Neo. He's gonna find it as well. So really successful round coming out of compLexity so far here. And Taz, last man left, not gonna make it work. compLexity with 2-0.
2-0 and actually showing some variety, playing off the fact that, wait a second, we don't actually know what's waiting for us over here on the B site. Let's work our way back towards A and wind up there. I do like it from VP. You know, they go for the buy. That's fine, right? Because they do actually get one kill. So Pasha, because he got that one kill with the shotgun, he's going to go ahead and reinvest in a CZ75. So he'll be able to do a little bit more damage this round, perhaps, playing from Plateau. Lots of chances to get that little machine pistol into play. But yeah, compLexity right now, it seems like, again, straight towards B, straight towards that drop Plateau pressure. And Whitmer looks like the man to take point here in this sort of scenario. Still, Bialy, he's on those stairs, so we have to see if that comes into play. But no, there's the Molotov to force him out into the open.
Yeah, just not successful at all. And it seems like almost all teams figure that out very quickly, that sort of is the way to handle it. So Snax and Taz left without the armor. Android actually going to catch Snax there. And Taz is on a bit of a weird mission. It's just,
ooh, well, that's pleasant.
Find a max 7. If he could find a kill with it as well, that would be interesting. But Snax is obviously ready for the AWP coming up into the 5th round, so we'll see if that's going to be a real thing. He's not got that much for it, but he's got, I think, just enough.
Yeah, he'll have it. It's just, where is he going to decide to take it? Because right now, compLexity, they've gone B every single round, so does he just go and set up and chicken coop with it, which is one of the more common spots to use that AWP from. You either play, usually you play from the B site itself, kind of dancing on the pillar, or you're playing from chicken coop and just looking towards Plateau. So likelihood of him actually heading over there with it pretty high, unless compLexity, I mean, this is where the mind games start to come in, right? Where it's like compLexity are probably thinking, right, okay, now they're going to buy, maybe it's time to go towards A long, put a little pressure over there, so try and test that A defense, because we have gone B quite a bit.
Ooh, and actually Snax doesn't actually buy the AWP. I thought maybe he would have, instead he goes for armor and a lot of grenades and everything else, so a bit interesting. You would have had enough money for it, although it would have been without the armor, but we see people do that routinely, so I'm wondering if that was like a team decision coming in there saying, wait a minute, let's not even try and do that. Snax and Taz are going to be playing towards the middle of the map. Some early grenades being exchanged here, but no one dying yet.
And compLexity do make their way over towards that A site. They've gone aggressive B so many times now, they're like, right, all right, let's go ahead and take a look, try and feel out how this A site defense looks and what Virtus.pro are actually putting over here for us. And so far, VP, they've kind of gone for that default sort of hold, not really stacking on B, having 2 players over here towards A, and one of them crouched in danger, that's Taz. He's going to chase Def away. But eventually, you know, seeing, right, okay, so they actually do have a strong setup for us waiting. Let's go ahead, head back towards that site we've had so much success at. We've shown ourselves over on A, so that means that VP have to be honest. And they've, I mean, so honest that, in fact, they've rotated Neo over there to support on A.
Yeah, but now they're going to be boosting Snax up, and he's on the sort of the wall over there. You got to wonder if they would feel confident enough. I don't know why they've 3 people here, especially with this boost. It seems like a wild overcommitment right now. That could very well backfire here. compLexity could be heading for a 4th round. It's just 2 people defending on B, and the attack is going to be coming in any second. Surreal making a bit of noise. Flashbang around the corner. Pasha close with the max 7. Still 3 shells left here, not hitting. There's the one, and a second one as well. 2 great kills coming through, but now he's going to be out of it. Just doesn't have enough time to reload either. byali looking for a kill. Could have been either one, but he will at least have enough time for the rest of VP to show up here. Right now it's a 2-on-3, and Sank's trying to make his way out. He knows there's a guy by the statue. Has to try and find the kill on him first. Bomb plant needs to happen. There's 10 seconds left.
There's just no time. They have to make the play. Sanks is going to step up, pick up the kill, but Neo denies the bomb plant. That pretty much snuffs the round right here, unless Sanks can find the... No, he's not even going to have the time. 3 seconds left in the round means not enough time to actually get the bomb down. And Taz will find the kill on Sanks. Not sure if that actually happened after the clock went down or not. It looks like it did, because he's definitely lower on money than the rest of his teammates. But the main difference here is just that if it isn't for Pasha and the hero play, this has to be a compLexity round. So this is looking so good. Although Neo had rotated back by the time the push actually began on plateau for compLexity. What I think is going through Virtus.pro's mind right now, though, is that on Overpass and here on Cobble, we haven't really seen anything subtle coming out from compLexity. No real fakes or anything like that, mind games, right? compLexity show themselves, and they in general try and push onto the site. So VP, they're just like, right, so they showed themselves at A. We're just going to actually keep the defense over here for quite some time, because likelihood of them going A pretty high at this point, right?
Yeah, and I can follow that insofar as they would just stick with 2 people on the A-bomb side, but having the 3rd man there just seems like way too much, especially when you also have one of them boosted up in a sort of a rare position. So I don't know. I'm not sure I follow entirely, but it did work out in the end, and we are looking at a 2-3 scoreline here. They've managed to take over control of long compLexity without really any fight. Just I think a little bit of Molotov damage on the Sanks, but that's about it. So we'll see if they could do something with it now. Again, they do have that very strong setup, but this time it makes a lot more sense because they have Pasha, who is sort of sneaking in towards the B long area. He's got a lot of information just playing around there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. He's just peeking on a plateau and not seeing anybody there. And Taz is also holding up close to danger, and he's heard at least 2 people stepping around in the halls. And so that kind of tends to make you think, right, at least there is a bit of presence over here. It's definitely quieted down, but there's the flash, not a perfect one, and Taz not going to be able to get anything out of it. Gets overrun completely. So man advantage now for compLexity, pressing onto the A site. 35 seconds left in this round. The anti-flash is coming out here from Virtus.pro, trying to buy some time for the rotation to come through, and that is going to be byali up on the balcony. He drops down. Not sure if Android heard that, and Android, he doesn't have to worry about it. He snuffs byali, and Def is there to pick up snacks on the site.
Great round coming out of compLexity. They're so excited. They will be losing Sanks and Android, but Whitmer coming up from behind. It's now just Neo left here. 1 versus 3. That grenade not going to tag up anybody. And compLexity just play it nice and slow at the end of this round. That's going to reset so much of Virtus.pro's economy. In fact, they won't be able to buy anything. Just save this rifle and get out. And a really good round coming in. I was actually going to criticize compLexity because I thought it was a bit weird. They put up a lot of smokes to cover off sort of the main entrances, and then they slowed down a lot. They really waited a long time when Snacks was on the bomb site. So in a sense, Snacks is hoping they'll be slow because that will buy time for his teammates to get there. So I was worried that compLexity was sort of missing the timing window and just being too slow, but it worked out, and obviously that's the most important thing.
That was a sick shot from Def. And I think that's the linchpin kind of play there, is that Taz needs to trade 1 for 1. In that sort of scenario. So Def just denying him outright, that was a big difference maker, because then compLexity have that man advantage. So long as they keep charging up onto the site, no fear, if they're trading effectively, they'll continue to have that man advantage until eventually they win the round, right? So the fact that Taz isn't able to just do some damage there from that position, he was in a bit of an off angle, he really should have been able to pick up a 1 kill. But Def, takes that away from VP, and compLexity now, they're looking fantastic. They have the rifles, VP back on pistols, and again, compLexity, early pressure here towards B.
Very, very good stuff. You can see the Snacks is ready to walk in behind them again, but Surreal is seeing that coming while the rest are pushing this B bomb site. Neo there, but he's only going to get the 1 kill. That was Snacks with the flank already down, and Pasha to fall as well. So very good teamwork coming out of compLexity and some heads-up play. They're really trying to, just trying to see what Virtus.pro might do, and they're doing a pretty good job predicting it. byali looking for a shot with a deagle. That's going to be the headshot to take down Android. A little bit painful. Don't want to lose too many guns here. They should be able to take care of byali.
It's surprising to see Pasha wait so long, hesitate to go for the trade kill. When Neo dies, I mean, Pasha's close enough to hear the headshot as well, so it's just like, he should be going for the peak instantly. Instead, he hesitated long enough for compLexity to catch their breath. So it's just the small details here. compLexity, man, they're edging out a pretty solid advantage right now. 5-2 for them on their T side. They've shattered Virtus.pro's economy. It's another round of eco here for VP. And compLexity, I mean, they're starting to get a little bit of a bank to work with. Not a huge one. I mean, Whitmer's the richest, but between Whitmer and Surreal, they have 2 guys sitting above 5,000. So this is pretty solid here for compLexity. They should be feeling pretty confident.
We'll see. Not really a lot of investment for Virtus.pro into a round like this one, and you can't blame them for it. I mean, at this point, you got to think they'll upgrade to the AWP. They kind of skipped out on it earlier, but I think with a save like this, because the base economy is not that bad, I think at least 1 AWP. Maybe they could even go for 2 if they were feeling adventurous. And byali already out of the round.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, they do have the capability, right? Well, it's been a long time since Pasha has been picking up the op consistently for VP. But I mean, between Neo and Snacks, you've got 2 capable offers there. So we'll see if VP, if that's going to be their call, their play, because you put 1 on each site and then play off of that. Neo is going to be setting it up, perhaps. Pasha gets roasted, forced out into the open. Neo crouching on those new stairs, and we'll see if he finds his opportunity to get in here and try and find one. He is going to be able to pick up 1 kill, and Snacks is there to jump on Whitmer. But it's still a man advantage here for compLexity, and they should have every advantage to just push onto the side at this point. Because Taz and Snacks don't really have the best firepower to put a stop to it. Nice nade onto Snacks. Well, Surreal will find Snacks. Android takes out Taz, and that's a solid recovery for compLexity. After losing 2 players, they still kept the remaining 3 alive.
I love it. I love the energy. Basically, I think just a small point now. I think Whitmer, when he jumps down, and he sort of swings left and he sees a player, but then he's also worried about getting shot in the back, so he swings back. And he should probably just have trusted that his teammates were going to take care of that and focused on the first target that he had. But that's like it's very hard to do that. It takes a lot of experience. You instinctively you get a little bit frustrated. We do have the double AWP set up, and in fact, instead of Neo, it is Pasha picking up the second AWP. So that's very interesting. Snacks already picking up the first kill there, taking down Def, and now they're pushing into the middle. Taz taking out 1, dropping the bomb as well, and seeing that, it's going to be a 4-on-3, and Snacks pushing close here. And kind of a flick, going to be taking out Surreal. That's exactly the reason why Snacks is a little bit scary with that AWP as well.
Yeah, brutal, and perfect on the timing as well. He realizes, wait, I've lost Taz. I'm pushed up aggressive in house. I need to watch my flank, and he comes back right in time to catch out Surreal. So solid work there from Snacks, and he's able to back off, take a bit more of a passive position on the site. He's got a teammate who's rotated in with him now as well. That's going to be byali holding by the wooden wall, basically. And so now, well, life gets a little bit difficult here for compLexity. They need to hope that VP are going to be the ones peeking out and giving them a chance to get back into this round with some free kills. There shouldn't be. I mean, it just shouldn't happen right now. Snacks is holding close. byali has got his back. And now there's even a third line of defense here. byali doesn't have to worry about his back. He's got his teammate rotated in. And Whitmer is going to be able to spot the man holding close, but Neo's there to get the kill. Swings wide. And just a very solid round altogether here for Virtus.pro. That double up, it pays off. Snacks with 2 kills.
Yeah, definitely. And that start as well, because it's followed up with a, well, it's initiated with a flashbang, so they couldn't even easily return that kind of a fire. So, yeah, 6-3, a little bit working out for Virtus.pro. And again, they're playing on the less favored side. They don't need that much, I think. So compLexity, they can't feel safe and secure until they've closed out this round. They need to keep Virtus.pro very low here.
Need to keep Virtus.pro's economy in the dumpster, basically. Just constantly keep that pressure up. Double up is so expensive as a go-to strategy. Snacks with a bit of a one-way smoke. He's just crouching on the edge, looking for somebody to get hungry and go for the peek over here at long, and he might be rewarded. Sanks is about to jump up there. This is going to pay off. Right on the edge, but Sanks, he's not going to give Snacks a target to work with, and as the smoke clears, Snacks is going to have to start thinking about backing off here.
Oh, Whitmer, I feel like it's just not been his game here on Cobblestone. A little bit rough start for him. He was trying to shoulder peek and maybe bait out that shot, and I think they just realized just in that very second that Pasha was there. So that's a very good kill to start off with. Now they're all setting up to drop right down on Neo, but that smoke goes up, and they don't want to challenge it. You could tell they were ready for it. The timing off by just a second there. I kind of wish Pasha would shoot through the wall up here. You can hit people exactly where they're sitting. And shoot through that wall with the AWP.
He doesn't know the wall bag. That would be brutal. but it does look like it's going to be into drop. Crossfire established in drop, however, so it's not going to be easy. byali is there to back up Neo. Snacks has already rotated over towards the B side as well, and it will be compLexity committing to this B site. 30 seconds left on the clock for the push, and Neo holding close. We'll see if he can actually pick up one. They line up, and he sprays down 3. Beautiful work from Neo. That leaves Surreal alone, and Pasha will find him crouching. 2 kills for Pasha, 3 for Neo. And a 4-6 scoreline now. Virtus.pro getting 1 round closer to tying things up.
That's a bit of a problem, obviously. That kind of round, a flawless one, is keeping these AWPs alive for a long time. I'm wondering if that, because the flashbang that Neo throws, it hits the wall and it bounces back in. I'm wondering if from their point of view, because they were right on the other side when that happened, if how they interpret that is actually that it's thrown from inside the bomb site and it sort of just bounces in. And maybe they think, oh, there's not going to be anyone close, because if he had been close, he would have thrown a pop flash, right? And it wouldn't have hit anything. So I think maybe the sound of it bouncing off the wall actually sort of cheated them a little bit here. Good start though, Whitmer and Surreal picking up a couple of shots, and again, it's the quick round into the B bomb site here, but it looks like they have been more or less locked down behind the box, and they don't have the bomb either. Neo picking up a triple again, this time looking for a quad kill.
It's going to be Snacks to deny him the pleasure, so that's a little unfortunate for compLexity, but it worked in the second round after the pistol. So compLexity, they're thinking, right, well, Tech9's a single flash, a single smoke, try and get in there quick. Unfortunately for them, their flank man, I mean, was it Sanks? Whoever was in drop got picked off really early by byali. And so it's just, now VP can just fully focus on the guys on the site. They know where everybody is, and it's just turns into a bit of a bloodbath. So 5-6, VP 1 round closer to tying it up here. And they're actually starting to get into the danger zone here, Anders. I mean, 5 rounds on CT side Cobble, it's respectable. If they get up to 6 or 7, it's just going to be so difficult here for compLexity to turn it around in that second half. But it's looking to me like compLexity, once again, I mean, they've only really gone to A site a couple times, and those times also have been like forced to go towards A site, right? Things that got nasty at B and they decided to try and rotate in. Seems like compLexity, again, really just want to focus on getting plateau control and rushing out onto the site. Perfect anti-flash there from Neo, and if he'd have picked up that kill on Death, that would have been huge, but Pasha's there to trade. Now it's compLexity fully committed to the B site.
Yeah, Taz has also gone down, and that's obviously a big advantage here. byali gets a headshot on Surreal. It's still a 3-on-3. See if they can maybe find a way to break through here. They don't have the bomb plan yet. There's still a minute left, and Sanks going to be taken out. byali and Pasha out of the open. Second kill coming through for Sanks, and maybe a bit too aggressive there. They just need to focus on the bomb plant and then holding Snacks off of the bomb side. If they show themselves, there's definitely a round that Snacks could try and clutch.
I heard the nice shout and clap, and it's perfect. Android peeks out at the perfect time to pick up that kill, and there you have the compLexity owner, in fact, Jason Lake, with the red tie. Didn't forget the red tie.
Someone who's been in Counter-Strike for more than just a little bit. Just, you know, a couple of years on his back with the game here. Nice of him to show up, and he is the second time he's been here in Eleague. He was here the opening week, very excited to see everything, so keeping an eye on things. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even that long ago that sort of there was really no North American events at all, right? And suddenly it's picked up, and it seems to be more and more happening. That's obviously very exciting. We got Snacks opening up this round and taking out Surreal. So not the best start possible, and we are back with the double up setup here for Virtus.pro at a 5-7 scoreline. I like the fact that they're all the time compLexity keeping one person sort of covering any kind of a flank, because they realize that that's something that VP love doing.
No, exactly. I mean, this you have to realize that Europeans, they're always going to challenge you. They very rarely stay static on sites. They will try and come and push and look for an opening. And, well, you have to watch your back, because you're going to get punished otherwise. Neo will catch out Death to start, but Sanks spots out Pasha getting greedy, standing up on the boxes on plateau, and manages to clip him through the smoke. Still, byali steps in to drop and takes out Android, so they maintain control. Virtus.pro still a 2-man advantage here, and now a 3-man advantage as Whitmer is now the last man alive. Hits a beautiful shot on Neo. But now it's still a 3-on-1 here.
Snacks going to be able to take him down. It looked like a flashy shot, but yeah. Oh, that's a very exciting kill there. Think about how annoying that must be. He's so far in, he's so far committed as well to getting that kill, but he will get it. 6-7 being the scoreline now, and moving into the 14th round. We're back to a couple of pistols there. Nothing too exciting. I was wondering if they were going to go for Tech 9 armor and try and see if they could get into B again.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be a change, actually. Instead of going towards B, they're going to go straight towards A long. Seems like they may have picked up on the fact that at least one of the ops is over here, so you can always try and rush down an AWP up close with the pistols. Worst case scenario, Snax picks off one of your guys, and then you're able to just, you know, rush him, get onto the site, get the plant. But VP right now, they're in a catch-all kind of situation where they've got 3 guys over here towards A with 2 waiting in connector. Well, 2 on A, now 3. And Pasha's still in connector, so it's going to be a very quick rotation here from Virtus.pro towards this A site. Viali to pick up the first kill, and it's just all going to devolve from here. Sank's the last man alive, in a blink of an eye, just gets completely smashed. Boom, compLexity. They just ran right into the blender.
Right, and one of the reasons why VP are able to put 3 men over at the A bomb site, which is normally considered a big risk, is the fact that Neo is sort of pushing up over on this side of the map, and he actually puts up a smoke here, which means anyone peeking in will probably think, oh, there's a smoke up, so they're defending on this side of the smoke, on the normal side, right? But Neo is on this side, and they have a lot of information about what's happening, so that's a very cool play. So putting 3 people in A when you have this guy pushed up is not really that much of a risk. I kind of like it. I think it's a cool variation, something that we rarely see on Cobblestone, and it's been one of the sort of main points of criticism that myself and others have made about this map, is it's hard to do that on the CT side. Pasha opening up here and taking down Android, but they're getting very quickly into the bomb side here. Whitmer getting a double kill before he eventually goes down, and Pasha will fall. So full 2-on-2 here, trying to see if they could get in and defuse that bomb.
Snax and Taz have a lot of utility to work with. Only problem is that Snax has got that op. Not always the best weapon to go for a retake with unless somebody peeks. Like you can see him, he's just hoping right now that somebody playing Chicken Coop is going to peek out for him. And there's the incendiary that's kind of forced the man's hand, but he puts the shot through the edge of the pillar. Does he get the dunk nade? Yes, he does, but Def still survives with 7 HP. It's all on Snax now in a 1v2 diffuse scenario, and he's not going to get it done. Sanks is there to pick up the kill, and compLexity, they end the half in the lead, 8-7. Still a respectable scoreline, still solid work.
Yeah, and Sanks actually being tied for top frags with Neo. They both got 16 kills. Overall, a very, very respectable first half, I think, out of compLexity. Not sure 8 rounds is enough for them to win the game, but you got to consider their opponent as well. Definitely some good stuff. And we just got the camera here on Jason, but he was just clapping and cheering and being very excited. Can't really blame him for that. compLexity, they're certainly going to need to win the pistol round to make this very interesting. But I mean, so far they're showing us a lot more than they did on Overpass. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to head into the second half here, the second map between compLexity and Virtus.pro, and it finished 8-7. It wasn't too bad. All right, we get a birthday greeting from Taco. You know, he's just an incredibly friendly person. I don't think I've ever met Taco in an event where he hasn't been in a very good mood and just always happy to talk and very friendly.
Thanks, Taco. Love it, man. Seriously. Well, I mean, we'll be seeing each other next week, right? So, see you soon, bro.
That's true. That is true. We have a bit of comparison here. I mean, Neo and Sanks both playing very well. It was Def on the first map who was sort of doing the most for complexity. So it's encouraging to see that they have different players who could try and step it up and maybe get a chance to show a little bit here. They will need, I think, to win the pistol round in order to have a real chance at actually doing this. Otherwise, I think it's going to be too much of an uphill battle. Virtus.pro, they have all armor, and that's already a sign that they might be trying to play a little bit aggressively.
I just want to get out there and look for a brawl. Not even a flash to kind of set it up. It's going to be very straightforward work here from Virtus.pro. They do slow down the pace. They aren't going to go straight charging out onto a site, but this is just, you know, kind of a fail-safe scenario.
Oh, no.
Although Pasha and Taz, they've got a bit of a cheeky setup over here in case the flank comes out from Android. Two players stacked up one on top of the other. And it's almost like you want VP to make some noise over towards B just to bait Android out into the open. And yeah, something must have happened because Android's now starting to charge forward, really trying to look for the info, and Pasha, Taz, they hear his footsteps, so they know this guy's like right around the corner, and there it is. What? Pasha, what? Android with the double kill. They get the drop on him, and it completely falls apart for VP.
That's one of the worst things I've seen in a long time, but great reaction coming out of Android. That's a high pressure situation. Like, it's very hard to hit headshots when you're going to be flanked like that. So good job on him at least. Depp is going to be going down. It is still a 2-on-3. Neo moving up, and Whitmer was very low on health already. They're going to get the bomb plant. It's a very good bomb plant out in the open. Surreal going to be taken out by Ali. Neo trapped on the site right now in a 1-on-2. They have a smoke if they wanted to try and force him out into a peek, whoever's defusing. Neo trying to see if he could play with the Glock here. 12 bullets still left. Bomb not that far ticked, and he's being trapped actually. 17 health left out in the open now, trying to see if he can make this work, but Sanks is going to be able to take him down, and that should be a defuse. No problem here for Surreal. complexity winning a pistol round in spite of what looked like an awful start.
Now we have to see if VP are going to be able to... Oh, yeah. Wow. So he doesn't even care about Pasha. He takes out Taz before Taz can even get into the fight. First click, boom. That is a sick play from Android.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if there was any like thought going into that. I think he literally just turned around and said, "Oh, you know, what's happening?"
Muscle memory, right? Just like, well, the natural born killer. He's actually playing later today, but we got to see something from Android. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, that play obviously kind of secures the round. I mean, it doesn't quite secure, but it certainly sets them up very nicely. If they don't get that, imagine how badly outplayed you must feel if there are two people waiting for you like that, and they actually get the kill on you.
Now it's like exponentially worse for the two guys on VP, where it's just like, we were two of us. We had the drop on him, and he still wrecked us. Okay, then. On complexity, man, they aren't messing around either. They go straight to the rifles. Single SMG picked up on Android, but Surreal taking full advantage of the M4, the advantage of range. He will get hunted down by Snacks in the end, kind of caught out in the open there, but he does get that first pick. And Def, well, Def not wasting any time, just goes charging out onto the site, looking to get this shotgun into the fight, and he will be able to pick up one kill.
Very good job, Taz, the last man left here. He's got the time, but he doesn't have any armor, so it should be no issue. And indeed, it will be a team ace coming out, every single member picking up one kill each. That'll put us at 10-7, a 3-round lead for complexity. And Virtus.pro, they have rifles this time around. We'll see if they can have an impact on the early stages of the second half here. Always feels good if you're on the T side to get that early round in.
Oh, absolutely. You want, and especially because that's really going to wreck complexity's money. So that's the whole bit. You don't want it to have that big round, 5 rounds in, because then complexity are just like, right, okay, we'll just buy up double ops or something now off all the money that we've made in the first few rounds. Instead, it's going to be Whitmer going ultra aggressive. He catches Pasha out, and that was between Surreal and Whitmer. They had a bit of a pincer play there. Clever stuff coming out from complexity, but Taz is going to turn it around. He gets 2 kills to bring it back, and a third one comes in from the Ali.
Yeah, and I feel like Whitmer was sort of very, very far committed to doing that. I'm not sure how far into that run he got the kill, but he seemed to keep going, which may have been a little bit too much. Surreal moving up in a very good position as the bomb down sprays. Oh, he almost gets by Ali. If he could have got that kill, it would have been beautiful. Still now, should be around here for VP. Sanks is coming in from behind, and he's got 18 kills, but I'm not sure if he can get another 3 in this round. And holding close is Neo. And that will be the round, so 10-8.
Yeah, and he was way out there, but I mean, that was just clever angle use there from Taz. The fact that he was using the pillar there, the wall basically, to block himself off from long, it means that the other half of that push from compLexity couldn't actually find a target. Taz was able to just take a series of duels, which is exactly what he's hoping for in that scenario. Damn, he's even got a new hat. You notice that?
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely looking all swagged out.
Still, it's little details, Anders, you know? Little details. It's all about. Just like in CS. But compLexity, now it is that worst case scenario that we talked about. Now back to pistols.
Yeah, holding middle here. A little bit of a double setup. The rest over at B, so none of that really creative stuff that we were seeing on Overpass, where they were trying with the flashbang and they were sort of being a bit aggressive, which I still think you could do on this map. In fact, there are quite a few places you could do it on this map where you could sort of stack up so you're out of sight. And when the first person engages someone, that's when you pop out the flash and everyone goes. Think about this A-bomb side, how many places you could hide CTs in where it'd be very hard to find them, and then, you know, first engagement, everyone is there.
I mean, I'm a little flabbergasted there just because Pasha was literally able to stand out in the open facing towards underpass, and yet there were 2 players for compLexity on the site. He was able to survive for quite some time. I mean, he obviously survives the round, but thought that we would get shot in the back there by one of the flankers. So it doesn't really pan out nicely for compLexity in this round. Even just, I mean, Def can't catch a break. They don't know that he's there. It's just Pasha putting random shots through the wooden wall, and he walks into half of them, so he's down to 44 HP without even having seen anybody.
It's upsetting.
A little frustrating, and yeah.
No one likes that. That's twice now that Neo is planted in that forward position, and I've been making a lot of noise in the past about that. I generally am not a fan of default plants, unless there's a good reason for it. That plant right there is one that I have a couple of plans for myself in some future videos. But I think in a lot of ways it's a superior place to plant, and if you think about the after plant scenario for that bomb plant, it's so much better than if you go for the default.
Right.
So yeah, interested to see if Virtus Pro are going to try and use some of that later. Good shot from Taz, and obviously they don't have armor, they only have some pistols here as well on compLexity, so can't expect too much, but be nice if they could pick up, maybe steal an AK somewhere.
Well, this is just a little frustrating for compLexity. They keep turning away and then just free kills. Android not going to get any joy there. Snacks patiently holding against the smoke is going to be able to pick him off for free. And that leaves Surreal rotating over towards from the A site. This was a stack as well from compLexity. Well, I mean, they had 4 players there, so it's basically as tough a defense as it can get unless the 5th man who's playing A rotates over. But still, I mean, compLexity tried to give themselves the best chance at actually having an impact in that round, and it just doesn't pan out whatsoever.
You see that? Bialy, he initiated the fist bumps, and they sort of went all down the line. No one broke the chain of fist bumps.
It's like the wave. It's how the players do it.
Interesting. I like that.
Well, you know, Flamey isn't here this week, right? And the camera angle, right, with Flamey was always a little confusing. Did he actually return C's high five or not?
I mean, I would absolutely put time into practicing high fives or fist bumps if I was in the team. Might not be the best use of time, but it would look incredible on camera, I'm sure.
Or you're just a natural talent like Flush and JW, right? Don't crush your teammates' fingers.
Very careful indeed. There's 4 people stacked up right here, and they can certainly hear them jumping down into drop depth. It's going to be picking up the 1 kill there, but he is traded an Android. So close to catching Taz, but he made just enough noise that he's going to be able to make it out. And Pasha with the grenade kill, and even Taz picking up Sanks there. So it's still a 2-on-2. The bomb is making its way up, and it should be successful. Molotov in both the entrances there. Pasha going to make his way over.
Yeah, and it's going to be more of an open plant out in the open, just using the hut to cover himself there. But that is a pretty wide plant in the middle of the plateau, and so we'll see if they're actually going to be able to pull this off. Pasha's about to get toasty for him. He's got to have to change up his position, just decides to charge forward, take the fight with Android, and he wins it. And now it's all on Whitmer coming in from connector angle. But both players for Virtus Pro, they've got them. He's in a bit of a tight spot right now. If he peeks one, the other's going to be able to get the trade frag. So he needs to count on somebody on VP's side making the mistake of stepping out into the open right now, and nobody from VP is going to give him that kind of chance. They're just perfectly content to sit on the site and wait. Very well done here by VP in the end, and that's going to put them in the lead 11-10. At least he gets the parting shot.
Yeah, a little bit going his way, but ultimately, the VP's economy is a lot better. Look at the amount of money they have. Look at this all the way down the line. It's good stuff. Oh, it ended.
Denied.
Neo breaking a chain.
No. Neo got snacks.
Oh,
Pasha. Calling out Pasha, man.
I don't think Neo tried it, though, did he? I think he stopped it.
Yeah, it did look like he stopped it. Maybe there was like, he felt like Pasha was just not going to return it. So he, instead of leaving himself hanging, just decided to cut it off there.
That's a real shame.
Enough gifs of that on Reddit right now. Don't need to add any more.
True. Yeah, so the money right now for Virtus Pro is at a point where compLexity need to win consecutive rounds. And worse still, their own economy is so bad that they don't have any tools to do it with. So in a round like this, I feel like just in the interest of keeping the money low on the Polish side, they need to get a couple of kills. They need to get preferably 2 or 3, just to make sure that VP don't run away with the economic game here. Android going down, Def a little bit out in the open, but a really good shot, and Surreal helping out. There's 2 kills, 1 more would be golden, and Def is actually going to find it on Bialy. I have no idea how, but it does work out. And Sank's now the last man left in a 1-on-2. It's a great round for compLexity. I mean, this is exactly the kind of stuff they need. The only downside is they did let go of the AWP.
Yeesh, this plant is actually planting for Sanks. Sanks going up against each other. Snacks is going to make use of the stairs to look up onto plateau. So Sanks about to walk right into it, hits the shot, but he gets dropped down to 19 HP. And this should be a perfect situation now for Taz. Although Sanks has found an AWP to work with, he's looking for the wallbang on Chicken Coop, not going to find him there. Instead, Taz, I mean, the bomb isn't necessarily planted for Taz. It's not excellent. But if Taz hears the defuse, he's going to be able to go for it. Sanks nearly hits the wallbang, and he's going to go back for the peek. He sees it coming in, he gets the clutch.
Wow,
beautiful work.
That's actually an insane 1v2. You gotta consider the fact that he had just a pistol and no kit, no grenades or anything. Very impressive. Sanks is playing a pretty good game right now. Currently at 20 kills, still tied with Neo, who's also at 20. So that's also gonna tap the scoreline at 11-11. Very, very good job right now. We do have one guy briefly disconnecting from the game, so he'll be back in, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I mean, sort of win or lose right now. I feel like compLexity have shown us quite a bit.
He should be back in any moment now. That's one thing to pick up on this so far. I mean, actually, compLexity, the rounds that they've been winning some key rounds, and they've been winning anti-eco rounds, basically. When they're sitting on pistols, we saw it in the first half on the second round where they just charged onto the B side with the Tech 9s. But here, again, in a key round, VP give it up to compLexity with like a bunch of 5-7s, basically. And again, Def. I mean, he is a little bit quieter than he was on Overpass, but still, he's had a couple of rounds now when he's on the CT side. He just seems to be in position to at least get 1 kill. This time he went above and beyond in this last round, getting the second one on Bialy. But Def has been definitely doing quite a lot of work there.
Warden trying to see if maybe he could talk his teammates into a victory here. Right now, it seems like they're on the right track. I mean, they've won 2 rounds consecutively. If they could pick up another one here, money would actually still be there for VP. That's the downside. They kind of need to just keep stringing rounds together, because if they crumble now, VP are going to win, if nothing else, just as a function of the economy. Just because compLexity won't have enough rifles to keep buying. That's one of the worst ways of losing a game, I feel like.
This is almost like an opposite style game as well. VP again going to be just looking to get out onto this A site. Smoke goes down from Surreal to block off A long. So he's able to look into the lower underpass, and he picks up the kill on Bialy, who's playing solo. Now Neo trying to lead the way here to bring it back for his team, and he will get caught by Def. And the rotation is now coming in here for compLexity. They should be able to keep a lid on things. They still have the man advantage, and Def kind of dancing around on the edge of the murder hole there, not willing to commit through, instead waiting for that bomb to get planted.
I feel like Surreal could have probably just waited a little bit. They didn't know that he was there. He had some backup coming in. I think he was a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious. And those are some of the nerves that sort of come into play, right? When you're a little bit inexperienced. 4 versus 3. They are trying to see if they can make their way through, but a counter boost coming up, and Sank's going to be going down. Virtus Pro reading the situation very well indeed, and Snacks picking up a kill, double for Pasha right now, and Android trying to sneak in, see if he can clutch it. He does actually see the shadow, I think, before anything else. He's got the kit, trying to see if he can hold it down. Pasha sneaking on in, and he's going to be able to get the kill. Triple for Pasha, and that will be Virtus Pro picking up another round. And compLexity, I mean, close round, down to 1v1.
Brutal round because it looked so good there, actually. VP, again, with the hero play, Pasha getting boosted up. That was the big difference maker. But VP right now, I mean, they're doing a good job of throwing complexity for a loop. Because they keep, I think complexity, in this round, they had 4 players initially over towards B. They started rotating back, but I think the complexity are just like, okay, when are they actually going to really start hitting B on us? And VP just keeps saying, well, we're actually much more interested in the A site right now. And so there is a lot of pressure put on Surreal to really just hold the line. I like the peak into underpass, the way it started out. It was a solid start for complexity. It's just keeping a lid on things. VP still, it is once again back to pistols, and VP, they get that feel-good moment, the anti-eco. Although it's turned sour a couple times so far. They should be able to keep it under control here, considering they have a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, but part of the problem is a lot of the rounds the VP are winning are ones where they have a lot of members alive. It's been down to sort of 1v1 a couple of times, but mainly it's been 4 or 5 members surviving, and that means the economy just gets so out of control. Pasha starting this round at plus 11,000, so...
Taz just looks like the annoyed dad, where he's just like, is this my son? Weak. You know, trying to go for the fist pump. It's just like this weak thing that's coming at him, like a fish handshake from Bialy.
Yeah, but as you said, you got to be careful, right? Can't be fist bumping too hard. Get those fingers broken. Whitmer, Sancts, and Android holding the B bomb side, and they're going to need to hold it very well because there's a whole rush from Virtus.pro coming in. It will be Sancts and Android going down. Whitmer trying to stay alive, but failing. Snacks with a double kill in return. Surreal and Def are left, and I mean, there's not even any point in even entertaining the notion. Just give it up. Abandon all hope.
Yeah, bail on the sinking ship. Because that's going to put a VP up on 14 rounds now. And VP, man, first time that they've gone for the full-out straight YOLO rush onto that B site, and it just completely wrecks complexity. They were caught unprepared there. They had nades in their hands. They were just trying to make something happen on the complexity side, because they're just like, wait, but we have all the nades to throw out and actually stop this from happening. And VP just never really gave them a chance. Single smoke, single HE. That's all complexity got out before VP were on the site. So now, I mean, VP, just such a tough team to handle because they always have so much variety on their T side. They're constantly shifting it up. And so complexity, they can't really just figure out a pattern. Boom, there's a shot. Nice one there from Surreal. Takes down Pasha, so it makes it a little bit more expensive, but look at how quick they are. Well, this, like, Snacks is finding this kill on the man and drop, but Taz is already on the bomb site, wrapping on the 2 guys holding by connector. So it's just, where do complexity go? They've completely lost control of the situation by then.
We've got 3 members of VP on 20 kills, then 1 on 18, 1 on 16. Has it ever happened similar that a team ended up with the exact same amount of kills at the end of a game? I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't think we've ever seen that, no.
That seems like statistically as well it'd be hard to reach. We may have a shot at it here if it keeps going like this. Neo going to be pushing in again. It's a very, very quick pace coming out, and you can see he's catching them off guard here. Surreal does get a refrag in, but Snacks is on the hunt, and it will be down to Def in a 1-on-4, and he goes down. That will make it 15 rounds for Virtus.pro, and again, that speed is just too much for them to handle. You'd think they'd be able to throw out a couple of grenades to slow it down, but that hasn't been happening.
No, just total obliteration. They get the Molotov down, but like VP are just like, right, well, we'll just run through the Molotov. Because Neo's already so deep in. And the flank coming in towards connector as well. It's just so brutal. That's what is so difficult to, like, that's why nades are so important for the CT side on that B side. You need to just constantly bombard plateau to stop that kind of rush from coming in. Because as soon as you lose 1 man on that B side, it's so difficult to hold. It's so easy to get the terrorists, you know, to actually get that clamp, that flank onto the site and just crush the defense. Now VP is just saying, oh, okay, well, we've played ultra aggressive on B. Now we're just going to go and rush A. That's fine. And it works.
Snacks is even waiting for Surreal here. That's so smart, just as a way to make sure that no one's going to be sneaking up behind. Bialy catching that kill on Whitmer mid-air, and it looks like this will be the end of the line, but an infinitely better scenario here, I think, for complexity than it was on Overpass, where they definitely struggled a lot. And I mean, even the rounds they got on the second half, you got to think, not necessarily VP slowing down too much, but just some questionable rounds coming out. It will be Def going down. Headshot from Snacks. There's 16-11 as Virtus.pro do take the second map. We got to see a lot more out of complexity, and A little bit of an interesting matchup on Cobblestone here.
This, you know, compLexity, they can't really beat themselves up too much, I think, with the loss. What they can be proud of is, like, they did actually get a respectable scoreline here going on to the second map. 11 rounds against Virtus.pro on Cobblestone. It's solid work. And when you think about how these groups pan out and the situation where you're going to have ties between the different teams in the groups, rounds make a difference. And so you didn't get steamrolled. You actually did get a respectable scoreline, so that could make the difference for them a little deeper into the groups here. But it looks like we will be throwing it over pretty soon to the analyst desk for them to go ahead and break down the action here on this second map between Virtus.pro and compLexity. But first, it's time for a quick commercial break, so we'll be right back.
So we got there in the end. It took a little bit longer than we anticipated, though. compLexity made a bit of a fight of that one. Of course, we're in the lead for large parts on Cobblestone, but Virtus.pro's quality told in the end. And as such, we have selected our blazing hot player in the match, as presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, to be Snacks, a man appropriately named, given that they are indeed a snack of some sort.
I mean, if you eat those as a snack, you might end up looking like Snacks. So,
Jesus.
But I imagine they probably are a nice snack.
That's brilliant. Yeah, we got a. He
That's
just had
the
a
gold. That's why he's here.
He just had a couple sick matches. You know,
they don't make you sick. They're a nice snack.
Yeah, Moses, come on, dude.
Yeah. Get on program, will you? We've told you about this.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, pretty nice number of kills there. Relatively low number of deaths, considering obviously in the last game they actually gave up a number of rounds.
The ADRs.
You always expect this guy to be pretty solid, you know, because he's such an all-round player, such a versatile player. He can give you in many different ways. And obviously at the moment, what's most interesting to me is he's like the primary AWPer for the team.
Yeah, well, we have seen him picking that up more and more. And one of the things I wanted to say actually in the pregame segment about Neo was that, you know, it's been cool his transition into an AWPer and him picking that up more because he has a very different style of AWPing than most that we see. But Snacks has been getting more and more into it. And they need him to. I mean, we went through a stretch where Snacks was like the one player that absolutely had to go nuts if they wanted to win the games. Like, if he didn't have a good game, like, Virtus.pro just automatically lost. They got to that point.
I mean, they were always playing against compLexity. Yeah, they were playing some pretty good teams. Yeah. I think the problem with this game for me was, I'll give compLexity credit, a lot better for obvious reasons, but we also got to see them on T side now, so we actually got to see them with legit T rounds, and they did get some, so credit to them for that. They won some pistols, fair play. Problem was, you had that sinking feeling, a bit like when you watch someone play Na'Vi on training, they get like 7 rounds on T side, and you're like, yeah, that's usually pretty good against other teams, but we'll have to see what happens when Na'Vi switch to the T side. I had kind of the same feeling here. I was like, when you switch over to CT side, if you don't really kind of put your weight on them early on, you just know VP's going to win this game, and you know they're going to crack it wide open, and that is kind of what happened.
Yeah, well, once VP got to like 12 rounds, that's where you started really seeing that like signature execution style, how good Virtus.pro and the craziness and the hecticness of all the smokes.
And there was one round that stood out for me, and it'll likely be a highlight here. It was that 4-on-3 retake compLexity tried to do over on A. and they just all kind of ran through the same choke point and just made it very easy for Virtus Pro to kind of just shut them down, and that was crucial, because had compLexity won that round, I think they could certainly push the scoreline a lot further.
Those are the miscommunications that typically happen in new rosters, and especially inexperienced rosters. On top of that, it is kind of when you get into the clutch situations, how do you coordinate a retake? That's probably something they haven't really gone over in depth on every map. It's kind of sort of one of the last things, is like an actual retake plan when something goes down. We actually saw them as well. They won a couple good clutches. I think Sanks it was that won a 1-on-2 on a round they only had pistols.
Yeah, Sanks had some nice rounds. Whitmer had some nice moments as well. Def did go a little bit missing on Cobblestone. I was actually disappointed just across the series with Surreal, actually. He sort of came, another UK player who came with quite a high billing from other UK players as a guy to watch. And obviously, being from the UK, a lot of the UK players have been earmarking these two and saying, hey, Rich, like, pay close attention to
Tell you what, after that, you probably should go and say to him, are you UK?
I'm going to the break now.
It's not Pelicans. I mean, we at least got that.
What's wrong with him? You're better than this. But on a serious note, I mean, are you going to revise that opinion now?
No, I mean, like I said,
they're not going to get a map?
That was a bit better, but even so, I mean, you had a lead there, you won the pistol, you had all these things going for you. The problem for me is that game in itself, even when you were doing well, kind of highlighted the problem, which is I still think the skill differential's too much.
Yeah.
Like, they maybe, if they have a good game, could match up with Gambit. Maybe if it's the right map. But it's going to be incredibly tough against Envyus. I feel like this is exactly the sort of opponent Envyus would love to play. They've already lost to VP 2-0 here. It's going to be tough to get a map.
We at least saw improvement from map 1 to map 2. I think we kind of have to wait to see. I mean, obviously, compLexity, we know already they're not going to be any kind of world beaters, this team, like, ever. But I think towards the end of the week, we'll have a better idea of what actual talents and what skills these players have that they can work with in the future. And I think all eyes, if you're going to import 2 players from the UK, those are the ones who've got to be stepping up by the end of the week. Say, now you've got the experience, now we need you to be the stars that we brought you in to be.
And it will be a baptism of fire.
Okay.
But
so you hear that, Richard? If you come from the UK, you have basically a week of your pro career, and you better be amazing at the end of the week. If you Cooster, about 2018, I'll give up on you then. So I'll see how it is.
Never giving up on Cooster.
If you're
British, on the other hand.
If you're from the UK, you've got a week to get out of Europe by the sounds of it. Anyway, let's not get political. It's great to talk to you guys about Counter-Strike. Okay. What we're going to do is we are going to throw it to a short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you the second series of the day, which will be Gambit versus Envyus. We'll see you soon.
CSGO is really popular now.
It's like the equivalent of watching an action movie.
It's just extremely intense. It's got everything spectators want to see.
You cannot be serious!
Counter-Strike's a 5 versus 5 game.
Put your headset on and it's time to focus on the task at hand.
One side defends, one side attacks.
He gets a shot! You're gonna hit that shot, guy goes down, you win the round.
There's so many emotions going through each game.
When everything works, it's just the best feeling ever.
It's competitive gaming at its finest.
Originally, I wanted to be an Olympic speed skater.
I was playing football my whole life. I was pretty good at handball.
Baseball and soccer.
I played badminton. I played football and handball.
I've played handball for pretty much my entire life.
I played soccer for 14 years.
When I was 18 years, I got a knee injury. Knee injuries, knee broken.
I was trying to impress a girl. I flipped and I hit my arm on a bench and it just totally snapped my arm clean.
I got an injury and I had to be out for 3 months. Then I got an injury and had like 1 year off, so then I got more into gaming.
I was not allowed to train or anything, but then it was CS all the time.
That injury is the only reason I think I found CSGO.
I picked up Counter-Strike to be competitive because I'm just like competing.
The competitiveness is something that really drives me, always wanting to be the best.
I'd rather spend my time playing computer games than hurting my knee playing handball. All the time I couldn't leave my house, so video games were there for me to compete in, so became one of the best.
When the adrenaline is pumping and you're winning rounds, it's nothing better than that feeling of having comrades and someone supporting you is really important to me.
So, welcome back to Eleague. Now, as you will know, we've got a bye week coming up. There's an event going on there, and I think it might be a major one. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be running an episode of what's called Eleague Extra, where me and the guys from the analysis desk, and indeed Anders and Semler, don't know why we're getting their opinion. We're all
Semler won't be there.
Oh, is it not? Sorry, we got the wrong. Well, that have mercy. Maybe Anders does know a thing or two. Anyway, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be sat around a table, and we're going to be talking about who we think are the best AWPers, riflers, support players, in-game leaders, and of course the CSGO God, the most valuable player, pound for pound overall from those categories. We want you to get involved, and you can do that on Twitter. Use the hashtags there listed, CSGO AWP and so on, to tell us what you think and who you think we should be talking about. Now, this is who we're going to talk about. We got Gambit versus Team Envyus coming up. Let's start with Gambit. Duncan.
Sure thing. I mean, one of the interesting things about this team, especially this iteration, is you've got a couple of very old school players from the CIS region. You've got Adren and Dosia. Adren was playing like literally 8-9 years ago. Dosia was actually one of the best players at the end of 1.6, one of the better players now. And here's the young guys, though. You've got the other end of the team are these players who mainly come up in CSGO. Now, Mo actually was around in 1.6. He was playing for Kazakhstani teams, but he didn't have a lot of impact. Like, people didn't know him. He wasn't a household name by any stretch of the imagination. But in CSGO, he's actually gradually built a not bad little record, actually. He's kind of like a sleeper player, I think, because when he appeared in Hellraisers a while back, we start to notice he quickly emerged as the best player in that team towards the end. Then when they've transitioned to Gambit, I think I've noticed whenever he's had his best games is when this team's really been on form, and they've been that dangerous upset team. Because for me, they're not a team who are consistently going to have like a top 10 ranking, but they're one of the few teams outside of that top 10 who routinely will take maps and will upset those bigger teams, especially when the bigger team, underestimates them.
I thought it was crazy when he was cut from Hellraisers, actually, because the event that they cut him after was the one where he was voted the MVP for them and powered them all the way to a win.
Seems a little crazy.
Yeah, it was. Like it was very, very strange. But anyway, we'll move on. Now there's a bit more of a storied team here. And indeed, right now, the current chapter we're writing in the story of Envyus, it's not a particularly great one, is it, Moses?
No, I mean, it's a dark timeline for them. They've had a very rough start to 2016. They actually opened it up with, I think, maybe one or two event wins. But since then, I mean, they've even gotten last place in a string of 3 events. But these players should be no one new if you've been following Counter-Strike for a couple years. Kenny S at one point, the best player in the world overall, best AWPer at the time. He's kind of drifted away, but they've got important players like NBK, Apex, just so much talent on this lineup. But it is Kenny who, we've seen some changes. This is a guy who's trying to change his game so that he's not just reliant on the AWP. Speaking with him especially, he said, he is a different player now. He's got to get more aspects into his game. But I mean, there's no denying when he's on point with the AWP, he's so dangerous. He can just dominate the map with that one weapon. And this team actually is just going through a massive identity crisis. It's not just Kenny, it's Envy as a whole. They're really, really struggling right now to find some way to be consistently successful.
This is the lowest point I've actually seen them at, and it's reminiscent of that. In fact, I would even go as far as say it's worse, Duncan, than that Titan era where Kenny S was carrying all the time. Moses, you want to jump in? Go on.
Oh, I mean, this is just really quick on the team. It's incredible. This was the first team they won Cluj last year, and then they went from first place to last place. They got knocked out last
never
place
happened
at MLG.
before, of course, in CS:GO history. A team that won a major goes to placing last place, dead last place at the next tournament they play. Anyway, Duncan, I will bring you in at this juncture. They're having a real terrible time of it right now.
I mean, to tie in what you and Moses said there, this is even worse than those Titan era teams. Because actually, when Kenny S was the best player on Titan, they didn't win events. They could still make a semi-final. They would get out of groups. They made the odd run to a final. They could still be a competitive team, What you never saw with any of those existence lineups, actually, was repeated failures at LANs. They might have the odd major that was poor. They might have the odd LAN where maybe they got caught in the group stage. But earlier this year, there was a string of 3 international tournaments, including big ones, where this team finished... Counterpit and MLG, where this team finished last place, dead last 3 in a row. And yet you look at the lineup, and they still boast what are some of the most skilled players in the world for over the last, let's say, 12 months, the last 15 months. Some of the world's best players. So when you look at that, that tells me this is systemic failure within the team, something seriously wrong. And the guy we're looking at here now, the original in-game leader of the team, the guy who very much pioneered the style which made them famous.
And some people would say your personal punching bag.
Bit of a nemesis, sure. I mean, I never really agreed with his approach in many senses, but I always gave it credit when it worked. Now, one of the problems is, when it stopped working, they just gave up entirely. They actually said, you're not the in-game leader anymore. They had MBK take over for a while. They had Maniac come in, and he was going to have a hand at it. Interestingly enough, this kind of shows me how far they've fallen, how desperate they are for answers. Because at the moment, obviously, they don't have an option to make a roster move, because for a start off, G2, the second best team, is now the best team in France. And on top of that, they've brought in this young guy, Devil, and they put him in a role that didn't really suit him. Now they've even made him the in-game leader. That's what I was told most.
This is where it gets interesting for me, and I'm glad you brought Devil to the table. I do want to talk about this guy. Now, this is somebody I've been very critical of, and it's not that I don't think there's potential there or whatever. I just think it's like when you pick someone that's just too ripe. It ain't ready. Like, I don't think he was ready for this step up. And they're changing roles all the time. They're coming up with all these excuses to justify his inclusion in the team. First, they were saying he was the support, and he wasn't playing like a support or playing in support roles. Then they were moving him around and saying, okay, we're going to have him as a lurker. Now they're saying he's an in-game leader.
Listen, it's so hard for me.
Should make him the GM next.
Yeah, why not,
Why
right?
not have a go, right? Couldn't be any worse than this.
It's so hard to be critical of Devil for me, and in my opinion, I think it's crazy because you look at everyone else.
Give it a go anyway.
The people that I want to call out and say if this team's going to do better, it's the guys like NBK, it's the guys like Kenny, it's the guys like Happy, Apex. There's 4 people on this team who have been champions, who have been some of the best players in the world. And when this team is struggling, it's not because of skill, but those are the 4 players players that you say you need to step up. You can't bring this new guy in. Body has the same issue over in G2. He started out very slowly, but he's also got Shocks and Scream playing at ungodly level, which alleviates a lot of the pressure on him, gives him time to improve and learn into this new level of competition.
I mean, I'll go one further. I don't even blame Kenny S Apex as much. They're just players who do their job okay, whatever their role they're given. I've got to put the blame at the feet of Happy and NBK, because these are the two guys. One was the in-game leader who broke the metagame and set the style and defined what made them a great team, and was the linchpin star player. The other guy was the guy who had all the influence in the team, was always the swing vote, and always supported that guy. So that power structure that they've had between the two of them over these last 6 to 8 months, that has to take the ultimate responsibility for what has happened to the team. These are the guys who they really did think they were the smartest guy in the room, smartest guy in any room in CS, and that they knew how to play and what they were going to do, and they even thought they knew how to get back from these struggles. And so far, they have made some signs okay. I thought the run to semi-final at Malmo was pretty decent, you know, not bad, but that's still not the level of what I thought of Envyus. And then you add in the fact that it's not like they were dominant at the ESL 1 qualifier, so there's still a long way to go before we can look at this team and say, with the talent they have, where they should be.
So the reason we're talking so much about this, and Envyus fans, we've got new public enemy number 1 and 2. I don't know if you're going to join it anytime soon, Moses.
I made it sound
fear of authority.
All right, maybe not. But we're going to take a short commercial break because we believe Happy's having some problems with his PC, so he's not happy currently. Hope he didn't hear any of that, or he'll be very unhappy. Anyway, short break. We will see you back soon.
What's up, everyone? I'm Malik Forte.
And I'm Michelle Morrow, and we're your hosts for Bleacher Report's new daily esports show called eStream.
Match fixing.
Cheating.
Esports regulation.
Console versus PC.
Women in esports.
Buffs, nerfs, and Murloc decks. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about, and we're going to be covering all of it on Bleacher Report.
Call an Uber.
I call an Uber.
Yeah, go.
God, always makes me pay. Always.
Gotta save that money, though.
So welcome back. We're on our way to fixing those problems. These guys are just acting so juvenile on the break. It's shocking. Are we going to talk about maps? Do you want to?
Yeah, let's do it.
Is that all right?
I would love that. Yeah.
You in?
Take it away, Doug.
Okay, let's do it.
Sure. I mean, when we look at this here,
sure.
From the Gambit side of things, banning out Mirage is interesting. That's purely a Gambit ban, because you look over on the other side of things, Envyus not really known for the Mirage. Maybe earlier in the year. The nuke ban is just a standard one. Gambit lineup hasn't played it. In terms of the guys from Envyus, Overpass and Train make a lot of sense, because Overpass definitely not something that Envyus is happy with. They don't want any part of that.
Interesting, they left Nuke in there as well, I think.
They were willing to gamble it at least.
Yeah.
Now, it hasn't ended up punishing them. The way the maps have actually come out, here's what's interesting, is Dust 2 is a map that this lineup of Gambit has never played on LAN. And obviously Dust 2, not that strong a map for the Envyus guys, but one that over the past few months they've started to warm to a little bit again. Then you go over to Cobblestone, very strong map historically for Envyus, even this lineup, but actually a map that they lost to Gambit. I think it was actually at the think it was actually the qualifier for ESL 1 Cologne. So the last time they played it, Gambit actually won it there. So you'd look at that and you'd have to say, yeah, the door's slightly open for Gambit here because, okay, Dust 2, a bit of nothing for anyone. Cobble should be strong for both teams. It's one of the better Gambit maps, certainly. So I feel as though Dust 2 is the real question mark. I think both teams should be strong on Cobble.
And even Dust 2, I think it's almost curious. I mean, I feel like Envy should be very strong on that map. It suits a lot of their playstyle, where it's a little bit more loose, a little bit. I mean, all the skill they have. Obviously, Kenny has the AWPer, but it's also great for lurkers like Happy. It lets them be a lot less structured, which they've never really been into. I think also remembering too that Cologne qualifier was the first event where they had Devil as the in-game leader. That was the first time we'd done it, and they've kept him there since then. So you'd expect there'd be some kind of improvement with this team now they've had some time.
I think the problem with Envyus is they used to be a team that used to really inspire fear when they came to play. You knew that they had this aggressive style. You knew that they had this style where they would just force by. They could win rounds with pistols and just wreck you. And now, you look at the upsets that have just happened repeatedly. You know, the teams they've lost to in recent memory. You know, the NRGs, CLGs. You know, they're even losing to NA teams, Moses.
No, this is unreal.
So it's gone crazy, and I just don't think they have that same fear factor anymore. Gambit will fancy this. There's no doubt about it.
Part of the issue, maybe not issue, but it's just kind of the nature of what they had. I remember when they came out in Cologne last year, which was like the first event that they had with that new lineup after that shuffle that they had immediately before it, and we saw their play style, how aggressive it was, how it was basically just trading on. It was a bunch of 4-1s. It was, you know, basically all about what frags you get. There's no real tactical background to it. It's just kind of heavy trading, entering bomb sites, and we were all just thinking like, there's no way this can consistently work. And even NBK at the time was saying, yeah, we have to find ways to get more structure. You know, we have to find ways to start incorporating new elements, and they stuck with it. And when you have that kind of a play style, it relies solely on the individual talent and the skills of your players. And when they have any kind of performance dip as a player, that's when that kind of style starts to be really, really ineffective, because you're relying on that skill to come out, and it's so hard to sustain over a long period of time.
Yeah, well, just while we're still waiting for everybody to get on the server, we've got another graphic for you. Just because we're coming to the end of the group stage play, I think it's important to have a look at overall league leaders. And this is Clutches 1, total clutches. And you can see there's some surprising names in here, actually. Forest leading it with 10 clutches on an individual basis. Then you have Daps from Optic, who, that's crazy to me, because that's a guy you just don't associate with frags at all. Then Guardian, then Pitt and Hazed all have 6. So, and also as well, just to remind you, make sure you get along to our finals on Championship weekend of July 29th to the 30th at the Cobb Energy Centre. I only have that one fact about them, Duncan, about it being in the Walking Dead. But you can go to e-league.com/finals. I might get a few more, because I reckon we're going to run that advert again.
Yeah, actually, one of the things I think makes this matchup interesting, though, of Gambit against Envyus, is you'd still have Envyus ranked above Gambit at the moment. Gambit haven't had the deep runs, they haven't had the big international placings, but there is a strong history of Gambit upsetting Envyus. I mean, when they had the previous lineup with Waylander, they beat them at the major, they beat them on cash there, in a pretty big upset. Like I just said, they beat them in the ESL 1 qualifier, and when I think of stylistically how they match up, first of all, Mo, the AWPer for the Gambit guys, has this very old school style of AWPing, actually, where it's very passive. It's quite static, holding certain angles. And he just basically plays the numbers, essentially, in that sense. Like, tries to get the high percentage shots. I think that's going to work out pretty well, especially because you're not going to see an AWP in Kenny's hand all the time. I mean, even on some of the highlight clips you saw there, he was using an AK, he was using a rifle. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be that straight-up AWP versus AWP battle, except maybe on Dust 2. That's the map where I think you could see it a little bit. They will do the mid-peaks. So I think Mo actually has the kind of safe defensive counter to some degree to that, unless Kenny's going to go God mode. And then you add in the real strength that Gambit is, on the T side, say what you will about, you know, maybe they don't have the best players, they don't have the best pedigree, but on the T side, they have real strategies. Like, they have proper smokes, they have proper flash executes, they do that slow Russian style of, like, you set up, you spread across the map, you try to read the defense, and then you pick your play and you call it. Now, they don't do one where they just mid-round make something up completely. They do pick a play, and they just choose the time to execute it. So that style on a map like Cobblestone, you can see why they've gotten wins against Envyus in the past, because that style is going to be effective. You're going to get a lot of rounds there, whereas one of the problems of the Envyus guys is their T side used to be where they made their money, and that's really where they've kind of disappeared, it feels like.
Yeah, Moses, anything to add to that?
I was just, I mean, when you said they have a history of it, wasn't there that Hellraisers lineup beat Very Games at Katowice 2014? That was like
that
a
was quite a long time ago,
Yeah, that's really reaching far back in history. But yeah, so
Dren and Dosia, sure.
I think those were the two on it, and they obviously there's some different players in there as well. But yeah, actually, I mean, Gambit to me, even going back towards the beginning of the year,
this guy really loves hashtags.
Yeah.
That is a lot of hashtags,
I think, which is the worrying thing.
But going back towards the beginning of this year, back towards like the MLG qualifier at the beginning of the year, Gambit's always just felt like every event they're in, they're kind of like the perennial dark horse. Like no one really expects them to win, but they are the team that everyone kind of feels like could surprise everyone, and have a good upset win here or there. But still beyond that, I still haven't like seen anything to like when they go to bigger events. Obviously, you don't ever predict them to win, so they are kind of at that impasse.
Right, I think we're ready for predictions. I think the moment is finally upon us. From everything you said, I actually got a strong feeling you're going to plummet for a Gambit upset, perhaps even to split this series. So,
I'm actually on this first map. I'm going to stick with Envyus. Okay. I mean, Gambit not playing it on land this year quite yet is a little bit worrying.
Yeah, for Dust 2, I think this can be the Envyus map. It's not a strong map for Gambit. They haven't really played it. Doesn't necessarily suit the styles. I think this is actually probably the map where Kenny can get going with it all. But overall, I'm just going to say up front, yeah, I'm actually going to take Gambit to take Cobblestone. I think this can be a 1-1.
Right. Spoilers. Well, thanks for all of that, gentlemen. We're now going to get into our map fly-through with Dust 2, the first map in this series, and you may take it away, Anders and Surmler.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yes, indeed, we are going to head into it straight away. Dust 2, always a fun map to watch. And Envy versus Gambit. This is hard for you. Who do you pick here? I mean, Envy have been a weird team lately, yes. But they are French.
And so what? So is that just makes them lethal landers? That's how the world goes, right? G2 currently wrecking face right now. Only natural that Envy would do the same.
Yeah, but they're the French team that that have been the underdogs for a long time. I was gonna say Envy, man, they used to be your team, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They still have to be. I mean, considering the talent that's on this team, the amount of work that this team has been putting in recently as well, still have to favor Envy, still have to edge them out over Gambit, but it's not going to be an easy fight. Gambit have a lot of strong aimers on the team as well. I mean, Dren, Doja, I mean, Mo as well has his moments, so
yeah,
it's not going to be clear-cut, but I do favor Envy.
I actually think both the Kazakhstanian players are a little bit underrated at the moment here, but that's a good start. Spaze and Mo going to be picking up 2 really good kills, and Kenny in the bomb site clicking away, and that's a great position for the USP, but Adren coming in with a really good double kill. NBK in the middle, jumping around the corner, and Doja will be out of it, but still, what should be a near unwinnable round, or to put it more precisely, this is a round you only win if Gambit start to make some really big mistakes, like taking 2 early fights, and Space already been reminded that that is not worth it, so going to be trying to see if they could buy enough time, and yeah, MBK knows now they're not going to be fighting any further, and he's pretty much out of luck and out of time as well. And Gambit for sure going to win this round, and MBK just deciding, I have 100 armor, I might as well try and save it, maybe get an extra kill. Extra kill will be great, because if he gets one more, well, he's not going to get it, but if you got another kill in there, maybe he could have bought a... I could still do it, but he could have saved for the scout, right? Scout armor?
That's what I'm thinking, exactly. At that point, it's almost worth it to just back off. You're going to get, what, $300 per kill? But the thing is that if you have that Kevlar and it's pristine the way it was, he hadn't taken a single bit of damage right when he was making his way onto the site, and it's just a $350 investment to get a helmet instead of having to buy up, trying to force in the next round. So, he could have made a little bit of a difference there. Well, he could have made a bit of a difference, but he decides to just go for the scout instead. Yeah. So no Kevlar to back him, and he's already tagged down to 60 HP. He gets walled.
Yeah, and if you had Kevlar, Selma, it would have been a little bit less damage.
If Doja still had a head?
Well, at least they are going to be able to get a refrag in there. So just a quick trade. The problem is Apex steals the AK, and that's not exactly a fun time. He's making his way down middle, because obviously maybe in Gambit's mind that AK is still going to be over at long, so we could catch them off guard. Kenny MBK back here with the scout, picking up a second kill there, going for another one. There's a double kill for NBK, and he does damage to Hooch as well. And now the AK, they thought it was on the other side of the map, but Apex so quick with the rotation, gonna leave Mo all alone in a 1-on-3, so great round here for Envy.
NBK still one of the more solid scout players in the world right now, man. Used to be that he would just, back before the hit reg got changed, or fixed rather, on jumping models, he used to just abuse the scout. He knew every annoying spot on the map. to actually use the gun, and Happy's going to be able to catch out Mo. Nice lurk from him. Saves the scout as well for Happy. But that's the big thing. It's just like NBK, he just used to abuse the scout all day long, and he's still got the skill. He's still able to just play straight up. He bought so much time for the rotation to come in from Apex. I mean, it's just crazy how much damage that scout can do. It's a perfect spot to use it in as well, because the only thing that's going to shut you down over there is a headshot. So might as well just dance around. You're so fast with the scout, the movement.
Gotta be upsetting for Gambit, and I mean, so much of it falls apart in that early exchange where they steal the AK. I mean, if nothing else, it puts Gambit on edge quite a bit. So just not really the best start here for the terrorist side, but we'll see. They have bought pistols and armor, and those deagles in play there, the 2 deagles, definitely do a lot of damage on Dust 2. It's one of those maps where you really can reliably try and get 1v1 duels at quite a long range, which is also why the AWP or Scout is so effective, is you can most of the time try and get into that kind of a fight.
A little bit of a style decoy nade getting checked out by Mo. But you're right, it is still going to be that kind of run and gun style that we're going to see from Gambit, and it looks like they want to eventually go for some kind of split onto B. Bomb is going to be making its way out through mid. It looks like 3 players through mid, soon to be a 4th here. Adren rotating around, wants to get that nade into play perhaps to help out his teammates, but they're not going to need it. They go charging straight out, and it's now all about the collapse onto this B site here. Envy, it's all on NBK and Apex, and NBK gets caught out by Mo immediately.
Look at the transfer, though. Apex actually trying to get on to Mo straight away, but the bomb is going to be going down 4 versus 3, and there's Doja with a headshot from the deagle in the middle. Adren trying to stay alive, but not going to happen. Happy will take him out, and 2 on 3. They do have some grenades to chuck into this bomb site. Not a kid currently picked up, so they need to find one if they want to have time for this. That's Mo picking up a kill finally, and Devil alone, MP9 in hand. If he needs to escape, he should probably try and find a rifle, otherwise there's not much point in running away, I guess. And that flashbang not going to help him out. Instead, Doja picking up a triple kill and sort of making up for throwing away the AK in the previous round.
He's making the difference, that's for sure. I mean, Doja's perfectly capable. I mean, we've seen some crazy aim from him in the past. But then there was, you know, it's just the motivation, right? The motivation seemed to get to him. There was always that kind of floating around that he wasn't working as hard. He wasn't putting in the hours of the DM. And so he kind of dropped off. But he does still have that aim. It's in him. It's like hardwired into him. So if Envy give him the chance, it's going to be brutal. But right now, Mo is so consistent at hitting. He's tagging NBK at least nearly every time as he tries to make his way towards that B site.
Yeah, a little bit scary because Apex has a scout in the middle. They should just try and avoid that. But Mo actually going to be taking him out. Good job there. Shot through the wall. And they do clear up Catwalk as well. There's Hooch helping out and taking out Kenny.
A very quick split onto A, and they're hungry for more. They're just going to go ahead, drop. NBK will be able to pick up a tag, at least, on the man in CT, but he will get overrun, and it's a perfect anti-eco round coming out this time for Gambit. They lead 3-1, and right now they're just looking so good. Envy, they have another round of eco ahead of them as well, so it's not like it's going to get any easier here for the Frenchman. And there's just so much pressure on Envy.
Yeah, no, it is true, and I mean, maybe especially on Kenny, you're on this map, you know, you need to have him have the AWP and have a real effect with it.
The position he's playing on the map as well is a pretty common opping spot. I mean, he's playing cars at long. It's pretty much where you want to have your anchor opper. He's just going to sit there with the op and look towards Catwalk. But for that, you know, he needs to actually survive. Well, that's sick. Devil, he gets 2 kills at Longhouse with the P250 up close. So he makes it interesting here. Envy rotating onto the side. They might be in a position to actually win again. It's a 2-on-2, and now well, it's still a 2-on-2 as Happy picks up 1 deagle kill. But he's going to get split.
A little bit scary right now. Happy goes down with a grenade. Otherwise, he's in a good position to take that fight for quite a long time, actually. And MBK getting jumped on while reloaded. That's Mo taking matters into his own hands. And that will be 4-1. But this stuff from Devil's pretty good. I like this. You know what? I'm surprised they managed to get Doja into a sort of a team shirt that doesn't have a hoodie on it.
But he still wears the Under Armour, right? You notice that? He started wearing that like a year ago, and he still wears the Under Armour every time.
That. There are so many good memes involving Doja, I feel like.
The ex-god.
Well, that's the whole thing, right? So the tweet we had on the screen during the analyst section, that the guy had voted for Doja for the CSGO god, and immediately my mind thought, is that like a really elaborate troll? I don't know. 6th round is coming up though, and we do have Kenny with the AWP. So there's going to be more than just a couple of fans out there excited for that one. Kenny definitely has one of the strongest sort of individual fan followings in the game, has to. And for good reason too, but we will see if he could step it up here. I myself am a firm believer that the real Kenny S will be back one day.
If Envy ever allow him, that is.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure that's the full problem. There's more to it than that, I think.
There are definitely layers. There are definitely layers to it. Nice trades. Both players missing, but still. Very close call there. Nice prediction from Mo. Kenny, he had the opportunity, but he misses the shot. So a little bit of information gained there for Kenny. And he's actually going to decide to smoke up long, but not before a man sneaks out. Still, solid work from Devil. Trades off, takes out Hooch. Kenny will pick off Doja in the meantime. And it's a two-man advantage now for Envy going into the A take here coming in from Gambit.
Good shot from Kenny there. Pretty standard stuff that you should be able to hit. Adren being maybe a little bit too aggressive for him. I think he was not expecting that, and he's going to be going down. Apex showing up on the spot. Motorfall last, and Envy will win the round. So pretty good stuff there, making it to 4-2.
Yeah.
So just the second round being picked up here. Currently top fragging is actually both the Kazakhstanian players here on Gambit, Adrian and Mo. And they've been sort of a couple for a while, it seems. Seem to be following each other around a bit.
Yeah, real tough call there for Adrian. Have to remember, Adrian, NA, Adrian, Kazakhstan. But Adrian really, you know, he struggled a little bit there just because if he could pick up that kill versus Apex, that changes the whole round. So real duel-heavy kind of style coming in from Envy. It's pretty much what we expect of them. Because everybody there in that round, it looked like they were all kind of just on their own. Kenny and Devil, that was like the most teamwork that seemed to happen there between, or on the CT setup. Adrian this time will find NBK. That's out on B, and he single-handedly opens up the B site. Adrian, both kills. Happy gonna try and flash his way through the smoke into mid. Will spot the man at headshot box, but it's too late for him to get onto the site.
This is so interesting, isn't it? 3 versus 5. And what Adrian just did is something that's so classic to him. It's something that somehow he seems to have sort of made his own, which is this walking into bomb sites without really getting caught. The best illustration that we have of it is on Mirage, on the A bomb site, walking out of the apartments. He seems to do it without any notice, just always finds the right timing. It's a bit weird, a little bit unnerving almost, but he has a pretty good track record of doing that. And it could just be that he's the only one who sort of attempts it, so you know most teams know that people won't be that crazy. This time I think he sort of walked through a smoke because they had that up and they just weren't ready for it, so pretty good timing on his front, and obviously the round are going to go in favor of Gambit here.
A remarkably ugly duel there. Happy getting caught in mid, and now his teammates are boxed in on CT. Doja's already cleared out long, so Gambit, no, it comes down to how hard they want to fight this. Hooch is going to find the one, and there will be no saving for Envy this round. 3 players survive the round for Gambit. They can't save the off. That's a little unfortunate. Hooch has the money to buy one if they need it. But solid work coming out from Gambit, and yeah, we just get the full glory there of Adrian just walking out onto the B site. Envy are going to be kicking themselves. And where was the smoke? Where were the nades to stop it or to try and buy some time for Envy? Didn't see an HE, a Molotov, a smoke,
They had a smoke up behind him.
They had a smoke up, so he managed to lurk his way through.
He walked through it.
Brutal.
Yeah, and again, like, I mean, you feel like 9 times out of 10, you just instantly die, but somehow he specifically seems to find really good timing for it, and that obviously shouldn't be the case. I mean, it should be the case that if you just if you get enough players to walk through the smokes, it'll be pretty much a random distribution to who gets killed and who doesn't. But maybe it's just all in our minds, but it feels like Adrian is very good at finding those timings.
He's a monster. It's been a long day, long time since we've seen him play on the wooden PC.
Yeah,
but
hopefully never again.
Hopefully, exactly. Hopefully never again, because this is the Doja will get actually caught out by Apex, and now 2 layers of defense here. Apex with the second kill. Kenny S chimes in, takes out Adrian, and now they're just getting whittled down. Gambit. They walk out into the open and just run into a firing squad of pistols.
Yeah, and I mean the plan almost appeared to be everyone gets a turn to fight at the corner, but only one at a time. You know, gotta be gentlemen about it. That's definitely not the right approach. They also did have the smoke up for the cross, but they waited until that smoke had faded, and then they went to the corner to take individual fights. No real explaining that, and obviously I think you saw Space sort of with a inadvertent jump. You can clearly tell that was not meant to be the case. So, yeah. Mo needs to probably either run really far away or die in the next 15 seconds, because that's a bit of a dangerous spot to hide in.
I'd say run away, right? just because he should have the money for the nades, or at least he has money for a couple flash grenades in the next round. So if he just saves this AK, he'll have a couple of flash grenades, he'll have some utility to work with, and I mean, there's really no chance for him to actually run into this. But Envy, man, this is just a huge round for them to win. An eco round, and they say 4 AKs. So their money has just been rejuvenated in the space of 1 round. They don't even have to spend any of it, you know, managing to upgrade rifles or anything like that. They're just set. So this is Envy's big chance. They just got a huge break here in the first half. 5-3, Gambit in the lead. But Envy now with a real chance to turn the tide.
Most definitely. Gambit are going to be buying up, including that AWPN, but we haven't really seen too much out of him, and he has, like, in my opinion, at least a slightly different style of opening from most players. So these kind of shots, in fact, where people cross, are the ones that he's very good at hitting. He's very much sort of just hold an angle, get a kill on someone, you know, walking in front, but not so much to sort of run in and peek people who are holding a specific spot. So we'll see if that's going to work out for him later on in this round. Still over a minute left here. Devil playing a little bit alone down on long. Dosha on the other side there.
It's looking like it's time to try and force the split here from Gambit. They've got that cat control. They have not committed the bomb just yet to Catwalk, but they do have the man Adrian working his way back towards mid doors. He's going to be able to hop up onto Catwalk through the headshot box, and it will just be Gambit trying to bum rush onto the site. They have a bare minimum of nades to work with. Couple of smokes and a couple of flashes to make this push happen, and Hooch is going to be the one to start things off. Smoke down into CT, it looks like.
We'll see. He's going to land around the corner. Kenny is up on the site, though. Hooch makes it down, but Happy was there catching the edge of him. Kenny will be going down. Didn't have the WP. Space hasn't had too much fun in this first half yet, but that's a very important kill that he managed to make through there. And Dosha sneaking around. Devil, no chance of knowing, but Dosha actually missing the shot. That could have lost on the round if he hadn't got that kill. Adrian going to be picking up Apex, and it will be Happy and MBK left, just trying to see if they could sneak their way out. I mean, they should be anyway. 2 versus 4. They're actually sticking around. I think that's slightly mad. Going to be getting a kill in there on Mo, but still not that much time left here, and a 2 versus 3 still as MBK goes down, all on Happy.
And he just doesn't have the time. He's caught in a crossfire. He has to worry about Dojo over at Pit, and so he knows there's a man on the site. Sure, that's great. He's just not going to be able to root him out of there without getting shot in the back. And right now, he's kind of hoping that he's going to be able to back off and save this AK.
Oh, wow. That must have been real close, because the blast radius of the bomb is... It's not that far. With 100 HP, if you're standing on Catwalk, you can actually survive the bomb blast, assuming it's planted sort of in the site and not all the way by the boxes. But so I thought maybe in CT spawn he'd be all right. I must have been fairly close to him living. 6-3 though.
I would just kill to have the comms for Envy right now, just to hear what are the calls being made. Considering it's Devil that's calling the shots, not Happy. You guys can see Devil sitting in the middle. Happy, well, that's not always a clear indicator of who's handling the in-game leading, but Happy's been kind of like relegated over to the side.
I feel like time is sort of running out for Envy to figure out how to make this work, especially in the sense that you know, there's a lot of stuff coming up real soon.
Well, the major's a week away. I mean, you can't, if you're Envy, you can't go out twice in the groups. That's unforbidden, like, just, you can't happen. So, yeah, I mean, you can't be struggling against a team of Gambit's caliber. You have to be able to shut down Gambit. And, I mean, just move on from there. It should be the battle between Envy and VP to top this group. But right now, I mean, Gambit are putting up an excellent fight in this first half. Envy are clearly struggling. Envy have gone for the force buy in this round. They managed to sneak a scout onto NBK again. Not necessarily a bad thing. A couple of rifles, but Happy has to skimp a little bit and save that and use the CZ75. Kenny, he's again got that angle on cars, but there's the flash, deep flash, forces him off the angle. And Kenny, I mean, he turns away. Perfect timing for him to turn away and dodge another flash, but that gives Gambit access to the site. Happy though, huge impact from him. 2 kills, he basically saves the day.
The plant is 4 short, and as long as Dosha's holding middle, there is a pretty good chance they can still defend this, even being a man down. It's a real shame they don't have any kind of Molotov or anything. Space being very aggressive right now. I think a little bit too much for my taste. And oh no! MBK with a jumping scout shot to take out Adrian. And, well, Dosha can't do anything to stop this bomb from being defused. Even if they don't have the kit, that's just not going to happen. So, will be the round here for Envy. I don't know why Space thought he had to be that aggressive.
And what a bizarre setup, the bomb is planted for Catwalk. So you lose Moo, and you lose, I mean, Adrian is there long enough, but yeah, Space challenging on the site, and Doja on long. I mean, they just, as soon as Adrian goes down, they have no way to keep control of that site. They have no way to stop Envy from running up and defusing the bomb. Yeah, and I guess Doja rotating long sort of makes sense, because they could sort of crossfire them between Catwalk and long, right? It's just that they needed to play for time then, and they obviously weren't. A little bit confusing, I think. And, well, Kenny, we'll see if he comes alive here. Start getting that shutdown rolling on Catwalk. Right now, he did seem just a little shaky in that last round, following him from his perspective. Now, one thing you've got to notice in the first 10 rounds that we've seen here is there's not been a single round really where Envy have tried to be aggressive anywhere. They haven't done like a double boost to Catwalk, no pushes into upper, no crazy rushes up middle or anything like that. They are playing very, very defensively. And I worry about that. Like, if you think about the sort of the best version of Envy that we ever saw in this game was one that was very aggressive and very sort of, yeah, dynamic and just all over the place, right? So this sort of reined in, very calm style that sort of seems to take a couple of positions. I'm not sure if I'm 100% on board with it. No, not a huge fan. I mean, that's confidence driven, right? If you're going to play that ultra aggro style in general, you know that you're the better team. You're just going to take the fight to them. Smoke goes down to block off CT, and now Kenny has been effectively removed from the equation. He's going to have to try and run in, and Apex sets a nice flash up for himself, but completely fluffs the spray, at least the first time around. He will get 2 kills out of it, and Kenny can finally chime in and take out Doja. It's all on NBK now, crouching at the back of Plateau, and Adrian not going to be able to hunt him down. He gets picked off with some good peekaboo play there coming in from NBK. But still, yeah, you're right. I mean, you're right to point that out. It's so scary when you're playing that way. Ah, Scream. Bit of a shout out.
I was going to say a little love for his French brothers, but he's Belgian, so it might even make sense. But yeah, I like the fact that Scream's watching these games and keeping an eye on what's going on. I mean, out of all the players who were exiled from sort of some of the original really good French lineups, it seemed like Scream was the furthest out. You know, he'd really been far out of it. Wasn't even playing in any team, it seemed, and just no one seemed interested in picking him up. And now suddenly, very good spot. Space in the middle, going to be going down, and Mo to follow up there. Good double kill for Happy, who's definitely putting a lot of kills on the scoreboard right now. 5 versus 3 here.
Yeah, a little bit of initial pressure, but Apex stabilizes. NBK with the aggressive peeks in the mid. Will get the double spray in the end. They line up for him. And that's the kind of old school NBK Envy that we need to see, right? It's the kind of team that if they knew you were ecoing, they weren't waiting around. They were charging you down, beating you up. Apex, when was the last time we saw Apex push top mid, right? It's very weird to be seeing such, you know, passive play. You're right to be pointing that out, you know, such passive play from Envy. I mean, the thing is like, G2, at least, you know, G2 you can cheer for right now. Envy, they need to show us that you can cheer for, because Iceland is about to wreck France. And so, you know, it's the CS teams that really have to carry the weight right now for France.
Ooh. See, I don't know enough about football to follow that up, but I'll take your word for it. I know they did beat England, which is obviously a bit shocking.
You hear that it's not that hard, though, to beat England, so I mean...
Well, Devil going to be going down here. It seems like Gambit trying to pick up a 7th round for themselves. We do have a tied scoreline right here. Kenny very low on health. This is a dangerous position to be in, very commonly naded. Trying to see if he can make it back out. You see those tracers right around his head. But he's going to survive for the moment. He's been, I think, considering that Gambit's actually been very good at shutting Kenny down in this game so far. They've had so many good grenades to take care of him. He's sort of doing all right. I think he has 9 kills right now. So generally speaking, he's not doing too bad. Yeah, 9 for him right there. Apex waiting at the edge, Space trying to shoulder peek that, but fails and drops the bomb. And there's Kenny picking up a 10th kill. And that will be 7-6.
There we go. I'm wondering how many of those kills have happened with the AWP. And also, the thing is, like, why I'm not a huge fan of where Kenny plays, it's like, okay, play cars a couple rounds, but then you have to start changing it up because teams are so accustomed to dealing with AWPers. Like Cajun B comes to mind, you know, the kind of guys who really just, that is my spot, and I'm not going to move from that spot. I'm literally going to sit here and dodge nades all day. Like, you need to actually be a little bit more versatile in your setup and how you're going to use Kenny, in my opinion, because Gambit, they should know how to set up flashes to block out and operate at cars. They should know how to put the smokes down to make his life difficult. And they should know how to get a barbecue going as well. Kenny, he roasts Hooch.
we are in the south, so it's only fitting. Apex picking up a great triple there to try and make their way through, and that's going to be an 8th round here for Envy. It's obviously no equipment going into that round for Gambit. This time they will have. Let's see if they can figure something out here. Doja, is he going to drop an AWP for Mo? I'm wondering.
Are they making fun of Apex or something? Like, Apex is just not smiling. You got Nex, and, you know, well, they're kind of giggling at him, and then Apex is like, nope, just focused, not talking at all.
Yeah, like Apex outside of the game is just like a very cheerful and happy person. I feel like he's one of the people who takes his own sort of responsibility to do well very seriously. Like, he's super self-critical, almost, I think, maybe too much sometimes, but he definitely worries a lot about whether or not he himself is performing well. We do have the auto sniper being picked up at MBK. It looks like Adren wants to make a really quick play here while Happy is just trying to slide up the box there. Kenny picking up a kill on Doja, but the smokes go in once again, and Happy to follow up on that flashbang, getting a double kill, and now he just has to stay alive for a moment if he can.
Yeah, it's that 1-2 combination. This is where it really shines. Beautiful work there from Mo to pick up the first. He's going to spot out Happy on the edge. Clean him out as well. Still a man advantage, though, for Envy, although as I say that, Hooch catches Apex on CT slope, and we're into NBK and Devil now with the retake. One coming from long, and one going to be moving up catwalk, so they're going to look to try and split this site, but they have no nades to work with to make their lives easier.
They have an auto sniper, and that does help a lot. It just does so much damage, and that's going to be a second kill as well, making it 9-6 in favor of Envy. And I've got to say, I think that's actually way too much of a good scoreline for them. I think Gambit have given up way too many rounds here in the first half.
Yeah, somehow, like some way, about halfway through the half, it kind of dropped off. Gambit, you know, they weren't able to start keeping control of Envyus's economy, keeping them low. They also, I mean, Gambit also got a little bit of a lucky break. They won an eco round as well. So, I mean, that definitely kind of wrecked things, but that Envyus just wrecked them right back. I think the turning point is really when Envy get that P250 save, like not even like a Tech 9 Kevlar, or Tech 9 obviously on CT is not going to work, but a 5.7 Kevlar Deagle, anything like that. No, it's like P250s, and then they save 4 AKs, and then it seems to just shift from there. That was the big moment for Envy. But we'll see. It's not done yet. Gambit definitely capable of getting the lockdown going on CT side, does too. So we'll find out how it plays after the break.
Oh, and with the amount of deep playoffs runs they've had.
Second half here, a lot of noise in my ears, all of a sudden very confusing. We do have Envy here with a 3-round lead up against Gambit. Second half on Dust, who is coming in. See if it's going to be interesting or not.
They aren't even hot micing us, they're hot micing the green room right now.
Now, that is dangerous.
That is like super dangerous.
There is a rule that says what happens in the green room stays in the green room so that all of us don't lose our jobs immediately. It will be all USPs, it seems, not a single upgraded pistol or anything else there coming out of Gambit, and no one either for Envy. They've just put Apex with a couple of flashbangs and a single smoke, trying to see if he could do something, so it'll be interesting to see what they have in mind.
And Hooch is only going so aggressive because he knows that Adrian is up here. But look at this, man. No fear, no respect. They're just taking the fight straight to Envy, pushing all the way up to top mid, and Adrian fluffs it, doesn't pick up a kill. Moo is there to take out Kenny, though. So it is back into a 4-on-4. Both teams taking damage. And when the dust settles, it actually favors Envyus, unless there was a moment. There was a moment where Doja could have turned it back, but Devil survives with 50 HP.
Hooch is in position, but he's very low on health, and that's a big problem here. Does have the box to cover him, but a single bullet is going to take him out. And that might unleash Envy onto this A-bomb site. Mo, though, is down there on long. And again, I think a slightly underrated player at the moment. See if he could maybe do something, because I don't think Hooch is going to be the main defense right now. They are trying to make the cross. Hooch picking up. That's a fantastic headshot, though. Looking for more and almost getting it. Doja picking up a kill on Apex. And now Bomb will be down, but it's a 2-on-3. And Doja, easy kill. Devil standing right up in it. And Space to pick out Happy. So that's going to be the round for Gambit here. Very important, I think, for them.
Oh, the slowest lurk in the history of lurks from Happy ends up biting them. I mean,
did Doja cough on his hands and high five? I may be imagining that. Either way, I feel like when you're teammates, you go through some weird stuff. I mean, that's just what it is, isn't it?
You share hotel rooms together. You share food. You share germs. Whatever. There you go. Sometimes hand sanitizer, man.
There are so many bad ways I feel we could go with this.
Absolutely, man.
Not even try.
Absolutely. I mean, dodging that. I mean, there's a few bad things here, such as Envy going for the force buy.
Ask Richard what it's like to share a hotel room with DDK. And Trent going to be coming around the corner, but he ends up going down. Hooch with a grenade kill so far, but this is a great round for Envy. They've got 3 kills and only lost Apex. But Trade, they definitely are happy to make. Space and Mo are left. Probably trying to see if they can get back in here and get a couple of kills. The bomb has gone down, but there's still a chance they could win this round, a very slim one.
They don't have any HEs or incendiaries. That would make life easy for them here, Gambit, in this retake. But if they keep peeking one after another, it's all going to fall apart. Envy, they get the bomb down. They have the afterplant. And yet somehow, Spaze is able to walk up and get a quad kill in the retake. Unbelievable. Envy are going to be kicking themselves. They know that they had that within their grasp.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like some rounds can almost be so successful in the beginning that the sort of success you experience in backfires a little bit, because you think, oh, great, we've totally got it, and then you just forget about playing basic Counter-Strike, which is not good.
Playing for the plant. They can't tap the bomb on the other side of the boxes, right? Catwalk. I mean, Happy really tried to force it there. Kenny gonna get spotted. That's the scout coming into play, basically. Moo getting a nice shot in from mid, and he's looking towards lower now, where, oh, he unscopes just as the man comes around the corner. That's a little bit frustrating. Apex could have taken a bullet to the face. Instead, he's going to take a flash. Still, nice peek coming in from Mo. He's so deadly right now at these mid doors. He just keeps landing shot after shot. He's going to get the follow-up onto Kenny. That's from earlier. He got the tag. And now Apex, oh, nearly hits it. Mo coming way too close.
Yeah, he's all the time aware that there could be people trying to rush him down, so he doesn't want to get too close and commit too far. But he's going to get the kill on Devil as well, drops the bomb in the middle. Still re-peeking against this Deagle I'm a little bit worried about. I think he's getting a bit too overzealous right now. This scout could be safe for a long time. There's no point in throwing anything away just for the sake of getting a couple more kills.
What is going on? I feel like we've been watching this ongoing battle for like 40 seconds now, and none of Gambit are rotating anywhere, trying to push anywhere when he's spotting like 2 players in mid. Nobody from Gambit pushing. Hooch will be able to shut down NBK. That was an upper dark. Mo gonna miss the shot onto Apex, who's already been tagged down to 15 HP. Happy's got 57, and he's got the bomb. But unfortunately for him, Hooch has not rotated off the site, and that's the bomb dropped in upper dark now. So it's all on Apex, 1v4, looking for the 1-dig. Well, with 30 seconds left, I mean, he's got the time to hunt. He's got the time to try and make it happen.
Oh, I kind of wish... Apex has a really good idea in mind, because he knows they have a scout, so he's thinking maybe instead of peeking window, he's going to jump peek that wall. So that's kind of a good... I mean, that's an accurate read, I would say. Just didn't work out this time. Kenny with the AWP and Mo with 1 on his side. And I like to see a slightly more aggressive Kenny here, you know? He is playing, like we said, very defensively. All of them were on the CT side. But now, why not step it up a little bit?
Kenny's looking for the gap shot. There's the jump, and there's the shot. Nicely done from Kenny. Drops Spaze down to 44 HP. And so this actually gives them a little bit of room to go off, or basically to work with here for Envyus. Now they know there's a man who's low on B site, so this might influence their call going into the mid round where they might want to try and go for a B split. They know that their job is slightly easier over there. But they're still going to go into a default setup, and they're still going to be thorough in clearing out the map. Apex not going to go up to catwalk, and instead it looks like Envyus are just gearing up for a straight up. This is a very straightforward approach now coming in from them, because the smoke goes up, and now they could just wait out the smoke and try and charge through. And it looks like Kenny might be actually given some time here to work with his AWP. We'll see if he can actually find a pick to open things up.
Yeah, the only dangerous thing about going upper is that Space still has his Molotov, so if you are wrong on the timing, you could get zoned out a bit and the push becomes staggered, so we'll see if that's gonna happen or not. Happy still holding over at long, so makes you wonder if they're worried that Gambit's gonna be pushing aggressively. Oh, but that's a shot from Kenny. Great stuff there. Could have even been a second kill on Hooch, who's in a lot of trouble right now.
He's alone, and they are just going to push right behind this. Everybody here from Kenny, well, from Kenny, starting with Kenny and the rest of Envy, they're going to go charging out onto the site. Free bomb plant for them. They even have the nades left over to stop Hooch from being able to get in here to have an impact on the round. Instead, it's going to have to be him just waiting for his teammates to rotate in from mid. And well, naturally, Happy is the one who's waiting, trying to cover lower dark. So we'll see if somebody decides to run into his crosshairs anytime soon here.
Happy with a kill that's going to settle the round. There's no point in Gambit going for it anymore. It was even questionable as to whether or not they should have done it in 4 versus 5. But ultimately, it doesn't really work out. Basically, what goes wrong, what happens in a round like this, and I'll explain it in a bit. We'll just see if they can all survive. And they should be able to survive the round, no problem. But the real problem that they were experiencing in a round like this, Gambit, is because Envy are essentially pushing in through upper dark, we end up in a situation where the only thing they could do, as soon as they lose space down, as soon as they lose space in the bomb site, Hooch goes out to check the middle, and they're hoping that it's going to be a mid-split, because then they have one coming in from CT spawn, and they have Hooch coming in from B. If they could get 1 or 2 kills in middle, then they could refocus on the B bomb site and go back and deal with that. So they kind of do that and don't find anyone middle, because Happy, very smartly, I think, was holding back here. And that sort of denies the whole play. Then they've just given up the B bomb site for nothing. They don't get anything in return. So, yeah, just a bit of a shame for Gambit, obviously, but great stuff for Envy. That couldn't have worked out better, really.
That's ideal. I mean, especially, well, it doesn't work. It works pretty good when you've got your boy Kenny with the AWP opening things up for you. That's going to make life real easy. Things can get complicated, though, because Hooch is pushed into lower dark, and there's a flank coming in from upper now. His teammates, MBK, calling it out to him, but Apex turns away from the push coming in from Hooch. Apex is going to be wondering what the hell's going on. If Kenny was watching mid, how the hell does Hooch get into lower dark like that? Still, only a 1-for-1 trade, so this isn't over yet for Envy in the round. Nice aggression from Gambit, though. This is really going to put Envyus on edge. Because now they can't get comfortable. Now they realize, right, okay, Gambit, they're willing to push us at any time.
It could end up wasting a lot of time, you're right. Suddenly they have to check a lot of things, or they could have tried to react really quickly to it if they had the manpower over at long. If you know there are 3 people in upper and lower dark, maybe you just try and go for it. Adrian picking up a good kill, but nice return from Kenny, who is alone on catwalk with the bomb. That makes me a little bit worried.
Agreed. A little nervous. And he's actually going to go for the peak, and now the bomb is committed to catwalk. Rotations coming out from Hooch. He's going to put himself in a position where he can watch mid, try and get eyes on catwalk. Happy, so slow getting up there. But Mo's already got the angle with the AWP. Are there any nades left? Yes, 2 smokes left here for Envyus to work with. So they can still try and get a smoke down, be sneaky about it, get that bomb back up, but they don't have much time to work with. 25 seconds left. So NBK, he's gonna clear out long. He spots Doja at cars, but unfortunately doesn't land the shot. And Mo now has to worry about long, but he won't for long. Especially because Happy picks him off. Happy with the follow-up attempt. Had he picked that shot up, it could have been big. That could have been the round right there. But instead, Mo, he's gonna hit that shot on NBK. And really, Kenny, I mean, this is like Kenny a Bolt, though. He's just like, I'm so confident in my ability to open things up that I will take this fight. Even though my teammates are all the way on the other side of the map right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like Kenny, you know, like the sort of the swiftness, the killer instinct. I don't say it's gone, but like I said, it's been sort of a while. I think it'll be back though. I don't think he's gonna be out of it forever. But the scoreline is 10-10, and Envy gotta be worried about that, especially because they don't really have a lot of equipment here. They have bought pretty much whatever they can. Happy with an AK as well. Adrian picking up 1, following up as well. 3 bullets left, and it is going to be a kill Really good stuff here for the Kazakhstani player. And now Happy going down as the last man. And that's Gambit taking the lead at 11-10. Winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds here on the second half.
And it's still been pretty consistent across the board here for Gambit. Adrian still leads the way with the kills. Mo right behind him, but it's still mid to high teens across the board for everybody. There's nobody really, you know, hanging back, not really getting the job done. On Envyus' side, it's pretty much the same story, apart from Devil, who seems to be lagging a little bit behind. But I mean, very even match so far. And as I say that, Mo's going to find the pick on Kenny to start things off. And Mo, again, he's just dominating this mid portion of the map. Flash is going to allow Apex to push into lower dark, but Mo is quick and he manages to get out of it. And so they maintain that man advantage, Gambit. This should be, well, apart from Doja wanting to go aggressive at Longhouse, that could actually come back to haunt them.
Good flash combo there to allow Apex to pick up the kill, but they don't know about Doja yet. Now they are definitely going to know. That's Apex going down. Bit of a shame. Doja could just fall back and play it safe, but he's going to look for more headshots as Envy are trying to look for a bomb plant here. It looks like they're going to be successful. Adrian actually can't stop that. So big round win here for Envy. Not a lot invested. Getting a kill, getting a bomb plant, and Happy not going to get anything. Still a triple kill for Doja. And we will be looking at a 12-10 scoreline.
The perfect timing from that man right there on your screen to push off from Longhouse. As soon as Mo goes down, he's thinking, right, they might be going for that quick B split, some kind of split play through mid. If I get in behind them, this could work. And it does actually pan out nicely. Envyus, and they kind of just sack. I think that Happy heard Doja push, and then he communicated that. But then they focused on Catwalk and just left Apex alone to deal with it. Not really sure what happened there with Envy, if that was communicated or not. But it does look like a timeout. Tactical as well, not a technical.
You only get one, so now it's not a bad time to. They're only 2 rounds behind, so it's not at the point where you're so tilted that you can never come back, right? So maybe this can work out. There is a decent amount of money on Gambit though, and they will be buying into this one, including Kenny who could buy the AWP. Where is he spawned? That's always an interesting question. Sort of in the middle of the site, so or the middle of the zone. So won't we be running for long, I guess? What's I mean,
seeing a lot of head shaking coming out of NBK right now. But NBK is more of NBK. What happens with him is he tends to come into these timeouts, into halftime, etc. He's not really giving too much on like the tactical side of things. He's really just trying to big his teammates up and get them believing in themselves again, right? Like he's that kind of, I don't want to say leader, but that's how he has an impact on the team. So he's like, I can hear him right now. He's just saying, you know, you have to run. You have to run. You can't stop. You have to run. Like it's just stuff like that. Where it's just like reminding his teammates, like, right, this is kind of what you have to do to make a T side work, guys.
I was going to say, I don't want him saying stuff like that because I feel like that should be self-evident at this point. But it is weird, isn't it? Like, how do top players forget things like that? And that's why whenever I sort of wish we could take the word confidence and break it down and sort of specify even further exactly what it means. But maybe that could be a sort of an interesting quest in the future to try and figure out how do players feel about that aspect of the game.
Happy's just like, shut up, NBK. I don't actually care about what you have. Just got a little something here real quick. Let me get it out. What is that?
Oh, no.
Then I think I could have swore I heard Hastro. Hold on. Yeah, he's actually here. I thought I heard a laugh there.
Yeah.
Oh, we showed Lake earlier. We should show Hastro at some point, just so you guys know what I'm talking about. The owner of Envy is here.
We had Jason Lake, and we got Mike as well. Definitely a good time. Yeah, maybe they're debating, should we have played a little bit less Overwatch before coming to this, you know? Is that the problem? I don't know, man. Don't know.
I don't know. MBK tweets a lot about COD these days, you know? He's got that scuff gaming handset.
Right,
what's it called?
Right. No,
controller?
I know exactly what we do. The custom-made controllers. Yeah, I know what you mean.
There you go.
23rd round is coming up here, and still an open game, I would say. Envy, they should be pretty good at this T side, I hope. So, just need to find something that works. While Adrian is pushing up very aggressively, but Devil is on the other side. He's sort of seeing this coming. He's got the AK and does a little bit of damage, spots it out, and that in itself is enough, but they weren't expecting Doja. Happy's even there, sort of slightly guarding it, but there's not even going to be any kind of a return, so that's got to be very frustrating for Devil.
This is where Devil needs to like walk across and actually just slap Happy real quick. because you're both watching the same angle. Apex and Happy will bring it back. So Happy kind of redeems himself there. Apex will lead the way, but that's real frustrating as far as the setup is concerned. Devil is counting on Happy to watch long house so that he can watch top mid. So a little bit of a breakdown there in the setup for Envy, but still, they managed to stabilize. They have the man advantage now. Still good nades to count on as well. Mo up close, point blank will shut down Happy. But the bomb is not lost. It's still out at top mid. So, I mean, now we have to see where Envy want to go from here. 3 versus 3.
The way that Mo runs down so long, you think he's dead. Like, he's making a lot of noise. He's got an AWP close range. He obviously needs time to scope, and still, that somehow works out. But Adrian coming into it with a kill on Apex there. 35 seconds as they're trying to make their way up long, and actually somehow all of Gambit have rotated into the B bomb site. So now might be a time to smile a little bit if you're an Envy fan, because they've just been given a chance. But that shot from Adrian, that's through the smoke as well, not the AWP, just the M4 to take one down. This would be a good time for Kenny to show that he's still got it. It's a 1-on-3. He's got the AWP, and they're going to be creeping in from all angles. He's got a lot to cover, and they have time because they do have the kit. He's looking a little bit down and long here. And Kenny, there's the first fight, taking down Space. Mo trying to jump. He's going to miss that shot, and he goes down to Adrian. That's a third kill coming in, and he's right now doing extremely well. 22 kills right now on Adrian. Definitely running away a little bit with the show. Man, that was Envy being given a big chance there, and they just couldn't follow through on it.
No, and it can't really come down to like a 1v3 like that, especially. Oh, that's just brutal, brutal. But I think the biggest thing here for Envy are just like, what is going on? We're 3-on-3, and they're pushing all over the place. Like, these guys, they show no fear. Envyus are expecting these guys to be playing from the bomb sites, waiting for them to set up, and then the fight happens on the bomb site, not on catwalk at mid, where Adrian is just like, hey, sup, shoots him in the face. That's not supposed to happen. So Envy, they've got to be feeling real confused right now, because this is just an ultra-aggressive CT style that's coming out from Gambit. Not going according to plan. But, I mean, Mo, again, it's either Hooch or it's Mo, but somebody's peeking into lower dark almost every round, and there's the shot. This time, Mo not going to hit it. Mo is not going to hit it, rather.
They're pretty good with the flashbangs to get rid of that position, but just 3 more rounds of Gambit here, and Envy are going to be left feeling maybe a little bit cheated. Kenny's in the middle. Could be another B split coming out. If they check catwalk and don't go for it, my guess would be that could be the plan here.
Crisp teamwork there. That's nice.
Yeah, they've been pretty good at that. I feel like they're doing all right. I just feel like there's a lack of commitment to whatever they're doing. Like, we're not seeing that really explosive sort of aggressive style coming out. Grenades are coming in, jumping down into CT spawn and almost catching, or actually will be catching Adrian. Hooch going to be going down as well, so a good 2-for-1 trade here. Space charging out and dropping the bomb for a moment. There's still a 2-on-3.
And Happy hears the footsteps. Or he should have been close enough to hear the footsteps. He certainly does hear it now. Gonna drop right behind Mo. Easy kill for him. Picks off the Opper, and now it's Doja in a 1v3. And Doja really all he can really hope for here is to pick off Happy and maybe pick up that AWP, try and save that. Best case is that he saves his M4, but we'll see how he decides to play it. Seems like, yeah, he wants to drop on the edge of the boxes. If he can actually make his way down to pick up that AWP, that would be pretty huge for him. But Apex has got it now, so there really shouldn't be much of a chance here for Doja.
Just a great mid to B split that also features the dropout from catwalk. That's very hard to deal with. So quite a good job there on Envy, I would say. Putting a little bit of tactics into it as well.
Yeah, timing as well. Like, that's key to have the proper timing to actually make that play happen. Still, somehow, okay, there's an NBK there to save the day. I was about to say, if Doja waited this entire time and he still kills the man with the AWP, that would have been nuts. But yeah, it was Apex. Huge round for him in the end, really. 2 kills, both of them key.
Looking quite focused at the moment.
We really haven't seen much B action either from Envy so far on this T side for them, so it's good to see that they're capable of changing it up. They aren't getting too predictable, just hitting A non-stop. You need to spice it up sometimes, Anders. Head towards the voluptuous ladder to make it happen there.
Mo is in the middle, and again, being very aggressive here, but he's not really got any backup, so Adrian finally walking in behind him. That's good news. Gonna miss the shot, though. A couple of grenades raining in. Does really no damage at all. Kenny will take him down, so a bit of a start here. So we make it 4-on-5. Flashbang in from Apex and could catch Hooch off guard. Very, very simple idea, but it works quite well.
And now they know that there's only going to be one man alive on this B site. They've killed off 2 of the mid players. And so NBK is waiting for the aggressive push to come into Upper Dark, and he doesn't show himself. This is brilliant. Spaze doesn't have a whole lot to go off of now. He's going to be frustrated. Now the question is whether he fully commits to it, and he will. He's been spotted, though. Game is up, and NBK will find the kill for free. So now the rotation has come in. That's bought enough time for Doja to actually make his way into mid, but Kenny, still sitting at top, is going to find the kill on him. And everything has just panned out perfectly. In these last 2 rounds for Envy, it's all fallen into place so nice and neat. They punish Gambit for going aggressive, and then they just win every duel from there on out. And now it's just Adrian, or rather Adrian, he's going to be able to save that AWP, or he should be able to at least pick it up. Now, a question of whether he's going to be able to save it or not. Envy are really hunting aggressively for him.
Yeah, and that's a headshot as well, so no chance at all. Devil will take him down, and Envy 1 step closer to equalizing the score here. Oh, that's a good little bit there. The grenade in front to cause a bit of a distraction. Kenny doing some work here.
Yeah, Kenny, at least now he's breaking even. 17-17, you guys can see. Having a bit of an impact on the round, 75 on average. Damage, that is. But this is Envyus' big chance. 12-13. They're still trailing by 1 round, but Gambit are on eco now. Kenny with a missed gap shot. That's going to be a little bit frustrating for him. But at least he managed to spot the info. Knows that this is a standard default kind of hold coming out here from Gambit. That they've spread the defense out across the map, that they aren't exactly stacking anywhere. There's nothing to really throw Envyus off guard. No smoke in mid, nothing like that to try and hide info. And so Envyus are going to go back into their kind of default hold, right? Meet default with default and then play the round out from there.
And in that kind of scenario, I'm going to favor the default that has the guns. That's just me.
Unless they get CSGO'd, in which case, well.
You never know. They are playing very, very carefully here, Envy. And again, I mean, we should credit them for it, right? It's what you're supposed to be doing if you want to be safe and all of that. It's just not a style that I identify with Envy, right? So, doesn't mean it can't work. I mean, everyone is allowed to reinvent themselves and come up with sort of a new way of playing the game. But it makes you wonder.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Ugh, long spray. That's where you kind of just clench, right? You're just like, is he gonna live?
Good round for Apex. Quad kill without taking any damage at all. And they even got the AWP there. So that ties up the scoreline at 13-13. Envy starting to come alive and get back into it. Apex with 23 kills, Adrian with 24. And those are the 2 top fraggers on the server right now. And maybe that's going to be the battle that we'll have to look out for here. Both of them riflers, and we'll see if Apex should do something for his team to make it all the way through.
Well, this is the main thing, is right. You know, this gets brought up a lot. Apex, he's the linchpin for Envy. It's because he's the entry fragger. Right now, we have Kenny who's taking point towards Longhouse, trying to play off that spawn, trying to find a kill. But when it comes into like an execute kind of play, Apex is the one who's charging into the fight. And so if your entry fragger is finding a kill or 2 every time, it makes your life a whole lot easier when you're on the T side. All of a sudden, the defense is weak, and you can charge in with the rest of your team. That's why Apex is like the linchpin for Envy, why he's so important for all of his teams, why he's always been so important for all of his teams. He is that like pure entry fragger. So right now he's hitting shots, and that's definitely solid. That's going to be that feel-good moment there for Envy, where it's like, right, okay, Apex is doing his part. Now we need to do the rest. We need to support this guy.
Just checking out what's on Catwalk, but not finding anyone there. Gambit, almost it seems, being forced to be a little bit less adventurous. They're further back on the map. You don't see them pushing middle right now. I think they might be a little bit scared, and that's a real problem. I mean, if that was the plan going into this game, then I almost feel like they should sort of stick with it and keep the pressure up on Envy, because now that they're letting the pressure go, jumping out, is that a run boost?
That was a run boost,
wow, yeah. That's very impressive. And leg shot coming in on Devil, but Apex, again, opening up and now taking out Adrian, who's the top fragger on their team. So that's going to be a really good trade. The bomb is down, and it is a 4 versus 5.
For Catwalk as well. So now you just watch the likely spots. They aren't even challenging. Nothing free to come in. Devil will find a long-range shot onto Hooch. And it's Doja working his way up Catwalk, but easy pickings for Kenny when he's out in the open. Mo gonna miss his flick, and that's pretty much it. It's done. So it's all on Spaze now to survive. And Apex doesn't even let him do that. Literally jumps on his face. 3 kills for Apex in that round. And yeah, it was the run boost. Who was it that got sacked, though? Or we're falling Apex. Yeah, it's Apex. He literally just throws himself. Talk about going in first, right? Just like This is almost like a cartoon where he gets put in a cannon and they just blast him at their enemies.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. I mean, it's not easy to try and do. We've got Shocks as well watching. You got Scream earlier with the tweet. Shocks obviously used to be on the Envy lineup, but still supporting, still cheering for his whole team. And that's I think that's good news. I like it.
He's a generous god. Shoxy, that is. You know, just like, hey, I've won something now with G2 after being cast out into the wild. Now I can go ahead and cheer for Envy a little bit. You know, let's see them have some work.
Time. So tactical timeout for Gambit this time around. See if they could stop what's happening and bring themselves back in the game here.
This is the frustrating one though for Gambit, because Envy, they took their tactical timeout before a full buy, right? They had 6,000 across the board. They're going to get to buy whatever they want. So whatever you come up with during that break, great. You have everything you need to back it up. Gambit, they're sitting on $3,000 across the board. So if they come out of this round into a buy, it's an awkward one. It's not an easy one. And Doja just looks perplexed, man. Like,
it's like he's trying to create more memes, you know? Just the way that could be captioned so well. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, what's the plan here? Because the problem is when you go very aggressive early in a half, and that works for a while and then it sort of stops working because they know how to shut it down, you can't go back to playing defensively and then revert to playing aggressively again. That very rarely works. So either they have to come up with a sort of a different kind of aggression, or they just need to tighten up their defense, maybe especially on that A bomb side. I feel like the B splits that have been going on was really mostly that one round, right, where they end up sort of walking right into B. It's not so much of a split, where Kenny opened it up. So I'm really curious if what Gambit are going to show us here. If they don't have the money, so probably not going to be just yet.
This is fantastic to see Envy talking this much. Because when Envy struggle, they kind of clam up. A lot of the teammates, like a lot of the players, they don't really speak too much. So it seems to fall on Apex to talk a lot, at least in the past. But everybody's talking on Envy right now. They even had the high five chain going on. So, I mean, they're pumped. They're ready to take this. It's Gambit now who are definitely struggling. Three players on the B side as well to start here for Gambit. So they are trying to meet and say, right, we'll try and set a little bit of a trap here and see if the Frenchmen walk into it. They've completely left mid open for Gambit. So it's just like two extremities of the map. Envyus have been aggressive on both extremities, so let's see what's in store for us, except that Envy are not interested in actually giving any kind of opening here for Gambit. They're so far back on the map. Apex is pretty much the furthest one up. And he's in lower dark. NBK just now getting into upper dark from T-spawn.
It's like previous rounds here. I feel like Envy are really committed to not losing any silly rounds due to, you know, overcommitting somewhere or rushing into a bomb site or anything like that. Gambit though making a bit of noise over here, and NBK is going to be the lead man walking in. Actually, it looks like he wanted to check the top of the box there. A lot of players coming through, and so far, trading 1 for 1. Now the Deagle is out for Apex, but he's low on health. Going to end up falling back, but that's some good confirmation. They know there were two people in that bomb site out on long. Happy waiting for Adrian to make that move. And that should be the round here. I mean, 4 and 3, yes, but the bomb is down. There's no kit. They have that one M4 to save.
It's just bizarre. All right, well, we can talk about that. I'd love to see that round from Apex's perspective behind NBK, because what, was he holding a nade in his hand or something? Like, how does that get so far out of hand? I guess he had to run up from lower dark and he wasn't there fast enough.
No.
Still, this is awkward.
Oh, no.
No, this could be brilliant, dude. Don't go, oh, no.
Yeah.
Go, oh, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about it from Envy's point of view. He does not have a kit, so if he taps it now, he won't make the defuse. He has to wait until they're a bit further away, and there it is. Kenny hears it. Going to be jumping. If he had the kit, it could have been very interesting, but now there's simply no time. Yeah, Hooch. This is the mad thing. Kenny, I actually, this is the weird part. If we look at Kenny's shot, we're going to see something really strange, which is I'm quite sure Kenny did see Hooch being close, but then he got the kill on the guy in the background, and then he probably thought, yeah, well, I don't actually know what Kenny thought. Did he think that he had just disappeared? Very confusing.
Yeah, well, just a hair-raising round, but this has been such a close first map between both of these teams. Both teams showing a lot of fight. 29th round, 13-15, Gambit trailing, looking for the 2 rounds to tie it up and take it to overtime. And they go aggressive with Adrian. He's kind of hanging around on catwalk. He isn't pushing to top mid. But Gambit have definitely kind of gone back to, right, we'll give up long. We're going to go into this 2-1-2 setup, and we'll just have Adrian kind of hanging around trying to apply some pressure to lower dark. And Apex is about to, well, no. Is he going to eat the HE? He might. It's just going to be short.
I mean, it was a tactical timeout for Envy, and then they went into a 5-round sort of win streak here. That's obviously pretty big news, and it's something we always talk about with the top teams, how that tactical timeout could really come into play. So they've made really good use of it, and that's obviously exciting to see. Gambit need to play for overtime now. Try and see if they can get themselves back in the game. Again, Apex with a flash, but not going to peek behind it this time.
Super sick flash, though, where Hooch is playing from. He's full white. Doesn't even see it coming either. It does look like they want to put some pressure on Catwalk. Delayed flash. Apex goes jumping out in CT. That'll get communicated, but not before Apex can pick off Hooch. Adrian is there, but he's low on bullets, down to 2, and he has to reload. Gives some space here for Envy to work their way up onto the site. Devil looking for the flank on Adrian, but Doja's there to keep Adrian alive, and this is definitely looking better here for Gambit. Now NBK stuck at Gandalf. You shall not pass unless Happy is there to get the flank. The perfect time for Happy to step out of the open.
Yeah, that couldn't have been better. Now it's all on Mo. He's going to get the 1 kill in. Bomb, defuse. Oh, sorry, bomb can't actually cancel, but Kenny picks up the kill regardless with the Tech 9, and that's going to be 16-13 there. Looked like that could have gone horribly wrong, but Envy making it back, winning 6 rounds in a row at the end of this half to 16-13. What a way to close it out. That's going to be incredibly frustrating for Gambit because they had sort of set that game up very nicely. They were so far ahead at one point.
They were. They had control of the situation. They had broken the economy for Envy. And yeah, you can see the frustration. I mean, it's evident. They know how close they were to actually, you know, getting a pretty big upset win over Envy. Despite Envy's recent struggles, right? With the quality of player on Envy, you need to expect them to win versus Gambit. So Gambit, they definitely know that they came close, especially with this like early team play in the half. Envy just looks so shaky. So they were able to calm down. Maybe it's NBK with the pep talk during the timeout, but it made all the difference. And so we'll hear from the analyst desk after this break.
So Envyus take the first map in this series, but it wasn't very convincing. It was about as convincing as Moses in a two-pay. So
I'd still like to see it.
That's quite an opening line you've got there.
It's all right.
It's a strong opening Gambit.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, that was terrible.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow. Can we get one of them hooks?
Get one of
just
crook.
come and just
The teleprompter was turned off.
Problem is
my jokes weren't loaded in.
The last crook they had on this show, I mean, he had to be replaced.
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. What wasn't a good one was Team Envyus' performance on this map. Just really, really struggling from start to finish. And keep in mind, we set this up, you know, Gambit, yeah, they played very well. But there was lots of rounds that really Envyus had to dig deep. They had to rely on ecos, mistakes from Gambit, and of course Gambit, as we had said, they're not really, they don't like to play this map a lot. It's not something that they do a great deal of.
No, they gave a great accounting for themselves, actually. I mean, what's funny is you look at this game, Envyus won it. I feel like the only reason Envyus were ever in trouble is they were constantly giving away these chances. I mean, anytime they were in a post-plant situation, they would just peek. They played with no synergy, no communication. That's the key. If I had to pick one quality for where I think Envyus went downhill in this game and over the last few months from their peak period, it wouldn't even be skill or any player performance. It would just be communication. They still look like they have very poor in-game communication for a pro-level team, Yeah,
there were a lot of, I mean, this round perfectly that we just talked about because there are a lot of basic fundamental errors that Envy's making that we don't see out of them. If you take the names off this, I mean, there were stretches of this match where, you might have thought this was like a North American team with some of the mistakes that they make. They're just like, this is something a pro team should know. And it's gotten to the point now where I feel when we talk about Envy, I almost want to like just forget the entirety of the past and the legacy they've had in the past because this is just such a different team now. And if you put it in the context of where these players and this team has been, you would say this was even in this win, this was a very ugly,
and
bad
at this stage,
win.
it doesn't matter. You're absolutely right, Roses. And I got to highlight Devil. I know people are going to say, Richard, this is like crazy. This is like getting a bit borderline creepy now. But this performance from him, this typifies what he's about. Just terrible ADR, really low kills. And I do not understand, because keep in mind how close this game was. Keep in mind NBK had to dig them out of this big hole several times with like scout wins and auto sniper wins. And
Apex had one of his games.
Yeah, and Apex had one of his games, and they've still narrowly won. And meanwhile, this guy is just dead weight. It's unbelievable, and he does it time and time again. Statistically, he is never up to snuff. Never.
I think that's the biggest fear in this match was that Apex, he's always had that ability as the player when he goes off, when he has a really good game, I mean, Envy just wins it. And this was, I mean, against a team like Gambit, this wasn't even tier 1 competition. Apex went off. He had 28 kills. His ADR was up at the top, and they still had a very close win that they had to battle for. So that's a very worrying sign when you have a player who usually just brings you those wins in that situation. Now you still have to fight for it.
But this the thing though. I think the position Devil's in at the moment is that I do not see what he's bringing to the team. He might be a great teammate,
Well, here's the thing. You're actually required by the bylaws of the tournament to have 5 players. It doesn't matter what anyone says about other players elsewhere and jokes. You have to actually have a human body that is warm, flesh and blood, has a pulse, sitting in the chair, moving the mouse. Now, it doesn't have to click mouse 1 necessarily. That's not required. Some players don't do that. TSM players, for example. But you have to literally have 5. But as far as I can tell, that's all he's doing at the moment. Like, even this whole aspect, the idea that they've moved into the in-game leader role, this is the problem I have with Envyus is, it kind of reminds me, in a weird sense, to tie it into Virtus Pro. Whenever Virtus Pro changes their in-game leader, what impresses me is, even when they change it to a totally different player, they keep the same style, but in a good way. They keep what works. What's weird about Envyus is, as they've gone from in-game leader to in-game leader to in-game leader, nothing's really changed. It feels like they still do the same things. Players play the same way, so in that sense,
they're making the same mistakes.
But in that sense, yeah, that's where I could have given Devil some leeway for the bad performance. Now, if he'd sort of like, he's done something to their T sides and he's fixed that up, and so, okay, now he's allowed to be the lower fragger because he's fixing it and he's the in-game leader. Is he really doing anything different? I mean, if I took the name off there and didn't tell you he's the in-game leader, I don't know, you'd be able to guess.
Yeah. Well, we won't pile it on too much. We are going to take a break. We'll have plenty of time for that later, I'd wager. They're going to be up against it. So we're going to move into Cobblestone. We'll take a look at that after this commercial break. Will it be the Devil you know, or will it be somebody else? We'll find out. Make sure you join us. So, Envyus labored to a win over Gambit on just 2. They now play Cobblestone. It's a map where we know that Gambit play this one. They play it often. They've beaten Envyus on this map. Envyus, as you can see, bit of a mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get. So this series, anything but in the books. Gentlemen, you can see the teams are in the huddle, and they're going to be discussing what they're going to do. How do you see this one going down? I mean, all the numbers and everything, and that map that we just saw, it all points to Gambit.
I will tell you one thing that points away from Gambit is actually that was a massive performance out of Adren on Dust 2. Actually, 4 members of Envy. I mean, they were over ADR than the rest of the Gambit team. Adren was the only one who was competing in it. I mean, everyone else was for Gambit was like 65 ADR or below for that whole map, and then Adren was at 100 ADR. And 4 members from Envy actually beat that 65 mark. So that's a little bit worrying that it was just basically that one individual effort out of Adren. I mean, it is hard because with Gambit winning that, I still have Envy taking this. I still think Envy's going to end up being the stronger team. I think they, despite some of the struggles, I think they have the star power, which is going to dig you out of those close nail-biting situations.
Right, well, this is where we go point counterpoint, because Doran's going to come in and absolutely wreck you.
Yep, I know, I'm waiting for it.
See,
I loved it up.
The problem for me is stylistically, like I said in the pregame, what I think is good for Gambit here is they have solid executes on T-side. And the area where I've noticed Envyus struggle on this map is their CT holds, actually. That's where they've had a lot of issues. Like, they had that game against the team that's now Immortals, when they were actually Tempo Storm, where it was a 16-14 loss, where they had a terrible CT side. They gave up so many rounds that even when they did a monster T side, they actually lost the game. It was a very close, narrow loss. That's where I've seen them have a lot of their issues. And so I feel like add in their weak CT side and the strong T side of Gambit, that's going to give Gambit a nice edge there. Meanwhile, for the Gambit players, I mean, at the moment, Envyus players individually aren't performing like above and beyond the normal level we expect. So I actually feel like skill-wise at the moment, especially when you add in the devil factor, it's actually pretty even across the server here. So I think you add all factors together, I'm actually feeling Gambit to take this one. Admittedly, it's Cobblestone, so should probably still be a close margin of error.
And we've been on Kenny S watch as well. Obviously, one of the things we've been doing in Eleague, and not so much for you aficionados who are watching us on Twitch, but to kind of help us ease into the consciousness of the TV viewer. We've been picking out players that have been, you know, to focus storylines on. So we've been watching Kenny S today. What do we make of him? Where's the temperature?
Very hit and miss, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
like there was times when he would do, you know, like a one-on-one AWP peak, where the Mo, I mean, plays fairly standard style, you know, he sits at the spots you expect from the AWPer. And I was actually amazed how many times Mo picked him in those scenarios. That old Kenny S had super fast firing speed like that. I mean, he was a master at those sorts of AWP duels, you know. Seemed a bit off there. So, I mean, he could still kill other players, certainly, and he could still hold static spots, but that's not the Kenny S I remember who just moved around the map and was just a terror.
It's another one of the same situations, as I said, with Envy, where you actually kind of want to forget the context, the history of this team. Same with Kenny. You almost want to just like forget the fact that he was this god-tier AWPer, where he was the best in the world, where he was carrying teams through for months, being the solo player with this AWP, just carrying them to wins. That Kenny doesn't seem to be around anymore, and that's the big thing. Saw some uncharacteristic, a couple misses on easy shots that he had, and that is a little bit worrying.
But we saw this evolution before, again, back in the Titan days. Duncan and me, we used to watch these matches. He dropped 50 kills, still lose, and eventually just took his toll on his morale to the point where he didn't even perform anymore, and they had to switch it up.
I think there's a key factor at play in the Envyus era, though, which is that for me, the reason why they've been stuck in kind of like a no man's land is because the vicious cycle of the fact that they don't give him like the full structure that Titan did, where you base everything around him and you put him in his spot, like they do with Guardian and Na'Vi, to get his kills, but then the responsibility is you've got to get those kills. Because they don't put that structure around him, he's not playing as well as he could be and as effectively. But on the other hand, I can understand why you can't justify doing that, because he's not playing well enough to demand that stuff. So that cycle right there, I don't know what you do with that. So
10-22. Now then, so predictions.
All right,
well, we're on fire today, boys.
We're really bringing the A game to the desk today. Like, you never guess it was a Tuesday. So quick predictions. Moses, you're going to go with Envyus, right?
Yeah, I think their biggest thing is they're missing confidence, but I'm definitely going to stick with Envy.
And Duncan, this is Gambit.
This is Gambit's one. This is going to be a tied series.
All right, great thoughts, guys. Not so much from me. Anyway, we'll do our map fly through a cobblestone, and you can get back into the action. Anders and Sebler.
Don't even know anymore what's happening on this desk. It's Gambit versus Envy, though, and we are heading into Cobblestone. Bit of a split on the decisions there. Not quite sure which way it's going. I mean, after that first map, I can kind of understand that. I feel like I was maybe expecting Envy to come up with a bit more power. They did sort of edge it out at the end, but going into Cobblestone, what do you think?
I mean, this used to be their stomping ground, right? This used to be the map that they could count on to get the job done. Although a couple of their players have had shaky performances on the past in this map, they were pretty long ago. So we should be expecting to see Envy have once again the edge. And it's on call. I mean, yeah, that's the main thing. It's just like Kenny. I don't think that Kenny will ever forget his performance at Cologne on this map, and neither will we. But NBK doesn't have to think about anything anymore. He's dead.
Yeah, and that was Adrian with a very good kill, and as long as he can peek down here, he's getting us some really good information. Does realize that Kenny is still in the corner. That's so frustrating for Envy now. It's hard for them to surprise anyone with like a big rush or a big execute here, because as long as they know Kenny's there, it's only really 3 other terrorists on the map that they have to worry about. Now they're going to try and see if they can push him back a bit, and that's definitely a good choice here. Dren still taking the fight. Flashbang coming in as well. And we still have a 4-on-5 on our hands here with Envy getting a little bit of control back.
What's important is that Kenny is the one carrying the utility. So he's the one who's supposed to set up the nades. If he dies, you lose 2 flash grenades. All you get is the smoke off of him. So you absolutely want to keep Kenny alive at this point so that you can get that utility into play. And there we go. The smoke goes out, followed by the flash. Kenny still has 1, but Spades and Doja are going to find big kills. Adrian on the site, or rather on plateau, is going to shut down Kenny. That drops the bomb, and it's all unhappy now in a 1v3.
Man, what an unfortunate start here. I mean, I think as soon as Kenny gets trapped in that corner... Oh, grenade though, is it going to attack him? Yeah, 1 health left on Adrian, so he's going to be going down. Happy looking for a bit more. He's got the triple. He's essentially looking for the ace clutch here, and there's the quad kill. Now it's a 1-on-1, Doja versus Happy, and does he realize he's back there? It seems like it. Happy just needs a single headshot here, and it's going to be all done with. And 10 seconds left. He has to find Doja before the clock runs down. Doja sneaking around the corner. There comes the Tech-9. He's looking for the ace, but he's not going to get it. Doja will take him out, and that's in the last second almost. Gambit are going to win the round. Man, that could have been it.
You know, deep breath there, right? Because you're holding it the entire time as Happy creeps closer and closer. If he'd had an extra 5 seconds to work with, who knows what would have happened there, but he was able to force the fight. He just wasn't able to find the headshot at the end. And he even had that raid boss strat going, right? Where he had the Tech-9 and the Kevlar. It was looking so good. Still, just a shaky start, and quite a performance from Adrian on the site. I mean, on plateau. Why do I keep saying the site? On the plateau, where he was playing from. I mean, he drops Kenny. He got the first kill on NBK. Adrian really just threw a wrench in things for Gambit. You can't count on Happy to get a quad kill or an ace clutch every round, right? You need to find out how to deal with Adrian before you get anywhere else.
So around where they buy a lot of deagles, which I kind of feel like, as we were seeing earlier with compLexity, how much success they had rushing this bomb site with Tech-9 armor. I kind of would have wished that Envy would have gone for that instead of the deagles, because the deagles sort of imply that you're looking for slow battles, long fights there. Doja with the shoulder peek to just spot out Apex and falls back immediately. And Dren is playing on the new stairwell there.
He seems to really want to take advantage of this position. It's a pretty smart place as well with the shotgun, considering they have to run up the plateau to get control of that part of the map if they want to make a play towards B. But right now, Envyus, they've kind of left themselves open. They have some options because they're starting to work back towards A. They want to see if they can't catch somebody out of position here, and it nearly works. Devil almost caught out with a nade in his hand there. Very close call. HE right dead on, and they stack up. NBK taking monstrous damage, and Mo's still alive, but he'll eventually get run down by Devil. Hooch alive in Little Hut, though. He's going to be able to get the trade kill, and we're into a 4-on-4 take onto the A site.
Oh, that's a good transfer. Picks up a double, jumps to try and find that shot from Devil, who does pick up a double kill, and looking for a third one. Not going to happen, though. It's an expensive round for Gambit. Losing 3 players, maybe a little bit unfortunate. Third round is coming up, but Envy won't be able to buy anything yet. So you got to expect that Gambit can make up for this in the upcoming round. But look at this transfer here from Hooch. That's pretty good.
That's a brutal one. With the FAMAS as well. That isn't easy. One of the more tricky guns to actually get a clean spray with. So definitely, I mean, solid work still. 2 guys surviving, though. Not ideal. They did save the FAMAS, but still, it was definitely a little bit too close for comfort there for Gambit. So we'll see. This is a round where Gambit, they should be feeling pretty good, though. They've got the shotgun. They have the MP9 on move, so hopefully he's going to be the one picking up some kills. You definitely want him to get that SMG money, get that extra 600, and he is going to line them up and only pick up the 1 kill. Somehow 2 players for Envy survive on 4 HP each. So sometimes that's just the way it goes, Anders.
Yeah, I mean... 1 more bullet maybe could have tagged up both of them, and that would have been a much better trade, obviously. The question is still sort of does it really matter in terms of the outcome of the round? Then probably not, right? I love that gangster style that Devil's pulling there.
I'm just more like clenching my teeth because it's just like Apex, don't slip and pull it, you know, pull the trigger when your teammate's got 4 HP.
Yeah, Adrian here. Molotov to go out. If it had landed on the other side, that could have been a little bit interesting. Doja's going to get a chance to do something, but it'll be the max 7 instead here to do a lot of kills in. And the round will still go in favor of Gambit. So 3-0, and now is the real test for Envy. Can't really buy the AWP early on, but you don't really need it so much on the terrorist side. I think it's all right.
No, it's... Oh, but Kenny is actually going to be able to just snake it.
Now, see, that on the other hand, I don't think is a good idea.
Because they're so light on nades?
Mostly because I feel like most of the places where you could try and sneak in and get like a, you know, sneaky kill with the AWP to open up the round with, you're likely to receive a lot of grenades in return. And without the armor, that's a bit of an issue. So that's my big worry, is that without the armor, he's going to run right into an AG. Or he's going to play so defensively because he's afraid of that there won't be much point in having it anyway. So that was my reasoning.
That's fair. I mean, they want to try and get clever and boost him up so you can look over that smoke in case Adrian decides to peek on the plateau to get info later on in the round. Kenny will be in a prime position to try and pick him off. But already Gambit showing that they're not interested for now. They've got the nades, so they're making use of them. Apex, though, finally going to make his play for drop. So that comes down to Doja. Who's going to win the duel? Apex just comes around the corner, rips his head off. Will get traded by Spades, though. And nobody in position for Envyus to trade the kill or try and follow up on it. So Apex just getting a little ahead of himself there. Trying to be the hero.
Doja being, like, very, very loud when he walked in there, just running and stomping all over the place. So Apex had a pretty good clue, I think. They don't have any Molotovs to get rid of Adrian on this position, so that's a bit unfortunate for them. They got to get close to the max 7, but a good opening there. NBK shutting it down and moving closer, getting a second kill as well. Looking for the third click. It's going to be Kenny to take care of Space and Mo alone, and we'll get a kill on Kenny. Shouldn't try and push it any further. I think to save the AWP, and not going to happen. So good round from Envy overall. NBK with 2 very important kills there.
Yeah, the big one on Adrian basically shutting down that plateau play. That opens up the whole site, allows him to start flanking onto it and put the pressure on the man holding on the site itself. I mean, they saved the AWP for Kenny, so it's not the end of the world that he dies. I mean, he literally had nothing apart from the AWP, so he'll be able to get fully equipped this round. And it's looking pretty solid here for Envy. They get over the first hump, which is to win that first buy round. Now, Gambit, because of how close some of those rounds were at the beginning, they aren't going to go for a force buy. So Envyus have a real chance to start stacking up some money here. And it's actually Gambit going so far as to kind of go for the gamble here. 4 players on B site early on. Just now rotating Adrian back towards that A site in case Envyus try to pounce.
Mo gonna turn the corner. A bit of damage to Apex, but not something that's really going to make a difference in the round. Hooch going down as well, happy. Could get flanked, coming up the stairwell there. Is Doja waiting. Can't get the kill, and it is a flawless round for the Frenchman, which is definitely good news here. That's going to make it 2-3. And finally, Gambit will have money again, including that AWP and Mo. So we'll see if they could switch up the defense and make it a bit interesting.
I'm curious to see if Mo is going to try and take it over towards long A again. So, I mean, that is one of the more likely spots that you will see the AWP come into play. And, well, I mean, really, it's one of the few spots that the CTs actually have to work with as far as aggression is concerned. So, instead, it's going to be Hooch making his way over there alone. 4 players, once again, going towards that B site for Gambit. So, this is definitely turning into kind of their default play in case Envyus try and go for a turn of speed. By rushing out onto the B site, 4 players would be here for Gambit. But Envyus, man, they are just content to sit back and play very default, very slow kind of CS.
It's like we were seeing on Dust 2, right? It really seems to be a change of pace for them. But, I mean, at the same time, it's a style that so many other teams are using. So it's really only because it's Envy that we're sort of, you know, wondering about it. They did win that map, so can't complain too much. That's a good little Molotov that we've seen a couple of times before, just to make sure that no one's hiding in the corner. And they forced Gambit quite far back on the map, so they have a lot of space to work around with here. See if Adrian, who's holding close to middle, at the very least he has to trade, and if he get 2 kills, then this is a very good position. NBK is right around the corner, and looked like he beat the timing just a little bit there. 19 health left and a 4 versus 5. Oh, there's a good kill coming through. Kenny with one, Devil with the follow-up. UMP close range, though. And Apex is right behind. Is going to be picking up the shot, making it a 2-on-3, 35 seconds. They're bringing the bomb back to B because they've got that under control. Happy's already cleared it out, so Spaze and Mo, they're fighting for a bomb site where nothing much is going to happen.
And they're losing it too. Apex finds the kill on Mo, or rather, no, on Spaze. Mo is going to find the pick on Apex, brings it back to a 1v2, but now he has to worry about the flank coming through. And unfortunately for him, Happy right in his face as he comes through the door into connector. And that really opens things up now for Envy. They tie it 3-3 as far as the score is concerned, but Gambit, their economy is completely shattered at this point. And so now Envy, they get to dictate the pace. They get to set, well, they get to control the whole first half now from here on out. It's on their shoulders. It's up to Gambit now to try and break that hold. But for Envy, I'm curious now if they actually try and just go super aggressive somewhere, if it's they're gonna continue trying to go for this this default play. Because they have to realize that Gambit, their money must be in tatters. So do you want to slow play it, or do you want to just go out and get control of Plateau? And it looks like that's going to be the case. MBK waiting patiently to see if there are going to be any early nades, but when those early nades don't come in, he has to know. And yeah, he spots out Adrian. What a headshot from Adrian, though. That was just a jiggle peek straight up and just annihilates MBK.
Still got to be careful. Doja's in the site with a Deagle, and Spaze actually playing close. Going to be taking out Apex. Good return from Kenny, trying with the follow-up. Doja is alone, so it will be the round for Enemy. Just losing a couple of players, but nothing they can't recover from. 4-3 here. And it I think at this point they're committed to playing this style. And I wonder, the problem that I have with it almost is so many other teams play this style, and I think there are other teams that maybe played better as well right now. So it is a risk, I would say.
I think the question is going to be like, when do they, like, if things get rough for them, how do they change? What do they alter in their game plan? Because that's what a lot of these other teams that you're mentioning, you know, they have a system, and that system is like each step of the way. So, I mean, if things get hairy, well, Apex running into the site, that's one way to do it. Doja is going to be able to pick off Devil as well. So that leaves it in a 3-on-5 scenario, unless MBK can come up with something heroic. He finds one headshot. Spaze still goes for the peaks, but eventually he'll get the job done. Drops MBK. It's Kenny and Happy now, the last two alive for Envy. And Doja just barely makes it out in one piece, but that opens it up for Kenny to pick off Hooch.
Oh, Kenny wants him to make that jump again. He's daring him to do it right now. Grenade. Is he going to trigger him? Creeping close. Could have been a shot. Looked like should have been a shot for Kenny there. And now all on Happy, and he gets caught jumping up. So a good round for Gambit. Will tie up the scoreline at 4-4. They will have money on the Envy side. There's 10,600 on Devil. So if nothing else, he's got a lot of money to pass around.
It's just surprising to see the brick wall that gets hit there. And what? What is this? Double Mac 10? They have to know that Gambit are going to be fully equipped right now. This is something that, like, okay, so I think it was at the qualifiers, and Uber called out Apex at one point in an interview and asked, you know, like, why are you guys continuing to, like, buy these Mac 10s? And Apex was just like, well, you know, it's like we're just maintaining our money for the next round. But this, to me, is nuts. You know that they're fully equipped, and yet still, SMG, Doja's there. 2 kills for NBK, though. He's going to make it close. But it's still a man advantage now for Gambit going onto the B site, and the bomb isn't even on the site yet.
A really good job for Happy getting that kill on Spaze. That means they can at least get the bomb down. Oh, and that's a headshot for Apex. Taking one and then a follow-up. Great double kill for Apex. And that will be a round for Envy. I've got to agree, though. At least they used the Mac 10s to try and get into the bomb side, but there is still a level of nonsense involved in that. Like, yes, if you get the kills, then you can make the money back, but I don't think it's worth it.
It just feels to me like a huge risk. Because I mean, imagine, like, it's as simple as, well, you know, we'll get the kills right, but it's like, also imagine NBK doesn't get them to line up right in front of him and get 2 kills for free. Like, you're done, you're out of the round. You're not able to get in there and fight with those Mac 10s close quarters. It's just, yeah, interesting decision coming out from Envy, and a little bit of a shoulder peek coming in. NBK will not allow Doja to live. So that's Plateau, at least one player from Plateau cleared off. Rotation is coming out from Hooch from the A site, as well as Mo. They're just fully going to stack on this B side, it looks like, Gambit. Envyus have been, well, I mean, they've been going towards B pretty much nearly every round now, so might as well take the risk at this point. Just allow Envy to commit to the site and hope that the pistols will prevail.
Well, you say it, and it pops up. Mo picking up a kill with an MBK will close out the round with a quad kill. Could be one more maybe for the ace. It's just Hoocher staying alive. And he's got an AK that he's stolen. Again, if they make the mistake of finding it one at a time, it is possible. But if they decide to group up and just play it safe as a team, it's not going to happen. And there's the ace coming out of NBK. So another good round there. And that's going to make the team feel a little bit good, right? 6-4 being the scoreline. See how far they can go.
Yeah, they're starting to look very solid now, Envy. They've recovered on the economy front. They're ahead in rounds right now, 6-4. It's all on Gambit now to try and turn things around. Don't want to really wind up with that complexity scoreline down 0-2 in the groups. If they could try and tie it up 1-1 with Envy, that's going to make the group very interesting. They're certainly capable of it, so let's see. Can they turn it around in this round? It's another force buy coming out from them, an SMG, a shotgun, 3 rifles, very low on nades, and only Spades has a kit here for Gambit.
And we are seeing just the normal, the default setup here coming out of Gambit. 4 in B and 1 in A, and Apex just again on Dust 2. They went so far as to run boost him into the bomb side. Doja's trying to catch him here, and he's going to be successful. Running and gunning with the P90, always a fun time. And it will be a 4-on-4 situation. Now, the problem is when Apex goes down, part of the flank that was meant to help out this push that's coming into the A bomb side is now going to be gone. So it's a little bit less effective unless they can get the kill on Mo. They're trying to sort of Molotov out the most common positions. A couple of grenades running through as they are bringing the bomb now back towards the other bomb site. And Adren goes down to Happy, and that's the big kill in this round so far.
That's the biggest one, yeah. It opens up the B site. Now his teammates can actually rotate in fully. They know that there was one player, at least on the A site. Somehow Happy decides to push into connector, and he gets, well, punished. That's going to leave it down to Devil and Kenny now as the last 2 players remaining here for Envy. Devil with a little bit of a peek, spots out Doja. Incendiaries all over the place, just firebombing that house.
And the big problem is Mo's also sneaking out from behind. And actually, Kenny sees that coming. That's really heads-up play. That might give them a bit of a chance here. It's a 2-on-2 with the bomb down. And this is a big round. Devil, 1 click onto Space is going to be taking him out. And Doja goes down. Kenny with a double kill. And Envy making it 7-4. That's a really big win for them. Right as Gambit had money to buy, they get shut out again. And now they're back to pistols.
They start feeling good again here, actually. You can see Kenny dead on with the read. You're right. The flank from Mo could have made all of the difference coming in on plateau like that. But Kenny, man, he was prepared. He shut it down. They remembered the essentials, or the basics, basically, of holding on to that bomb site. You always have to be aware of that flank. But also, I mean, a good reaction. Happy, he might have gone a bit too aggressive in connector, but he did get the initial kill that opened up the B site for him. That was taking down Adrian, so solid work coming out from Envy right now, and it's just going to continue being a bit of a sob story here for Gambit because they just don't have any money. They're stuck on pistols round after round. Envyus, ever since that first rifle round, they've just controlled the economy so well that Gambit, they never really seem to be able to get their feet under them.
It's the life of a counter-terrorist playing on cobblestone, it seems. There's just not, I mean, it is really hard to keep any kind of economy going.
Very clean.
Yeah, Happy just seems to be starting to wake up a little bit.
Not a huge fan of that.
The charging in?
No.
Thing is, I kind of want to see Happy do that. It is ridiculous. I do admit, I am sort of in my, you know, I kind of, you know, want to have my cake and eat it both here because I feel like when Envy were doing like sort of the mad rush, we were always complaining and saying, you know, like, this is not real Counter-Strike. They're just sort of making a mockery of the game and charging all over the place. And now that they're not doing it, you know, everyone feels like, where's the real Envy?
I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, it's just like I mean, okay. Charging all over the place, right, to open up the round, yeah. Charging into close quarters connector, stomping as well, not even trying to sneak in, just stomping into a place where a guy with a CZ or a P250 or a 5.7 or a Deagle or anything is going to be able to just one-shot you. That's where it's like, and let me give him an AK too, dude.
Yeah, and even in the glory days of Envy, that was an issue for them, that they would be unable to stop that kind of mentality, right? So it sometimes backfire on them. It just seemed to work more often than not. Mo trying to take an aggressive position, but not inclined to push forward. Adrian going to be picking up a kill on Apex again, who's trying to open up all on his own. Puts Envy in a strange position now.
Well, until Devil's able to find an opening kill from Underpass. onto Moon, so that's going to open things up. Devil taking point, calls out that he's actually spotted a man in the open, full flash, still gets the kill on Adrian, and it's Hooch alive on the site. Devil going to be able to communicate that to his teammates, though, so the element of surprise is gone, and Doja just decides to go ultra aggressive. Fittingly, he gets punished there. And now, I mean, this is all on Happy, I'm about to say, exactly, with the flank. MBK finds the headshot on Hooch, but Happy takes out the rotator, and that's the big play right there. It opens up everything on that A site.
Yeah, we have an audience in here as well who's shown up in the meantime, which is really good news.
A big one today, too.
Yeah, everyone coming in to hang out here at the Atlanta studio. Very, very good stuff. 9-4 is the scoreline moving into the 14th round. And again, Gambit without any kind of money. It's just round for round. It's like every other round, they just have to eco.
And some of these rounds are just dominant Envy wins as well, where it's like 3-4 guys surviving. That's not going to cut it if you're Gambit. Because it just means that Envy are perpetually going to buy. I mean, Envy, man, this slow, measured pace that they've set, very thorough, like going into the defaults, rather, looking for duels, it's worked out perfectly. It's a kind of a different story than what we saw from compLexity this morning, which was much more of the YOLO, rush onto the sites, look for the big fights kind of play. Doja, he will find one kill. Hooch as well actually takes out Devil, but that was more towards the A side of things. So Hooch, he should be able to pick up an AK and yeah, just turns tail and runs. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this take on the B site. Only problem is he's running right back into, well, Kenny and NBK. They were both ready to wait for him there, so. Envy on double digits here on Cobblestone. 10 rounds for them versus the 4 for Gambit. And yeah, again, Kenny wins the duel versus Adrian. So now, well, I mean, in the last round of this first half, what is really left to Gambit? What can they actually try and do to change things up? Because they haven't really gone aggro A too much, but then there really hasn't been much action on A. Envyus have pretty much gone to B site every round, so then that kind of limits you to what, like boosting and drop, or hoping that you get lucky on plateau. None of it has really been working for Gambit.
It is the eternal struggle on this map when you're playing on the CT side to figure out how you, because, they are just running the same setup, which is what a lot of teams do. The options you have for going aggressive exclusively involve a lot of risk. There's no way to avoid that risk, really. Not one that anyone has found anyway. So you just end up playing your default and you hope you win the first fight. Apart from that, I won't say it's impossible that someone could come up with something, but so far it seems like it's not really happening. Maybe at the major. Flashbang in, and Apex again with the charge in, not quite winning the fight here again, but that is the length of an entry fragger. They're going to see if they can try and follow it up. Good set of grenades coming in here, and the rest of Envy moving out onto the plateau.
Now, this time that actually works. They do have the crossfire. It's not just Doja playing passive and drop. Doja will catch Happy eventually. This time it was a solid crossfire setup. Devil, though, trying to open things up. He's only going to get the one kill, and that drops the bomb in a bit of an awkward spot below the tree. So now it's down to MBK and Kenny, the last two alive here for Envy. Kenny should be able to recover the bomb, but he's on his own now in a 1v4, and he misses the first shot. That pretty much ties it up. 5 rounds for Gambit, 10 for Envy. I mean, adjustments were made, but in the last round, right, it's just too little too late here for Gambit.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like it didn't. Overall, I mean, I think Envy were in charge of most of it, and if Gambit hadn't won the pistol round in the following 2 rounds, this could have been a very ugly scoreline. So I think they got sort of what they could out of it, but Envy seems to be showing up. When we get into the second half, we'll see if Gambit can make it back somehow on the terrorist side.
down.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the second half coming up here between Gambit and Envy, and it should be very interesting. I mean, it was a good first half, I think, for Envy. I think they're going to be satisfied with it, but if they don't win the pistol round, who knows where it can go. I think Gambit could still realistically make it back in this game.
Exactly. I don't think that it's the end of the world for Gambit. We're not talking about an 11-4 or 12-3 finish here for Envy at the first half. 10-5. I mean, you win that pistol if you're Gambit, and you're right back into this fight. So Envy, they have to keep focused, and they have to make sure that they can actually just get that lockdown going on their CT side. And I mean, you already have the battle here between the two. X-God, NBK. I mean, NBK also just... He had, what, the anti-eco ace. I mean, fluffed his numbers a little bit there, buffed him a little bit, right? But,
yeah, and again, a big welcome to the audience here. Make a bit of noise, guys, and let's get this energy level just a little bit up here. Yeah, there we go. Gambit and Envy. Trying to see if they could close this one out. A lot of armor here on the Gambit side, and they're charging right in at space opening up, but they forgot about Happy in the corner. He's going to get a little kill in there, and now it's a 3-on-3, and Apex peeking, and NVK, they're just not checking the corners, and that's going to cost them the round. 11-5 here, and Envy with a bit of a lead.
Yeah, now that's actually, you know, I just went on, and Gambit, they still have a chance. They can turn it around here. Wow, even an Envy hoodie in the crowd. Is there another Envy hoodie in the crowd? Like, because it always feels like there's just like the one solo fan that shows up where he's got the jersey, or he's got the hoodie, or the sign. Nope. I mean, I don't think that Hastro counts, so okay.
We're trying to find the second Envy fan out there somewhere. 11-5 and 17th round coming up. We've got 3 MP9s and then a FAMAS and an M4. So I would say this is just, there's no real clear line between how many SMGs you buy. Some teams seem to think 5 is okay, and some prefer just the 2. Apex will get overrun, and he gives up the 1 MP9, so that's the benefit, is you give it up. It's not such a big loss, really. But they obviously want to play it safe here, Envy, and don't really give any chance for Gambit to get back in the game.
I'm just not a huge fan of that setup where you just leave one guy over towards Danger or towards Hall. Like, in Danger in particular, because there's just no backing off. If they get control of Underpass and they're behind you at Long, there's nowhere to go. You're a dead man, right? As Apex finds out there. No flash, no nothing to save him. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not a huge fan. That's just a little nitpicking there, but I'm not a huge fan of that setup on the A site. Still, Gambit, they're going to commit to the B site. Now that they have something to play with, NBK is going to be able to start the party, but Hooch is there to trade kill, and Devil holding on the plateau will eventually flank Adrian.
Yeah, very good stuff here from Devil, in fact. It's super important that he takes that fight with Adrian right away, because if he... Oh, there's a second Envy fan right there. You weren't wrong, there was more than one. So, yeah, so far it's... And a third one as well. I hardly believe it.
North American team, is that it? You know, what's going on here?
Yeah, well, that's weird, isn't it? Because in the world of Counter-Strike, I think of them as like a French organization, as it were, right? But obviously, I guess in Call of Duty, it's different. 18th round is coming up, and a sizable lead right now for Envy, and that was also Gambit's big chance to upset. Doja trying to be sneaky in that corner, but Apex saw him. And now it seems like we're probably going to be looking at a 13-5 scoreline. So all of a sudden, it seems very one-sided.
Yeah, barring a huge kind of upset scenario, but it's not looking likely. Apex spots out Spaz. Drops him. Another 2 kills for Apex, picked up with that MP9. Could be another one here as well. Is he going to get the 3rd spray down? No, he puts most of those bullets into the wall. Mo's going to be happy about that. And Mo, not able to actually take advantage of that SMG, make a little bit of extra money for an AWP in the next round. Instead, it will be... Envyus getting up to that 13th round, 13-5. Massive money on Apex. Drop 6,100 in the round, no problem at all.
Yeah, pretty good stuff, right? The big question is, how do they get back into this game, Gambit? The problem with being this far behind, even if you're on a terrorist-sided map, is that you have really no buffer. If you lose this round and Envy gets a 14, then you can't buy, and then they're at 15. So this is the one chance you have to stop that from happening, really. And that could put a bit of pressure on you as well. See if they can somehow overcome that and just at least find a good opening frag here, which Envy has set up to not really let them have so easily.
No, there's a lot of pressure actually on Kenny here. He's alone on Plateau. They've put 3 players over on A for Envy, so they're really counting on him. If anybody peeks out on Plateau, now that he's got that long line, he needs to hit that shot and just shut down whoever's going to be peeking for info. He's even going to go with the aggressive smoke. He's actually just saying to Gambit, like, nope, not going to allow you to get anywhere near here. NBK is going to be wise and back off on drop, not going to give that up for free. Although he did spot the man, so he knows definitely now that there's somebody in drop space, kind of giving it up there.
Now look at NBK. He's hoping that someone will sneak through. He's going to be flashed in, but now he can't see anything. And a little bit confusing here. Follow-up grenade not really doing too much damage, but look at the A side of the map. It is a quick trade. The bomb is down there. If Happy doesn't at least get a kill here, things get really bad. That smoke might help him out a lot. He's looking right over it, but Adrian's still winning the fight. And now NBK and Kenny pushing in. Space is right behind them with an AK. They practically line up. And that's going to be a great round for Gambit. Adrian with the triple, and they only lose 2 players.
Yeah, that's actually surprising, given where Happy was positioned like that. First time I think I've seen somebody try and throw a smoke down to block themselves off like that on the slope. So creative play coming out from Happy. Unfortunately, doesn't work.
It's a bit interesting because who was that peeking early in the middle? Was that Apex?
Yes.
Either way, what's Happy doing in that setup? The only thing that I can think of, the only sort of rationale I can come up with is that Apex is supposed to fall back, and then suddenly instead of there being one player, there's sort of 2 players on that slope, right? That could make sense, but then why did he commit to taking the fight? You know, it's either one or the other. Can't commit to taking the fight and then also using the backup plan.
It doesn't really work that way. Still, I mean, just kinks that need to get worked out here for Envy. Nice flash to open up Plateau. Now they have the line on Kenny. He's kind of stuck here. He has to use that flash to try and fight it back, and he just barely manages to sneak out of here, but he decides to go for the re-peek. This is nuts. Mo's got an AWP, and he's already got the angle. Space is going to take out MBK and drop, and there's Adrian. Just steps forward. Kenny with no Kevlar. It's just aim punch. And now Gambit, they have control of the B site. There is rotation coming in from Devil very quickly, but he's still stuck at connector.
Doing a little bit of damage. One shot could take out Mo as well. That could be interesting. The bomb is making its way across there, and Devil, the backup is finally going to arrive. Wanted to flash his way through, I think. There was a little bit of a chance there. Doja goes down to Apex, who's still lurking over at A, and now Apex can recommit to this fight as well. Who's going to be going down? Devil picking up a kill on Adrian, and now it's all gone bad for Gambit, and Happy taking one out. They win a 3v4 against Gambit. That's got to be such a sour taste in their mouth here. That's really a round they should have won.
Especially from Happy here. That is one big kill onto Hooch, but then spotting out Mo.
I think that was Doja's long-lost little brother. American brother.
We are all one, Anders, right? You know? Doesn't matter from where you are in the world.
I like that. That's deep.
It is deep, you know, it's trying. It's my birthday, and I'm just trying to think about these things, right? You know, it's like, what am I doing with my life? It's another day gone by, another year gone by.
I try not to do that.
What does it all mean?
At all, ever. That's how I stay so happy, Sabla.
It's just the present, man. That's the thing, though, you know, you're closer. The Buddhists, all of that, just live in the present. Don't think about the future, don't think about the past.
I think they had something going for them there. 14-6 though. Gambit trying to see if they can make it back. A little bit of an attempt there. Adrian running in. Devil really stepping it up in the last couple of rounds and getting a 3rd kill in here. And Doja, last man left. Galil, not even a chance to reload. It's going to be match and map point here. 15-6 with Devil up to 17. And considering how far behind he was earlier, that's a pretty good bit of catching up there.
Yeah, and he also had a bit of a tough first map as well versus Gambit. Didn't really get his flow going until later on in the second half of that first map. So it's good to see, yeah, that he is definitely having an impact here on the CT side of Cobble, and that puts them up to map point now, 15-6. Envyus, they have a lot of room for error here, especially considering Gambit, they're going for the Tech 9 YOLO buy. Straight Kevlar, some nades, Tech 9s. No rush, though, interestingly enough. They're definitely slow playing it, but look at this Apex. He's about to get flanked. They're so quickly into danger right now. Does he realize that his back is exposed? Seems like it.
Definitely a very good idea, but it is always a bit of a risk if you make too many assumptions about where they might be able to get to. So 4-on-5 now. And Devil may be inspired by his earlier play. Gonna try and see if he could get that spray home, but Adrian will take him out. MBK actually turns around. I think he thought that was going to be a flash because they stopped running. He assumed that that was them setting up for a flashbang, and it wasn't. So now 4 versus 3, and Envy maybe giving them a way to get back in the game here.
Yeah, that's a bit awkward. Now they have 2 rifles to work with. No nades left here on Gambit to stop the retake from coming through. And Apex has made it through the smoke. He's got Kenny to back him as well. And he spots out Hooch on the site. Does he know that Doja is holding close, though? Doja likes to play that chicken coop. There's the first shot. Kenny with the shot. Apex goes charging in, and it's not going to happen. The crossfire is just too effective for Gambit. Envyus, they just try to commit, and they get completely stomped into the ground. So now do Envy, like old Envy, they wouldn't even hesitate for a second. And it seems like new Envy, yeah, they're not going to hesitate either. It was a little shaky there. It means that Devil has to kind of cheat a little bit, MBK as well.
I mean, at this scoreline, I have a very hard time seeing Envy losing this match. But they're also playing against Gambit, and we always talk about this idea of closing out games, and it's very important that Envy fine-tune that, because if you were playing a different team, say you were playing, you know, NIP or Fnatic or something on this map, you could end up in a situation where they would make the full comeback here. Devil showing his face, and all of it is going to be gone after that shot from the AWP. Happy down as well.
Oh, this could be the big trap, but no, Kenny trying to force things. He's trying to sneak his way onto the plateau. He's going to get caught. And NBK... he got caught by Hooch earlier. Apex, though, going to work on this UMP. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't watch drop, and Spaze is able to shoot him in the back. But I'm really surprised that Gambit were able to get so many kills, because Envy had 5 players stacked on B there. They were just like, you know what? Screw this. Gambit, just keep going to the B site. We're in a force buy. We're going to call your bluff, right? We're just going to say, you're just going to rush again, aren't you? And yet they still get overrun completely.
Now, that pose that you just so happy to do with the, you know, with his hand on his face looking like, you know, he's the most depressed person, that's not actually a sign. Sometimes you can read people's body language and think, oh, he must be very depressed. Happy looks like that all the time. It doesn't matter how much they're winning, he still has that pose. Don't take too much away from that.
Exactly, right? You know, if they were to ever try, you know, people who achieve greatness, sometimes a statue gets made of that person, right? And it's like this, you know, uplifting, right? The hands to the heavens sort of thing, like, I am looking at the future. Happy would actually just have the statue like that, right? Because it's always the same thing.
And that would be fitting. That's a Photoshop for someone to make. Someone with a lot of Photoshop skills. 4-5 right now. They have the Eagles. They have that 1 AK there on Apex, but they need a little bit more. Gambit, though, looking a bit hesitant at the moment. And again, one mistake here for Gambit, and this map's going to be out of their hands.
Apex has the AK. I think they're trying to figure out where does Apex usually plays a site, doesn't he? So the mind games are coming in, but they're being very thorough right now, Gambit. They have those 3 players in underpass. The bomb leading the way. Not a big fan of that. If Adrian gets killed, then that commits Gambit to the site. Instead, they're just going to go ahead and say, right, we're going to go to A, whether it works or not. And there's a man on the site already. Kenny gives it up. Now they know. But they have successfully blocked off Connector here, Gambit, so they have some room to work with. Devil's going to get caught by Spaze. Adrian finds a kill on Kenny, but Apex putting up a bit of a fight, unfortunately for Happy. It's not looking the right way.
Hooch did almost shoot Spaze then, which was a bit interesting. MBK trying to see if he can make it through. That spam actually looked like it was on point, but he doesn't have any armor, and just in a 1-on-2 like this is going to be very tricky here. Grenade won't make any difference at all. So it's a close round here, but almost impossible for MBK to make it work. They are trying to peek him a little bit there. Hooch reminded not to do that. And that's going to be Gambit picking up another round. I'm almost a bit disappointed that Kenny was so aggressive in showing himself up on the bomb site, because it could have been more interesting if he'd been hiding.
True. He's just getting that info, and I was like, okay. You guys will see what I'm getting giggly about in a minute here. Because Apex is, or rather Kenny has gone for a glass cannon op. He had 4750. He spent all 4750 on the sniper rifle. That's the kind of Kenny I want to see. The guy who's going to buy an op every round, no matter the odds. Just get that sniper rifle into play and shut down Gambit. We'll see.
Yeah, and unlike on the T side, where I was a little bit, you know, disappointed in the glass cannon AWP, on the TCT side, there are 100 places you can go where you won't be hit with grenades. So, interestingly, one of the ones that he's in is where you can get hit with a grenade, but that's all right.
Because it's Kenny. You're right. I mean, I like to see this boost being used here. This is a clever one, because if those stairs come into play at the back of the plateau, He's got a good angle to just watch the whole plateau, kind of canvas the whole thing. Devil, you know, thinking about the shoulder peek, hesitating. In the meantime, NBK found a kill and dropped that Spaze down. So a man advantage now for Envy. With 1 minute, 8 seconds left on this clock, Gambit now have to start wondering what they can do, because they only have 2 flashes and 2 smokes to work with. So an execute, it's a bit of a stretch.
Doja not quite getting the angle. He had to go a little bit further right then. Molo hoping to find the opening here, but right now it's a 5 versus 3. Hooch with a good strong kill coming through, taking down Happy. They need to go soon. It's only 40 seconds here on the clock, and the bomb's still quite far back, and they haven't even cleared the bomb site. Mo picking up a kill on Devil. That's going to bring it back in a 3-on-3, but NBK is in the back buying chicken coop, and do they realize that? If they don't, this round could be done. Kenny picking up Hooch now. Mo and Adren left, the two Kazakhstanian players looking for a way back in. Apex with a shot, and there it is. Envy going to make it to 69 as they pick up both the maps against Gambit. They won on Dust 2, and they take it away on Cobblestone 2.
And so far, as far as both of the matchups are concerned, all 4 maps, they've gone to the team, the favored team. VP won against compLexity 2-0. Now Envy win against Gambit 2-0. So far, it's looking pretty solid at the top, and we'll see how it's going to break down. I mean, obviously, we have 2 matches today left. That's between Envy and VP.
Yeah.
So we have both winners. It's almost like a double elimination kind of group format going in here, man, because now all of a sudden, it's like the 2 winners are going to be clashing. It's going to be the last match of the day here for the first day of this last group of Eleague. But you guys can see them on their screen. They're going to be coming up next against the Polish team, Virtus Pro. So we'll be back after this break.
Yes, welcome back to Eleague. Of course, we have got our studio audience in there joining us now, and they're packed, and they're going to get a treat coming up. But before we talk about Envyus versus Virtus Pro, let's break down Gambit and Envyus there on Cobblestone. I got to be honest, I think Gambit are going to be a little bit disappointed with that showing there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it kind of played out the same way that the first map did. Again, it was just Adren doing, you know, being the most impactful player on that team. Everyone else kind of not really stepping up. But I mean, you mentioned it did at times look like that that T side for Gambit could get something going. But I think in that first half out of Envy was just, they looked much more assertive, much more confident. And they just got out to too big of a lead.
And spearheading that drive, of course, was a blazing hot player of the match, as presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. A no-brainer. It was Apex.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about terrorist side here, you're going to get a lot of T-side rounds, and that's obviously where they won these games. When you have Apex going off like this, he's always been somewhere where he's the kind of player for me where when he's nailing that first kill and then he's in position to have a good shot at the second one, you can just start counting double-digit rounds are going to come your way on T-side, because that's when he absolutely wreaks havoc. And when you have a game like this where the guy goes over 50 kills for both maps, you should be winning 2-0.
Hasn't had one this good for a while. It was good, you know.
No, but then again, though, what was worrying to me was how close the series was ultimately, in spite of such an incredible performance over the 2 maps from him. You know, it shouldn't take that much to secure wins over Gambit. I mean, you actually look at it here, Gambit wasn't that bad actually on their T sets. Like I said, the CT side of Envy, it is kind of a bit off there. You saw you can attack the dropper a little bit. Problem was, if you're the Gambit guys, you just gave up way too many rounds in the first half. At that point in time, it is insurmountable. You know, you've left yourself in too much of a hole. So it never really ended up being the exciting game it could have been. I think this, if it had gone the distance, would have been a better game than the last 2 games, for example.
And Kenny has struggled again on this map, Moses.
I get the sense that he just with this AWP, I mentioned that this second map out of Envy on their T side, they were much more aggressive, much more assertive. Kenny still just doesn't seem like he wants to be that opera that takes over games anymore. It looks like he's more so focusing on having a well-rounded game, and maybe trying to get a little bit better with some decision making. But that aggressive, explosive op style we're seeing. Duncan mentioned it. I think we talked about it in the back, not on air, but he just hasn't seemed like he's gotten that op nerf hit him hard. I know it's crazy that we still allude to it, but it seems like he never really had the desire to recover after that, as other oppers worked at it, tried to adjust to the change, and Kenny's just never really gotten back to that point. And it almost just feels like he's given up on that old Kenny style.
If you hit 98 ADR and you're the pure entry fragger, you're in God mode at that point in time. Because remember, you're going in there. Sometimes if you're in the wrong angle, you're just going to die outright without doing any damage. So that kind of consistent damage is unreal.
I think as well, though, we saw in the first half, we talked about Envyus having this high ADR and not getting the kills and really struggling, which suggests that, they're not trading particularly efficiently. But there, they didn't need to, because Apex was obviously just picking up 1-2 kills by himself, and at that point, the round is over. So.
Well, that's the benefit of it. And when you have that style that Envy has where, you're following your entry fragger in very close behind him, and it's that, get into the bomb site. It's very much like Virtus Pro, actually. It's that explosive style. Once you hit that bomb site, once you get the first contact, you just kind of, everyone very fast-paced. And if Apex is just getting the first 2 kills and they take over the bomb site so quickly, there's really not very many ways for your opponents to get back into the round if that first kill on Apex is not traded.
Yeah, so just a few final thoughts about Gambit, because obviously we're going to talk about Envyus a little bit more. They're coming up next. They're going to have the 2 series tomorrow. People were saying online that this actually, with Envyus being in this slump and Gambit matching up well against Virtus Pro and compLexity being compLexity, that Gambit had a chance of making it to the televised finals. Is there anything we've seen there kind of reinforce that idea?
I think so. When you consider there's certainly a chance they could be playing Envyus in the semi-finals. That could be their matchup we could have there, 2 versus 3 in whatever order. So I think if these teams play again, especially actually in a format where you pick map as opposed to the randomizer here, I think actually different maps, Gambit has a pretty good shot at that.
Yeah, even against Virtus Pro. I don't think they're going to be in any trouble regardless of what seed they end up getting going into Thursday. I think they can still very dangerous for Virtus Pro, still very dangerous for Envy. I think the second map on Cobble didn't really show that, but there's still a team that can overcome Virtus Pro, and Envy certainly come into Thursday.
Right, well, we're going to be talking about lots of players on the bye week, not just the ones we've got here at the moment. Maybe there'll be some names bandied about. On Eleague Extra, while some of these chaps are going to be at the major, we're going to be showing you who we think are the best players in the world, and you can get involved yourself on social media. Go to Twitter and use the hashtag CSGOARP, CSGO Rifle, CSGO Support, CSGO IGL, or CSGO God to tell us who you think your best players are. And what we're going to do is we're going to get into the final series of the day. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Envyus. This should be a cracker. This is the one we've been looking forward to in the group. We certainly hope you've been looking forward to it as well. So make sure you join us after the break.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal. When it comes to Counter-Strike and E-League, I wanted to get deep into the game.
Ha ha! Scared you, didn't I?
Fish gun. You go ahead. I'll watch the chickens. Hey, man, you want some cheese before we roll out? Nobody's gonna hurt my little chickie, baby. No. Shackle flies. Boom, butchie, boom. Don't shoot. Boom, butchie, boom. Shack out.
Hey guys, welcome to the Turner Studios. This is where we broadcast E-League from, and I'm gonna take you behind the scenes today. We're gonna check out exactly what goes on when you guys are at home watching a broadcast. This is the broadcast room. This is where the top dogs all sit. They watch the games, they make sure that things happen on time. Jason, we have him as our producer. He's telling us what goes up when. What are you working on right now?
I run the teleprompter.
You run the teleprompter? High five, man. This is a little bit more of what you guys see at home. This is where we keep our observers. You guys are in charge of watching the games. You make sure that what we see at home is the most exciting action, the best plays, and in case he misses it, you're on backup, right?
I am, yep.
Back here is all the replays, all the packages, all the video, all the editing gets done right here. See, we're like a big giant security wall. We see everything and hear everything.
Over here is our control wall. This is probably our most impressive piece of equipment.
Track C, roll C.
Daly's our director. He makes calls about what goes up on the screen and when. Daly?
Yes.
How many bots have you killed?
It's gotta be around 2,000, 3,000.
When the robot revolution comes, he's first against the wall.
There.
I think I found the graphics room. And you want to know how I found it? I was walking down the hallway. I was peeping in doorways. And I spotted something like this. What is this donut thing? What is this going on right now?
This is just something we've been playing around with. We haven't actually used it yet, but we keep things live over the guys. So whenever they're talking about eating breakfast, we can keep it live over them and stick it in their face.
Hey, I know they love it. I know they have a laugh every time your stuff comes up on the screen. So thank you so much, Alex, for keeping it fresh.
That's the goal.
Don't make me look too silly. Over here, we have the green room. This is where talent hangs out between matches, where we get to watch the games played, and we get to relax a little bit. So we got Duncan, we got Moses on the couch. Guys.
What's my first name?
Jason.
Oh, she got it.
Did I fail?
No, you got it.
Why are you doing that to me?
You just called him Duncan, you told me my answer.
Oh, you know.
Just think you've used the tool.
All right, down here is one of the most important buildings in all of Turner. This is the makeup room, and I'm going to show you why. In here, we have two of our most wonderful staff. We have Nina and we have Tyra. Who's your favorite talent to work on, each of you? Rachel. Yay. Liars. Here at E-League, we have a lot of wonderful people, and I hope you fall in love with them all over the course of this season. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to E-League. You can hear our lively studio audience here. Haven't had a chance to look at the signs in the break. I dread to read some of them. We're glad that they're joining us here, but we're also going to be hoping they're going to join us in the Cobb Energy Center on our championship weekend on July 29th to the 30th. If you want to do that at home, go to e-league.com/finals.
It'd be nice if some North Americans were there.
Well, they'll always be Moses. They'll always be Moses. There will always be Moses. So anyway, this is the series of the day, guys. This is the one we've been looking forward to. And in fact, out of all the seedings tournaments, this is the sort of juiciest tie. Virtus Pro versus Envyus to play us out. Let's start by talking about VP. And that means I'm going to you again, Duncan.
Sure. So, I mean, in the first series, we focused on Neo because he's the biggest name. But if you want to talk about the guy with the biggest game, it's got to be Snacks. Because, I mean, this guy, over the history of CSGO, has been one of the best players we've had. And in pretty much all facets. Fantastic fragger, very skilled with all the weapons. I mean, you see him with versatility with the AWP now. Phenomenal pistol player, obviously. He can put up the big frags, but he can also win clutch rounds like there's no tomorrow. He's a very... here's the thing. I don't think of him so much as a cerebral player as a fantastically intuitive player. He just feels like he's in tune with the game and he knows where to go at the right time, but not necessarily from breaking it down. It's kind of like Sherlock Holmes style. It's more he just has a sense for where to go. He has that spider sense and he goes to the right spots and he makes incredible plays as a result.
He's just a beast. We mentioned that earlier. I mean, he's won 66% of his one-on-ones, and he's such a strong player in every facet of the round, every facet of the game.
Yeah, and just so vitally important to Virtus Pro. You think about every slump Virtus Pro have had, it's coincided with the slump that Snacks has had on his own personal game. So a huge talismanic player. Let's talk about Envyus. Obviously, we talked about them. They're in a slump right now. Might be pulling out of it. Signs of life there against Gambit with that 2-0. Why don't you tell us about them, Moses?
Yeah, it looks like they could be on the rise, and I mean, just much like we highlighted Snacks, who's you know, the beating heart of Virtus Pro. It's the same here for Apex with Envy, who we just saw in that previous series against Gambit. Monster performance, over 50 kills across 2 maps, and this is, I mean, it's a position that's so vitally important, and it's true with every team. If you have this player that's going to be a heavy entry fragging style, when he has a really good game, when he's feeling it, when he's hitting his shots, the game just gets much easier, especially out on your offensive side. But he is a guy who's made his career off going in first for this team, and his first person he sees, his accuracy is great. It's always, is he going to get more than that? Is he going to get that second player? He's going to open more up for his team. And in this previous series against Gambit, it's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and we haven't seen him in a very good purple patch of form for a while. But there, again, when he has those one-off series, he is a match winner. There's no doubt about it, Duncan.
I mean, it's because if you look at the position he plays, usually you don't have your primary entry fragger be a very skilled player, especially not a player with incredible precision. Like, you wouldn't usually put Scream in that sort of position on G2. You have him hang back a little bit so he can use his accuracy to kind of pick off people who have lower health. You put Apex out there, sure, he is very erratic in his skill, but when he's on his game, when he hits those first shots, and the first bullet is always going to be the headshot when he's on his form, then he's just going to completely tear apart the bomb site. Then you've got all this talent coming in behind him. It's just going to mop up, and that's where you can get crazy matches like that Cobblestone one. Should have been a very close game. Should have been a great match on the second half. Didn't end up being because he just ripped apart the defenses in the first half.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at the maps. Obviously, feel free to chime in with your point, Moses. Let's see where we're going.
I just wanted to say, we talk about impact kills as if, you know, a little bit different than other kills. In Apex, those first kills of rounds and into bomb sites are always the most impactful, so you can just see the amount of impact he can have on a game.
I feel like this is a very fair map veto in terms of
this is actually what you would want to see, I think.
Because
Randomiter's been
Mirage, classic Virtus Pro map. I mean, they're always going to be good here. I feel like against Envyus, this is certainly one you have to favor them on. But you go over to Cash, yeah, Virtus Pro's been a little bit more shaky on that over the past 6 to 8 months. Meanwhile, Envyus, that's been one of those core maps that's been in there. It's usually around 2nd or 3rd in their map pool. They should feel confident on it. And they particularly had a pretty good CT side for quite a while on it. So I feel like we've got a good chance to have a great series where we can go back and forth, but maybe we can even have that 1-1 and really make things interesting.
And perhaps that you know, a little bit of a good CT set for Envy on Cash, which you mentioned has been a weakness for them recently, is just because that aggressive style of play. Cash as a map allows you to be aggressive on the CT side. It allows you at times to almost feel like you're playing offense. You can double push into A main. You can push 2 or 3 outside the B bomb site and take map control as a defensive team and really restrict your opponent. So there's some advantages there for Envy. But I mean, even Cash as a map, Virtus Pro, that used to be a map that they looked very good on. But yeah, Mirage for VP, I think has always been one that they've been strong on, and I think that's going to be the scary one.
I think what's going to be interesting is to see how the Virtus Pro are going to approach it, especially with, we've seen Snacks now moving more into that primary AWPing role. We've also seen Kenny S not hitting his shots so far today, and of course we do know that sniper rifles are very important on this map, especially in that mid area.
I remember when Envyus first had the signs of maybe they're on the road to recovery was at DreamHack Malmö in the round of 8, the quarterfinals. They played Dignitas. Dignitas is a good Mirage team, especially at that period of time. They were in quite good form, and the reason why the Envyus guys won that series very easily is because Kenny S went crazy on this map. CT side specifically, he had that A site on lockdown with his AWP, kind of Guardian-esque if you think of where the Guardian will play on that map. So if he can do that, certainly Envyus can be in with a shot on this map. But the problem is, I don't know if you can really have that sort of a performance from Apex again. And it's the T side on a map like Mirage where I'm worried for the guys from Envyus. I know they have the skill for CT side, but on a map like this, VP's a threat on both sides of this. They're never out of this map.
Well then, Moses, we're ready for predictions, so I'll let you start us off.
On Mirage, I'm going to take Virtus Pro. I think they've always had a very good feel for this map, and I think the aggression that they can have even on the defensive side, that's where I think the tactical aspect of Mirage is really going to punish Envy, and so I have VP taking this first one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with VP as well. As like a hidden X factor, I'm actually going to pick out Neo, because I've noticed on this map, he seems to win an extraordinary amount of 1v1 type scenarios. It seems like a specialist map for him, so I want to see if he can exert his dominance here and we can have a VP win on map 1.
All right, then, thanks for that. Now we're going to give you our RB's map fly-through of Mirage, and Anderson Semler are going to bring you the action.
Thank you very much, Richard, and yes, indeed. And anytime someone wants to highlight Neo, I am on board with that. Absolutely a very exciting player to watch. So many small details. I feel like the more you learn about Counter-Strike, the more you probably end up appreciating Neo as a player. But it's true, it's not every day that he turns up. I hope today's going to be one of them. They're playing Envy, who are going to be starting on the CT side. And we'll see if that's going to work out for them. Virtus Pro already setting up. That's a quick flashbang, and they're just going to follow it up. A lot of speed put into this bomb site immediately. And Envy, they're not in position just yet. Already VP charging the CT spawn, and Apex going to be overrun. And the bomb has gone down. What a great pace to set off this game.
Yeah, no fear at all. Taking control of the situation. Kenny going to get dinked immediately. Playing from jungle, he's down to 4 HP. Pasha lands that shot, and Snacks is going to find the kill in the end. So the confirm is there. Devil trying to do the best that he can, but it's just not meant to be. And Virtus Pro just completely storming through the map. Not even, like, they had 3 guys go through pit with the flash, but they also had the 2 guys waiting in mid. So instantly, if Envy are trying to have some kind of mid presence or trying to rotate quickly over from B, boom, VP are there to cut that off. And so really, it just compartmentalized the A site and said, whoever's on here, we're just going to rush him down, and then we'll make sure that he can get no help whatsoever. Super solid start there for VP.
Well then, we have this thing called the Virtus Plow, and every once in a while, it's taken out and teams just get shattered. It's so overwhelming whenever it happens. It's not, can't call it just yet, but with that kind of a start, you got to wonder if that's not what VP had in mind here, just to say, all right, let's just see if we can't completely knock them off balance. Great flashes into the middle here, and Pasha getting caught. That was a 4-man peek into the middle. Neo picking up 1, but he's going to go down to NBK. Very smart teamwork coming out here for the Frenchman.
Yeah, excellent teamwork. What a trap to set. They paced it perfectly. Snacks is going to catch Apex, trying to get a little over-aggressive at top mid. NBK on short, looking for the 1 shot. Not going to quite find it. Snacks survives with 15 HP, and Taz will eventually get that kill on NBK. So it's all on Happy now. And VP, they aren't committed anywhere. That's the beauty of this sort of setup. They do have Bialy out on the A site. He was playing from Palace from the beginning. And he's going to spot out Happy, but that pretty much makes it clear now for VP. They know that they have the superior firepower, the numbers, so they just go ahead and commit to the A site anyway. But I like that from VP. Like, they've had 4 guys in mid at the beginning. Bialy up in Palace kind of makes you think, right, okay, they'll wind up on A. But with such an open kind of setup, they can go to B, they can break B, they can break anywhere, basically. So really tough for Envy to call where they were going to go.
Third round is coming up here, and I mean, I still think we got to give a lot of credit to Envy with that initial sort of flash peek into the middle there. It's such a simple thing. Pretty much anyone could do that. You don't have to be a professional player. Just go and matchmaking with your friends and count to 3 and throw the flashbang. It is really easy, but the payoff could be really great. And now VP again with a bit of control here, and look at the stack going on.
I love it. It's the identical round, the same round that they ran in the last one. This time, it's going to be Pasha getting a little ahead of himself. He catches Devil, but now he's dropped an AK on that A site. If Bialy eventually gets picked up, that's 2 AKs that Envy could collect in this round. But in the meantime, VP, with the remaining 3 players from mid, they just push straight out onto the B site. NBK is the only one here to put a stop to this.
And I'm wondering how many people Pasha saw when he pushed up on that stairwell, because if he saw 3 people there, it's a pretty easy call for them to go for the B bomb site. Happy gonna pick up 1 kill, but he's in a lot of trouble, and there's pretty much no way he's gonna be able to live back here. Just gonna end up running him down, and NBK on 12 health. So in spite of some pretty good setups coming out of Envy, I feel like right now Virtus.pro is still gonna be running away with the first couple of rounds here.
It's just brutal as well. Like, the timing works out perfectly for VP. That's all. I mean, obviously Happy was just lurking, and that didn't really pan out for Bialy. But the fact that they have Bialy, he's almost like a guarantee or like a insurance for the late round, where VP, they're able to show themselves early, have a strong mid presence. They show themselves towards B as well. So if there's a rotation coming out from Envy towards that B site, Bialy's like the insurance for the late round, where if you kill somebody on A, there's still time on the clock, boom, you rotate the bomb back to A, and there you go. You can actually just kind of fall back towards the A site. If you kill the guy on B right off the bat, boom, you go to the B site. Like, there's a lot of layers here for VP to work with. A lot of steps that can all come together for a successful round. But it's a 3-0 lead for VP, and now Envy are the ones buying. And now we see a change in VP.
Again, the pace is just so quick. Normally, you could spend the first 40 seconds getting to where Taz is now, and he's just walked himself in. They can play around that position. Devil will take down 1, and Neo with a good refrag. There's Taz and Bialy coming back into it. Kenny only getting the 1 kill here, and that's a lot of trouble for Apex, who's now in connector and being flanked even as we speak. Taz is right on the other side, but the bomb goes down again. Apex should be in a lot of trouble and won't get a chance there. Now it's a weird one-on-one. This is an odd round.
Yeah, really odd, because Apex somehow forgets that Taz is waiting in jungle. Like, that's where he got the initial kill. So Apex, a little bit of a mistake there, and Taz will be able to recover the bomb. And NBK now is in a bit of a tough spot. He has to... Damn, that was loud. Okay. I thought you were cracking open something over here, and instead of somebody out there. All right, whatever. Monster, whatever it is.
I try and only drink when I'm not working. It's a rule I have.
All right. Taz, though, he might actually be able to catch NBK here. This is all down to timing. Silly as that. NBK not looking the right way, and Taz will clutch it. 4-0 for VP. I was so distracting. I was just like, I literally thought you were doing it right next to your mic, because I could hear that so clearly in my headset.
Yeah, me too. I have no idea where that came from, but it's interesting. That position that Taz gets into in what's called the ladder room has a more affectionate name that we don't always bring up, but basically that's such a core part. It's such a tiny room, doesn't seem to occupy much of the map at all, but because it opens up both bomb sites, and it's very hard for the CTs to rotate around that point on the map without exposing themselves, it becomes a really big sort of almost gravitational point for the map. Very important for the CTs to keep a hold of that. Devil has gone down, and good refrag from Kenny. Oh, look at that, NBK! 2 clicks, 2 headshots, and Kenny taking out Taz, and suddenly Envy biting back and maybe putting a bit of pressure on VP here.
VP getting a little bit too comfortable. That's 4 rounds in a row where they've had a strong mid presence like that, 3 of them at least, where they're just constantly putting 4 players in mid. Envyus finally figuring out how to take advantage of that. Snack's pretty sure he spotted 1 of them at the top, but there's 3 of them there. So as soon as he peeks out, he tries to close the angle off by huddling next to the left windowsill there, but not going to work for him. Look at that. I mean, Envy are so on point. Happy doesn't even need to see what's going on. Eventually, he'll put those back on, and then he'll be like, ah, finally. But there we go.
Maybe that is where the the wall hacks come from. The glasses. Could that be a real technology? I don't know.
They've been trying to sell that for years.
That's why I stopped wearing glasses, because I can't stop touching them, and I get them smudged, and I can't see a thing. So, contacts for me instead. 4-1 being the scoreline, and we have the AW here on Kenny. Got a chance to see if he could maybe do something more. This is a great map for people who are there are so many opportunities, and especially the style that Kenny sort of used to like. We'll see if he can be put into play. Happy running through the smoke, or at least trying. The Snacks is going to catch him before anything happens. Now they're running into the A bomb site, but there are actually 3 people stacked up here. Might not be the best idea for VP. They might actually be just biting him more than they could chew here. It's going to be a good kill coming through for Apex. Devil has gone down, but it's still a 2-1-3. And look at MBK putting a lot of pressure on Neo, who's in that corner, and he won't survive either. Pasha goes down, and it's a really good round for Envy.
That was all over the place, but it was also an excellent prediction coming out from Envy. VP made the adjustment necessary to stop that kind of flank coming in from MBK. They put a man into underpass, but the fact that Envyus had 4 players on A pretty much starting off the round, it's just like, right, if you're going to come A, guys, you're going to walk into just a mad crossfires all over the place. You won't be able to actually come out ahead.
Well, if you think about it, though, a round like we just had where VP, they have the mid control, they get rid of Happy and Connector. It's a very good idea to make the call then to say, well, let's go A. Because that was probably one of the A players. At most, there's going to be 2 more, and we have 5 people coming in. Those are pretty good odds, right? It just, it was based on the assumption that there was only going to be 3 people there, so a little bit unfortunate. Good opening here, but I think Envy should be able to recover, and it's smart for Devil not to fight it. Kenny almost, oh, what? Gonna be taking down Pasha in what looked like a completely ridiculous shot. And now they're just going to clean it up. I've just no idea what just happened. Can we get the instant slow motion replay there? That is so ridiculous.
Pretty please. That's unbelievable. Thought he was dead for sure. I was about to say, well, Devil may have been able to challenge just a little bit to, you know, help Kenny out. And Kenny's like, nah, don't need any help. Look at this. Boom.
Did he quickscope that?
Yeah, that looks like it, man. Sit down, Pasha.
The long lost art of quickscoping.
Look at this. Hold on. Yep.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Well then, that one kill has a massive impact on the outcome of the round because there was no one there to back up Kenny. If he dies, they steal the AWP. Then now they have a 2-for-0 trade with the bomb down and an AK and an AWP. That's a round that Virtus.pro could very, very well win. So that one kill is completely pivotal to the round. 4-3 being the scoreline here. And VP still with money, because obviously that was an eco round for them.
Yeah, exactly. Then they get the bomb plant, which is a huge success. It means plenty of nades to work with in this round for Virtus.pro. So we'll see how they actually choose to approach this. At the beginning of the half, they kept putting 4 players into mid. Last round, obviously, on the eco round, they just decided to group up and go towards A. And it looks like VP want to go back towards the same style that they had in the pistol round, which is charge straight out of pit, put maximum amount of pressure on that A side as quickly as possible. And it's working out so far. Fair trade as far as damage is concerned. Devil just goes leaping in, and he eventually sprays Taz down and gets the follow-up on Snacks and the follow-up on Pasha. Devil, huge round for him.
A very aggressive play. Seems to be just sort of making up his own mind that that would be a good idea, and it was. So, very well played. Now, ByAli alone in a 1-on-4. I feel like Devil seems to be playing better when he's playing more aggressively. I feel like whenever I see him play passively, it doesn't seem to be working out. And whenever he's making these slightly crazy plays, it seems to be working out better at least. Good shot from ByAli.
That's beautiful. All you can do is just admire that kind of shot. It's just like boom. And now, I mean, 1v3. NBK's got low HP, but Happy and Kenny, they're already moving into position to box him in. You can already see Kenny making his way into B apartment. So if ByAli tries to run past, Kenny's going to hear those steps. Stomp, 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 right? You can hear it. And so he knows now Kenny is ready. He's already got the rotation coming out from NBK as well. So there will be a man alive on the site. And as soon as he peeks out, Kenny, this is the shot. But NBK is there to guarantee the kill. So 4-4 the score now. And VP, no bomb plant that round means that they might just be a little bit low on the funds. And they should really just think about going for a half buy. No need to try and force where you know, it's like Tech 9. Just get some Tech 9, Kevlar, a couple of nades, get a bomb plant down in this round.
Yeah, low on the funds and also low on the fun, I think. Losing 4 rounds in a row here, not exactly a good time at all. Actually, they're going to go for Tech. Well, they sort of just even out the money, right? So those who had the money would buy Tech 9 and some grenades here, going for a regular old A execute here, which is going to be really great. The only problem is Apex is behind those boxes, but they have a Molotov even. Oh, if Neo gets that Molotov in on Apex, this could be a very good round for Virtus.pro, in spite of the lack of equipment.
Rotation, it's on a clock though. Rotation is coming in from Kenny. He's going to be in CT to back Apex up in a minute here.
Yeah, they waited just a couple of seconds too long. You're exactly right. Apex, he gets a kill, but now the backup is there. Grenade going to rain in as well. Kenny actually getting the kill as that grenade went off, and there's no issue here at all. They managed to shut it down, and that will be a 5th round in a row here for Envy. But yeah, if they'd done that push 10 seconds earlier, that could have been very fun.
Oh, no, well, exactly. And so maybe VP is starting to get a little nervous, trying to wait for some kind of off timing perhaps, I don't know. Just because...
It is just like a coin flip, isn't it? Because, yeah. I mean, unless you have someone in the middle listening for the rotation or something like that, you are just gambling and saying maybe they will, maybe they won't. It could have even been that they've watched the demo of Envy and they know, you know, around this time someone usually rotates out of the bomb site, so we'll wait for that. This time it was different.
Well, 10 rounds in, and we've reached a turning point here for VP. This is the first time that they're going to truly split up across the map and get a default kind of play going where they're just all spread, all looking for picks, making sure that NB can't get too aggressive. I mean, we'll see. Right now, NBK and Kenny were working as a duo together to clear out the apartments, and NBK really getting up there aggressive, shows himself and decides to back off. That's all he needs to do, just make the noise so that VP have to worry about that part of the map later on in the round.
Yeah, but they in turn seem to be going back Neo. A little bit of control in connector, but now actually Envy are taking it back again, and does Neorian realize he's going to go for the fight there? Picks up one and a great follow-up. Seemed like they should have been able to trade that more effectively, but Happy and Kenny getting back into it. Kenny has gone down, but there's not a lot of health left on VP right now. They need that bomb plant, and they need it quick.
Scary situation because Neo's now going to have to drop on Happy. He heard the footsteps. NBK is allowed to walk up and completely deny that bomb plant. Happy making noise at just the right time, and Happy finding the kill on Neo. Taz steps out into the open and takes out NBK. So we're into a 1v1 clutch scenario now. And it's Happy with near full HP and an Incendiary versus Taz half HP, trying to bait a response out. He knows that Happy's playing from mid-connector.
Oh, and there is a corpse lying in the way, and that's actually a big problem exactly on this map, because he might not be able to see the head of Happy coming up there. That could be a very annoying factor in a round like this. Happy now moving a little bit closer. Taz hiding in the back line. This is a good position, except if there's a Molotov in play, which there is. Taz now forced to... No, actually, it bounces on the wrong side. That's a bit of an issue. I think it was supposed to go on the other side of the box there. Now he has to spend some time that he really doesn't want to. Taz moving around and getting a little bit of a shot in there. 27 minutes, but oh! Happy hitting the headshot. And that will be 6 rounds in a row for Envy.
And all that despite an unforced error. Because you're right, I think that Incendiary is definitely... style points.
Good times.
Snack's a little frustrated for sure. I believe he's calling the shots right now for VP as well.
Yeah, you can't see it when he's sitting down, but this is like the Polish version of the mountain, you know. He's just a massive human being. It is a little bit intimidating, really. Plays Counter-Strike.
He's a monster in the game as well, right? So, I mean, there you go, Colossus.
He definitely is. 11th round is coming up right now, and a little bit of an aggressive position here for Kenny. On the other side is Taz. This is not quite sort of an all-in position. You can get back around the corner, but now he's pushing and doesn't get the shot. Instantly falls back.
Wise. And we're back to the default approach here for VP. Came very close last round. Devil with the double spray, and Apex steps in to support him. That drops the bomb at connector. And now it's Bialy and Taz, the last two alive for Virtus Pro. Just like that, they've lost half of their team. And, well, they've got a lot of work ahead of them. Taz played from this position in the last round, and Apex will check it, but a beautiful flick comes in from Taz, drops Apex. Still, Taz only the 2 HP. Now a lot of this is going to come down to Bialy and whether he can actually clear things out without taking too much damage.
He needs to get another kill in here somehow. He can't really let them have the round with 4 men alive, but that's exactly what will happen. 7 rounds straight here for Envy, and the money is out of control. Kenny started this round with very nearly 15,000. Oh, yeah.
Those are some sick hats.
That is great. I love that.
Still, I mean, Devil. It's a couple times now where we've seen some big impact sprays coming out from him. He's jumped up to 10 kills now. Tied for second. So solid work coming out from him. He's the one calling the shots as well for Envy, so a lot on his mind. But, yeah, Kenny with the angle. Gonna drop Neo. Goes back for more. Could he go for a third peek? Man, yep, he will get punished for that bravery. Display of bravery, rather, as Snacks finds the pick, brings it back to a 4-on-4 that will favor Virtus Pro unless Envy can do something to turn it around. But VP at this point, all they need to do is just sit pretty, calm down, maintain that mid control, and you could eventually split onto B. They already have Bialy clearing out B apartments. This comes down to Taz. There's the flash, and full blind, Taz hits the shot on Devil.
I wonder if Kenny thought that was an eco round from VP, because otherwise there's no point in re-peeking that in the middle. That's the only explanation that I could really think of. A good shot from Pasha, going to be taking down MBK. Happy's trying to cover the cross here, and he's going to take down Bialy. So that's a pretty good start. Goes a little bit more aggressive, but he's also very much alone. The bomb making its way back here, and he goes Snacks, just waiting for him. in the kitchen. So 5-7, and finally something working out for VP.
We're just seeing a great fight between both of these teams. Yeah, this is where you kind of call it out a little bit. You want to call it out just because a third peak, is it really necessary? And so maybe there was some misinformation there. Maybe he messed up his read a little bit, thought he was going up against pistols. But even a deagle, you know, if you peek into a deagle, you'll die, right? So I mean, Kenny trying to go for the hero plays, and he just opens it up for VP after that.
Aggressive coming out. I think that was Apex calling for a flash, and Kenny covering him from behind. Just a solid setup there. Taz trying to push out onto the side, but already Happy will have heard that, so he's calling in for a little bit of backup. And everybody's showing up to the party. MBK's just kind of covering B right now. Happy to go down. And a good grenade there landing on Taz. No problem here. And this is, from Virtus Pro's point of view, not a good scenario.
Not at all. At least Snax has some time to work with. He's got a minute 15 to rotate around the map and make life a little bit more difficult here for Envy. Does he know that there's another smoke picked up somewhere? Maybe somebody died in apartments. He just throws away his smoke, so hopefully he'll be able to pick one up later on to be able to use once he actually gets that bomb down or attempts to plant the bomb.
I think Snax is trying to make it look like he threw that grenade and ran back. The problem is Apex is covering the backline, so they're never going to fall for it. They know that he is trapped in here somehow and hasn't really made it out. The only mistake they can make right now is to go and look for him before they hear the bomb going down. Just let it wait. Apex is sort of sneaking up behind, which, I mean, you can tell now he's not being punished, but it is a bit risky.
Yeah, he could just choose to sit. Instead, it is going to be the big step out into the open from Snax. Kenny misses the shot. Snax has the info on NBK. What he doesn't know is that Apex is going to be working his way up from A pit. So this is, I mean, basically Apex is the insurance now. He's going to be able to step out and get a free kill. You can even see Snax is just like, okay, connector, probably going to start looking towards CT. Never expects to have to look back towards pit. And that was through the smoke that Kenny got that opening pick on Pasha. That's brutal. But what's also good to see here is that Envy are showing, you can't push us around, right? Yeah, okay, you won that last round. You're up on 5, but that's not going to stop us from going aggressive. And that takes some bravery because right now, VP, 5-6 rounds, that's a feel-good half for a T side on Mirage. So for Envy to be willing to take some risks, even though they know they're risking big with it, that's solid. That's, you know, if you're an Envy fan, warm and fuzzy a little bit, I think.
Double op setup, and one of them is on MBK, which is interesting. But he has been covering B quite a bit, and it's a really good tool to just cover that long line down the hallway with. See if he's going to get a chance to fight someone with. They do have 3 people over there, and the bomb at top middle, so might not be for a while. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, just pistols. This time, it makes more sense for Kenny to sort of continue to fight if he feels like it.
And sees the one guy. He has the advantage of the angle. There wasn't an instant repeak. And so now, well, they are going to try and get the clever here, get that boost going, and putting Snax up in the window is a pretty good call. He has this uncanny ability to just hit timings. And well, he's going to get that flash down, clears out CT, goes powering into jungle. Happy, does he realize? Does he hear the steps at his back? Doesn't matter anymore. Neo finds the kill on him. So we're into a 4-on-4. VP still have control of mid, but they're no closer to getting onto a site.
Oh no. NBK's alone in B, and Snax is walking in from behind. This would be quite a painful way for them to potentially lose a round. There's the opening. Snax waiting for it. He wants to check if there's anyone else. He doesn't know he's alone. MBK running out of time quick here, and that's going to be the kill. The bomb is making its way in. They're going to steal the AWP. That's such a big opening, and it's made from just one gap in the defense there. This is going to be tricky for Envy. They can't give up this round, and Virtus Pro had really almost nothing going into it. Snax holding the kitchen, not going to get the peek, and now he's actually, well, he was trapped in the corner, makes it out real quick. The bomb has only just gone down, flash goes in, and Taz will find the kill. Kenny missing a shot, and he's being flanked as well. Should be going down. The round will go in favor of VP, 6-8. That's a massive win, and Snax, he may have only got the 1 kill in that round, but it was a massive kill. It was such good movement.
And that's what he's capable of. That's what this guy, he just delivers this round after round.
And what's interesting is he had the choice coming out of the window room that he could have gone and tried to flank A where it looked like they wanted to try and attack. And it's that instinct to try and go B instead that really works out.
What I'm wondering now is if Apex continues to try and play aggro, because I was just checking his scoreline right now. He's kind of dropped off a little bit, quieted down. And he is, I mean, it's been brought up on the desk multiple times, and really it's just throughout history, right? Apex is the key to his team's success. He needs to feel on point, and that kind of push up to top mid, that's like a signature Apex play. He loves to go ultra aggressive. He loves to take the fight to his enemies. But in this round, he's going to just be playing passive A. No attempt at a push, no attempt at putting any pressure on VP. Instead, it's going to come down to Kenny, who has that AWP, finds the pick on Pasha in mid. Still 2 players playing in connector for Envy as well, so they could look to short, but I think a smoke is down blocking off Snacks. Instead, it's NBK and Happy going to work.
And Envy doing a really good job right now. Gonna finally be NBK going down. Happy getting that kill mid-air, and Taz gets tagged in the face beforehand. Not that it matters against that AWP. That will make it 9-6 for the first half in favor of Envy. So a sort of open-ended scoreline, but considering how good VP tend to be on the CT side, I would say Envy have some distance to go before they can feel safe right here.
What I'm really curious to see is the impact that Kenny can have in the second half that's coming up. If he's going to go aggro op, or if they're going to count on him using the AK, we'll find out in just a few minutes after this break.
Welcome back. It's Taz and Apex here leading the scoreboard for either team, and it's 14-9, or 14 and 9 kills on Apex there. So doing a sort of reasonable job. Not quite sure if it's gonna be enough right here. And actually, sorry, Kenny's at 17 kills, so not leading the scoreboard, but yeah, they are trying to see if they can make it back here, Virtus.pro. They only got 6 rounds in the first half, and considering that they won the first 4 in a row, then they only got 2 more after that for the rest of the half. So I'm not sure if they're feeling super excited, but they must be, they must realize that this is a very winnable game for them. If they win this pistol round, I think Envy are gonna have a struggle ahead of them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to put VP in the driver's seat. Look at this setup here from Apex. He fluffs the nade. Unfortunately, just chucks it right into the wall, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And it doesn't help that Pasha's going to pick up a kill on NBK. That drops a bomb up in apartments. Devil is going to try and bring it back. He finds a kill on Snacks, but he's down to 11 HP, and Kenny's sitting on 81. So not looking too healthy, not looking too hale here for Envy. And Taz with the flank. The delayed push to just bottle them in. They're boxed in now because there's Bialdi holding in mid underpass as well. Pasha going aggressive. Decides to try and go on the hunt, but really there's nowhere for Envy to go. They have to battle their way out.
They're very much trapped. I mean, this is not a fun position to be in. Pasha takes 1, and Kenny gonna go down as well. I think a triple kill there for Pasha will bring it to a 7-9 scoreline. And again, you win both the pistol rounds, you're already doing a very good job. So we'll see if Envy can find a way to get back. They didn't get the pistol, right? They get the bomb plant, so you'll see.
It's a tough situation because, as far as I'm concerned right now, Envy have like half the solution. Kenny is leading the way. Yes, he's getting the kills, but Apex really needs to wake up and start. You know, you need the 2 of them hitting shots for Envy to be at their most deadly, at their most dangerous, where they win maps against the best. And right now, I mean, while Apex missing a flash like that and just getting obliterated in the pistol, that doesn't bode well. So Envyus now with a little bit of additional pressure on their shoulders. Deagles across the board. See, nobody's standing out this time, Anders.
I like it.
Straight Deags. Now we have to see if they've got Juan on speed dial or if they're going to get wiped out here by VP.
Only thing better would have obviously been all R8s, but that's a different story.
Can somebody say high noon in the, as well while they use them?
Yeah, why not? There's been a couple of gifts like that on the Reddit lately, which I really enjoyed. Apex snuck his way into Sandwich and gonna try to be continued. Gets a fight with Taz. Even if he had won it, Viali would have been there to return that kill very quickly. And MBK hoping for a quick deagle on someone. There's a bit of a chance. Neo playing a dangerous game. But it is 4-on-3 now, so he is happy gonna pick up that kill right before he goes down.
So at least he finds something to work with. NBK, though, he's just hating life. Just can't seem to find a kill, and then Pasha eventually is just going to go in there and, well, wreck him. So now it's just Kenny. No Kevlar, because he's prioritizing that AWP, which is good to see for the 19th round. We'll be watching to see him pick up the sniper rifle, because in the 17th round, there's nothing left to talk about. The done. Shut down. And Virtus Pro 1 round closer to tying it up at 9-9. Get wrecked.
Yeah, so this is what generally happens when you lose the pistol. There's a good chance you lose the following 2 rounds. And yeah, right now, Envy, they got to think not so much about this round, but the upcoming one. Be very interested to see, like, there's a couple of different ways they can go about it. Kenny will, I think, have enough for an AWP. So they could try and challenge middle with that, see if they could find an opening, or they could go for something faster.
And it looks like it's just run off the balcony and cross your fingers, hope you can get that bomb down. Taz is going to be in position to just shut down half of this push, though. Happy at Tetris, gets overwhelmed. And well, they've done hardly any damage at all. The bomb is on the site, it's been donated. And well, Kenny now, well, he just kind of gets to just sit and hang out, really. And hope that somebody on VP is going to make the silly mistake of trying to push into apartments to punish him.
Now he's sort of been spotted as well, so eventually it's going to come to an end with a 3rd kill for Viali. And a tied scoreline at 9-9. Kenny could buy an AWP glass cannon if you wanted to, although the fact that it's sort of glass cannon means I would question going for the middle peak. Because there's another position where you can very easily run into grenades, and that's something you don't want to do. So we'll see what it's going to be for Kenny. They don't have an op on the VP side, though.
He's swinging his knife around, and it is looking like he wants to try and take that mid peak, and it's going to be a delayed one as well. Snacks is already in position. And Kenny, so what he's doing is he takes it into mid, but instead of going aggro, he's waiting for aggression to come out of Virtus Pro. He plays a passive angle where he's just holding right. He has that long angle right into mid, so if Bialy or somebody wanted to come try and push top mid and get the fight on, Kenny would then be protected from any kind of nades or anything like that flying in. So I like it. A little bit more of a passive approach coming in from Envy to start.
Grenade onto Pasha there, doing I think a bit of damage. And Happy is waiting, hoping that someone's going to come look, and instead it's actually Taz going down. So very good opening start, especially because they got such a heavy presence in middle that Snacks is going to have a hard time dealing with it. Once the smoke goes away, he's going to be trapped in here. NBK does go down to Virtus Pro, still a 4-on-3. Apex picking up a good shot there. And now, maybe the only hope is Bialy sneaking up at A ramp, but he's already been discovered.
Did they realize? Yeah, Kenny, okay, yeah, Apex is back to pit. It's not to say, like, he had the silencer going, so maybe they didn't quite pick up on where they were getting shot from there, but it was pretty quick reaction coming out there from Envy. They get the bomb down. Now it's Neo taking point on the rotation from the B side. Pasha hardly has any HP to speak of, so Neo's gonna have to do some work, and he spots out Kenny, puts the pressure on, but Devil steps right into his face, clocks him, and now it's Pasha in a 1v4, stuck in mid. The best thing he can hope for here is to back off and save his gun. Only problem is, look at Happy. Well, Happy's actually got the worst read possible. So, lucky day for Pasha.
Yeah, it seems like there's a good chance he can survive, and I mean, he needs a bit of luck right now. Him and Neo not really doing too well at the moment, both at the bottom of the scoreboard. They probably need, one or the other has to step up and have a pretty good half at the end here. Otherwise, I think Envy could stand a decent chance of making their way out of this game with a bit of a win. 10-9 is the scoreline, and they will buy up anyway on the VP side.
Happy, just saying, like, this is football. They're trying to read my lips, right? There's guys with binoculars up there, trying to read the coach's lips. What are you calling? What are you calling? Covers it. All right.
In French as well, translating it.
Live translation.
That'd be impressive, wouldn't it?
think is if it was old Envy, I would have just said, you know, it's like rush B. But not going to be this time. They do put some pressure in B apartments early on, but again, Kenny, passive hold, looking for the aggression in mid, and it's Taz actually taking point there for that push. So VP, see if it actually pays off, because there is a bit of a timing to it, because if they're wrapping through underpass, Taz will be vulnerable. But Neo's going to miss the shot, then Snack's actually missing the shot initially. Devil tries to transfer the spray, he's not going to get it. Instead now it's Kenny who's looking to try and get that trade kill because he's boxed in.
Oh, when Apex took a lot of damage. That was Snacks hitting the shot through the side there, but still, the Molotov's going to zone him out, and Apex actually picking up a secondary kill there on Pasha. 2 versus 3, definitely not a done round yet. Bialy, though, is in an uncomfortable position right here. If he gets peeked from apartments, which he does, it's not an easy fight to win, because he has to worry about the connector as well all the time. 1 versus 3 for Neo.
And he's actually in the best place possible, because Happy is actually giving this up. He does get the smoke down on jungle, but nobody's there to challenge the smoke, and so it's virtually useless. They don't know if Neo's pushed through. He's going to drop the palm carrier. That's Kenny down. Happy and Apex now both on single-digit HP. They've got 30 seconds to get this bomb down. Happy will spot the man. Neo transfers onto Apex, and now he's got bomb control. He can sit here all day. What are you going to do, Happy? Well, roast him. That's a good start. Need to find the headshot, and he does! Another clutch for Happy. 2 key rounds. And Happy comes through for his teammates again.
That is fairly mad, because I think actually the fire that went up blocked his view. And Neo, I mean, more than anything, it's kind of shocking that it even ended up in a 1v1, considering that was a 3v1, right? So it's good that they were able to sort of zone him out at the end, I guess. But the fire is simply obscuring Happy's position there.
Unbelievable. Well, again, Snacks is going to go into mid. He nearly had the timing, but he will get the follow-up onto Apex. Decides not to risk the random shot through the smoke. Instead, willing to wait, be patient, and pick up the kill when he actually saw his opponent. And it works. Now there's 3 players alive here on the A site for Virtus Pro, and Envyus, they're committed.
Snacks, second kill coming through, and Bialy helping out onto Devil there. This seems like finally a round that's working out for VP. It's been a couple of rounds here where Envy have had it all their own way, and now Happy alone versus 2. And he does have the bomb at least, but he's about to be flanked as well. That smoke not going to cover him. And that will make it 10-11 here, so a little bit going back their way. There is a lot of money on Happy. This is questionable. I'm not sure if it's worth it for them to go for a quick buy here.
It's that last round that did them in with only the 1 player surviving.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's been very expensive rounds here for Envy. And what is this buy that's going to come out? You guys will see it in a second. Sorry, I keep jumping the gun, but 4 Mac 10s? Like, this is just a purely Envy buy. All right, 4 Mac 10s YOLO B.
If this works, I'm going to be disappointed. Mac 10's running right in a Neo. Thankfully, fighting for the integrity of the game is eventually going to get taken out by a grenade. And Pasha doing pretty good work there, so thank God the Mac 10s did not prevail. Feels like that would have been too much, wouldn't it? I don't think I could have handled that.
Sick wallbang from Happy, but yeah. No, I mean, seriously.
That would have put me on tilt.
Yeah, I guess they treat it as like a round of eco almost, where they're just like, right, buy Mac 10s, we'll get money in the next round, but still. Yeah, almost wonders if it's not better to just go Tech 9 Kevlar then. Tech 9 Kevlar, a couple of nades, go for a half buy, balance out your money, and go for a buy in the next round. Now, Virtus Pro are going to get 2 rounds off the back of this. It's tied at 11-11, but VP are primed to take the lead. And while they are on the CT side of Mirage, so I mean, you can even say they're in the lead already. When it's a tied situation like this, all of the pressure is now on the Frenchman to get it up, to get something going here. And Devil going to try and lurk his way out through the smoke. Somehow actually makes it past. It gets the headshot on Bialy.
See, Virtus Pro can't really afford to give up this round. This is supposed to be the point in time where they get sort of a little bit of mental energy back and just can relax and get a few good kills. And Neo even knows that with that MP9. He's ready to farm up a couple of kills against some unarmored opponents, but it's a little bit tricky now. He's making his way back to B just to make sure no one's going to pull any tricks on them. But Envy, they're a dangerous team even with pistols.
That's a pain there, though. Taz finds the kill on NBK. He was supposed to be the one to draw attention to mid, to keep the pressure here, to keep VP thinking that they might wrap to A. Instead, it is going to be the 3 players lurking their way out through B apartments. Neo, he got spotted. No, not sure if he did, actually, and Devil's going to walk right into him. MP9 up close is going to shred these guys when they don't have Kevlar. Kenny will be able to get the kill, but Neo gets 2. What is that shot from Kenny? He shuts down Taz. And now we're to a 2-on-2 somehow.
They have armor on Happy. And he's going to need it, especially now being alone. The bomb is planted for his position. If only there was a gun he could pick up somewhere, or if he had a grenade or really anything. They have a smoke, so they're going to put that up, and that forces him to go in and look for them. He can't really stay on the other side any longer. Now he's out in the open. Great headshot from Happy, and a great round for Envy, honestly. That's just very impressive. 4 kills and a bomb plant. That kind of a round could be one that has a really big consequence later on for Virtus.pro. They could end up running out of money because of a round like that.
Yeah, they're going to tap into their bank massively this round. So they're all floating around like the 6K mark, but 4 of them have got a rebuy now. So it's not looking too healthy for Virtus.pro as far as the money is concerned. Obviously, Envy after a round of eco, they're going to spend everything in this round. And while we have both AWPs alive, a double AWP play coming out here from Virtus.pro actually. Snacks and Neo both with the sniper rifle. And what's interesting is that it's going to be an aggressive Palace push. If Kenny or Apex are Happy seems to be the one to be mainly playing the lurk role on A. Snacks definitely looking to get the punish on him this round, but it's not going to happen. Might be delayed though, because Snacks is still holding the angle up there.
Yeah, and I think that would be a little bit hard for Happy to guess. Like normally at this point in time, if someone was in apartments, they would have either fallen back or they would have kept pushing, right? Unlikely they will stay in that position forever. Snacks and Happy are right about to walk into each other. It's a little bit scary up here. Happy counting the seconds in his mind. If he gets the kill though, this whole round is going to be opened up for Envy, and then VP will be out of money. This is right now the fight that that's going to decide the round probably.
To make all of it, yeah. And he's going to walk right into Snacks. And Snacks not caught he's not caught sleeping. He's been waiting there for a minute. And he still hits the shot instantly on Happy. And while Envyus, this prompts them to change things up. Instead of going towards that A site, they had the mid control. They're going to go straight up short, where Snacks is going to still be able to find a pick on Kenny. Devil, though, will get the key kill. He opens up the B site by taking out Pasha.
And look at how quick they're being. This is very important. Apex now sneaking around middle. Snacks is going to be going down and turning around for the kill on Taz, who's just going to ignore that, running right through and ends up dropping Bayali from the very... as soon as Snacks got the kill on apartments, Bayali was flanking here, and now it might have been too late anyway. He even gets spotted. What a great jump from Apex. Just the information is going to be enough here. He gets the kill, and now one-on-one. Apex versus Bayali, but he only has 35 health here on the Polish player. And that bomb is ticking away right now. Bayali needs this kill. And Apex is in a perfect position. It's very hard to get out from this balcony without running across here. A little bit of damage done. Trying to fake it out. Throws out the pistol to try and fake it out. But Apex picking it up. Double kill for him. That will tie up the scoreline and put Virtus.pro back to pistols.
And well, now, man, this is just all over the place. That's 3 huge clutch rounds that have gone Envyus' way. 2 of them from Happy, 1 from Apex. VP just can't seem to come through in the big clutch plays right now, and that's costing them 12-12. They're on the CT side, but you're right. Their money gets reset. Happy, once again, trying to hide the info, trying to hide the calls. And well, I mean, Envy at this point now, they should be feeling great, although they do go back to a default hold. Would like to see a little bit more of the buddy system in play. There's only really 2 guys who are stacked up. That's over in B apartments. Because if VP choose to go aggressive with pistols, they can just run a single player over really quickly. Still, Apex is going to find Snacks. That was an underpass. And so there's one part of the aggression that's gone. VP, though, they've still got the 3 players outside of pit.
Well, trying to make it work, but only doing some good damage to Happy. They wouldn't be able to get the kill there. He is isolated a bit, so if Bayali and Taz were really hunting for him, maybe they could get him, but seems like Envy are not going to have too much trouble this round. At worst, they lose a rifle, but they'll definitely take the lead here in the game. 13-12 is definitely inevitable at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty much sealed up and done for Taz is actually working on a delayed flank through Palace, which is fairly interesting. I mean, he might be able to catch out Happy, but it's just not even going to happen. A perfect, flawless anti-eco round for Envyus. That's going to build their bank. They desperately needed that, but more importantly, they just keep all their rifles alive. They really just put that mental pressure, that mental block on VP. You can't even kill one of us.
This is very interesting. I mean, VP, they saved the round, now they're buying, but it's not a very convincing buy. Snacks without armor, very limited grenades, not a single Molotov, no defuse kits either. So this is one of those rounds where VP really needs to win their battles. If it goes into a plant situation, if anything like that happens, it's going to be bad. Happy challenging the middle there and ends up going down.
Because he misses the Molotov, right? He's got to be furious with himself. That Molotov and connector is supposed to deny that position from Snacks. Instead, now, Snacks finds the first kill. Taz is there to take out Devil. Snacks with the second. Envyus holds the line on the site itself. Kenny not going to be able to live through this. What is this? The longest spray battle ever. But VP just come crashing right back into Envy. A perfect hold on that A site.
Bialy deciding to fight through the pain, I think. Just somehow staying alive. That will be tied up again at 13-13, and I don't know where this is going to go anymore. Neither team has that much money, a little bit more on Virtus Pro, but still not that impressive. Now, shot, though, from Snacks.
That's pretty quick.
Bit worrisome.
It's pretty quick. Oh, yeah, Happy, he's got to be furious. Because that last round, if he gets a Molotov and it hits like the plateau and connector, then there's nowhere for Snacks to stand. Smoke is down in window, he can't be in connector, and you get mid control. Instead, Envy now, they just bum rush mid. They're like, right, okay, if you're gonna bring the op over there, we're actually just gonna rush you down if you actually try and take a fight with us. And so Envyus, they wrench control of mid away from Virtus Pro. Still 5 players alive for both teams, but now Envyus have a bit more map control to work with.
Especially that position for NBK and the fact that he wins the fight against Taz, who was trying to play the edge of the smoke in there. Very important. Wonder if there's going to be a response. And actually, if there is, Pasha's moving up on the other side, but he runs into Apex. That was a good idea. That's what you should do when you're a man down. Now, the big question is, they're going to forget about Neo in here. It seems they will. And Neo picks up the 1 kill, should be calling for backup quick here as Kenny's going to pick up Bialy. And Snacks is just miles away. There's not going to be any backup for either Snacks or Neo. There's a good shot, and I'm not sure why NBK wanted to fight that. That brings it into a 2-on-2.
Now just get that buddy system going, although Kenny he's up in jungle. Gonna try to take the shot. Neo's not gonna be able to connect with that spray, but Snacks, he's doing what Snacks does best. Dances through the smoke, charges down Devil, drops the bomb in mid, and Kenny wasn't there fast enough. 30 seconds left now, and the full flash, followed by the kill from Snacks. The clutch round, basically clutch play coming in from Snacks.
How does he know? Like, just think about it. Walking blind through the smoke, he just took out 1 person on catwalk. There could have easily been a second guy there looking at the smoke or anything like that. It's just so uncanny how he does that. No bomb plant means Envy do not have the money, and that's going to be 14-13 here. Virtus Pro 2 rounds away from winning what has turned out like, if I think about it now, I mean, Envy didn't look, I think, that impressive against Gambit, but it seems like they've sort of risen to the challenge here. This could kind of still go either way, but I definitely favor right now to run away with the first map at least.
Is it Envy rising to the challenge, or Virtus Pro being willing to sink down to their level and actually turn this into a street fight?
Oh, I see what you're getting at here. I mean, it is, I think they've, all across the board, there's no one who's really underperforming right now. NBK's at 15 kills, topping is Kenny at 22. So it's not like that big of a gap right now between top and bottom on Envy. I feel like they're performing at a pretty reasonable level here.
If Lurpus was here, I know what he would say in that situation, and that's, why the hell do you have your knife out, Devil? Why don't you have your pistol out at least, right? You know, like you're in a close quarters scenario, you don't know where they are. It's just a small detail, right? But like, is the time that you save by running with your knife out going to be worth it? Or if you just ran with your pistol, like if you had a P250 out, right?
It's true, but it sort of speaks to how much Snacks managed to mind game him, right? Because in Devil's mind, Snacks is up in the bomb site. He's not thinking this is a close quarters fight. He's thinking it's fine. He's quite far away with the sniper rifle.
It's fair.
I'll just make it around here. But it is one of those ticks that professional players have that switches out, right? That can be detrimental at times. Right now, tactical timeout for Envy, and they are going to force it up. My God.
They're going to force it up, and they're probably going to go for a full-on A, execute strategy, I think.
This is the difference.
They haven't really run a straight A execute. It's been a lot of mid control It's been a lot of playing default for picks, you know, but they like a set strat that they can rely on. The problem is that VP, I mean, VP just need to put one guy close to pit and that completely falls apart, right? So they could afford VP to put Taz or somebody close to the pit and then just have him hold there in shadow or something. Let's see.
Forcing now instead of saving is the difference between saying, let's try and play for overtime, or let's just try and see if we can't steal this away and win 16-14. And they're in it to win 16-14, I suppose. So we'll see if that's going to be the case or not. Quick Molotov into the middle, try and deny that position that Snacks has been using a couple of times in the past. And they do have 3 at top mid, and there's 2 over by the B-bomb side. Smoking Molotov in. Looked like, I'm wondering what would happen if you try and push the kitchen there, if they can sort of box them in. A good opening kill here from Pasha, who's had a bit of a rough game, but he's going to follow it up with another one there. And now things are looking very bad for Envy indeed. It doesn't reload in time though, and ends up going down, trying to switch to the pistol. Devil is dead as well. And Happy and Kenny are left 2 on 4.
Not looking too healthy, although Kenny is going to be able to take the fight to him. Picks up a second kill, that Snacks down. But it's still a man advantage. Now Happy is basically the one who has to make the difference. And he gets the instant shot onto Bialy. Now he has an op to play with as well. If he can catch out Taz, this would be big. But Taz takes out his teammate in the meantime, so it's all on Happy now. 8 HP left for him in a 1v2. Hendeo's going to push right in on him. So 15-13 map point for Virtus Pro. And Envyus, it's going to be another force buy. Tech9 force buy for them. Well, that's what's fun to see is that Envyus, man, they are really focused on that B site. It's pretty much split 50-50 between the two. I mean, edging out the number of times they've gone towards B instead of A, but I was definitely expecting more like action to happen on A there for Envyus.
Well, they're kind of all in at this point, aren't they? 29th round coming up. It is another Tech9 and armor buy coming up. Plenty of grenades, but Taz is already spotting top mid, and since he hasn't seen anyone, that already rules out a lot of other strategies. And now that they see the grenades, they definitely know what's coming up here. And Snacks shooting right between them. That's ridiculous. Now Devil gonna be able to take him out. Taz wants to follow it up. He's out in the open. And Kenny gonna get that kill. That's now 3 versus 5 with the bomb down here. And Virtus Pro looking to fight it. They actually won't have enough money for the upcoming round, so they might realistically think about saving these guns. Instead, they push through. Pasha picks up 1, and he's going to be down. And Virtus Pro just continue on in.
No fear at all, only dreams. And well, they nearly get the double spray. Neo, so close to transferring onto Apex. That was way too close for comfort. And right now, Happy is just like, why didn't we run this last round?
Well, the fact is that if Snacks had got either, like if we replay that, he shoots right between the 2 players, and if he doesn't, that's it. It probably straight goes Virtus Pro's way. That's such a close shot, and everything sort of falls apart at that point in time. And then I think maybe Taz also being a bit too aggressive. But what's really weird is that VP didn't decide to go and save the last 3 rifles. I think that would have probably been a smarter choice, because that would have given them a pretty good buy in this round.
Instead, now we're looking at an Envyus who are full bot versus a VP who are force buying, not a single rifle, just the AWP. That's the heavy hitting gun that they have to work with. MP9 on Neo, Snacks with the swag, or Pasha with the swag 7 rather. And then 2 pistols, so not looking too good. But we'll see. I mean, Snacks once again playing from connector. He's waiting for the push up the top, and he gets the leg shot onto Devil. Apex trying to get that trade, or at least trying to get that revenge. Not going to happen. Instead, now it's Neo playing from ladder room. Let's see if he can actually pull something off from there, because he might be able to get the long lurk into mid.
Does have an MP9, so even if you find someone in the middle, how do you take a long fight with that weapon? Taz close here with the CZ75. It's a pretty good position to try and use that gun in, but won't be getting the kill. Devil is kind of low on health though. And maybe if they get close to Neo here in ladder room, this MP9 would be a lot better. Bialy sneaking out, and he must have heard Happy running. He's right around on the other side, CZ close range. And that's going to be an AK-47 going in to his hands. Still a 4-on-4.
No, unfortunately, just runs right up. Again, the timing not going to work. Neo leaps onto NBK, brings it back to a 3-on-3. But Envyus are up on the A site now, and Kenny just going to fully commit to this this plant. Snacks not in position to get the punish. Pasha either. Do they actually have anything to block off CT with? Kenny, man, he's in a bit of a tough spot. He's got his 2 teammates and a long con kind of coming in from Devil. He's trying to wrap into mid. We'll see if they can actually last that long.
They need to get rid of Kenny in the backlines, and this jumping max 7 might just be it. There's the damage being done already. Pasha goes down immediately afterwards. Neo looking for the kill, and Devil rotating all the way around back. It's a 1-on-2, and that's going to be the round here. Overtime as we tie it up 15-15 in regulation. What a comeback for Envy. What a way to hold on to this game. And Virtus.pro probably a little bit upset with themselves.
They gotta be flustered. If you're VP at this point, if you win any of those 3 clutches, you're thinking, you know, we win. But they weren't able to get the clutch going, and once again, it's another one here. I mean, Devil, Devil might not. He wasn't even in the factory here. He was just like off in mid somewhere. It was all on Apex.
Yeah, and then we have the overtime rules, so in case anyone is wondering. I think one of the really big differences, one of the really things that sort of made a huge impact in this last round is the fact that when Bialy sneaks in and gets the kill on Happy, steals the AK, when he comes running back into the A side, he very obviously doesn't know that they're already up there. If they had had that information, imagine what a horrible round it would have been for Envy to try and get the bomb down, knowing that Bialy is sort of sneaking around either in apartments or on ramp. Suddenly there's so many things to cover, so that has a really big impact on the round. Now, and this is the big thing, because you're starting with $10,000 on either side of the overtime, as you just saw, it's going to be, suddenly you can afford a lot on the CT side, and they go straight for the double.
And it's not Neo with the second op this time, it's Pasha. So they want to have one on each side, it looks like. Oh no, and Pasha missing the incendiary, that's awkward.
He's going to improvise it.
Exactly. He's like, I meant to actually set up a screen for me right from the start. Now, I mean, is he actually going to go for the full push? He has Neo playing short to back him up. And Neo actually trying to force a reaction. He goes for the wallbang again, right through. If anybody was standing in front of the plank, they might have stepped into Pasha's waiting arms. So nice little detail there. Good teamwork from VP. Then instead it's going to be the flash. The pop flash actually set up there from NBK. And Pasha's still here, but the incendiary has to force him off. So slowly but surely, Envyus gaining ground.
And if nothing else, MBK is sort of keeping Pasha and Neo on that side of the map, which leaves a 4-on-3 on the other side of the map, where the rest of Envy seem to be pushing in here, trying to jump over the smoke. Taz right on the other side, and it clears, and Apex goes down. But a quick return there from Devil, so that's obviously good news. Now let's see if they can actually make this work or not. Happy's looking to get out, and Bialy's in the same position that Taz was in last round, although with a slightly better rifle. It is kind of a all-in here. You're not going to be hiding from that fight. Snacks looking the wrong way. Could have been caught. He legs one, but he can't get the kill. And now Bialy in a lot of trouble. He's going to pick up the one kill, but they're coming in from above. He almost turns around for it. And it's a 2-on-1. How does that even happen? Bialy picking up 2 kills where he should have got maybe none. And now it's NBK alone.
28 HP as well. And he just used his last nade. 5 seconds left means he has no time to fake it. Pasha just charges in, but that wins the round. May seem silly, but Pasha denies that bomb plant, so there's just not enough time left for NBK to make it happen for his team. Instead, Neo will find the kill on him out in the open. This is a bit silly, because you gotta, it's frustrating for Bialy as well, because with how things have developed, with losing the mid control, Happy constantly being up in Palace in regulation time, Bialy's just thinking, I know where you are, Happy, you're going to peak eventually, and I'm gonna be waiting for you. It's just losing Snacks in jungle forces Bialy to try and shift things up. He still makes a hero play and gets 2 kills, but if everything had gone according to plan, Envy would have run right into a rock.
Well, the same battle here that we saw earlier in the game with Snacks versus Happy, and it was Snacks that came out on top, had a little bit more patience. Happy waiting on the other side. A lot again. I mean, maybe not as much as last time, but it still really matters who wins this fight. NBK going to be taking out Pasha. That's a big kill coming through, and Snacks apparently going to miss the opportunity there. So just a good start for Envy in this round.
There's another adjustment. Happy got punished last time by walking into Snacks. He's not going to let that happen again. Thought for a second Snacks had pulled the trigger there.
He did, and he hit Apex again. Or what's that, Taz? I think it might have been Taz actually,
yeah.
But it looked like he took the shot.
He's on 10, so yeah, that's way too close sometimes. But still, 4-on-4, and it's going to be the rapid split onto B, and there we go. Devil opens it up, takes out Taz, but Neo's got the AWP in position to hold the line onto short. He's getting flanked from the apartments, but he's playing this so well, Neo. He's just trying to close it out until he can eventually force the 1v1 versus Devil. Confirms that there's a man up in apartments as well. That's NBK now in a 1v3 to clutch it. And well, they line up for him. So this is as good as it gets. 37 seconds. This time, NBK has all the time in the world.
Oh, and he sees it coming as well. There's the kill coming through. quad for NBK, who has been a little bit absent in this game. So if you were going to sort of get back into it, overtime's a pretty good place to do it. That is a round that Virtus.pro should not have lost. That was a 3-on-1 versus NBK. It's one thing that they line up, but I mean, this is just ridiculous, isn't it?
Last bullet as well. It's just unreal. All of these clutch rounds that Envyus keep winning. VP, they just, I mean, this is the worst sort of scenario for VP. It's like we're making the right calls, we're coming out ahead, and then we just lose in the clutch. Apex, though, gonna just charge through. Devil actually taking point as well. Taz gonna shoot him in the back. Bialy's there with a double kill. And, well, Envyus this time around just run right into the blender, but Happy, he's already won a clutch this map. Let's see if he can actually follow it up. 1v3 with a whole minute and a half left to work with.
Oh man, I'm convinced that Snacks in a different life, in a previous life, was a magician or something. Because you see how they were chasing him into shadows. They knew that he was there, and they turned the corner and they're like, "I got you trapped." And then he's actually up the ladder, and they just can't see him. That did look really weird from Envy's point of view, because they thought they were just managing to get him. Pasha, easy shot there. So they win 2 out of 3 rounds on the CT side, which means they're 2 rounds away from taking the overtime. But now they're going to play on the terrorist side. We'll see how far they can push this one. Currently, we have 2 players on Virtus.pro, 29 kills, and those are Snacks and Bialy, so the sort of 2 youngest players on the team. And then we have on the other team, Kenny at 26, but then look at the rest of the score. But it's really evened out on Envy, right? We've got 23, then 22, 22, 22. They're almost all of the same scoreline. It's kind of ridiculous.
This is so even between both of these teams, you're right. Even the fact that Pasha's trailing behind doesn't really matter, because Snacks and Bialy are just doing so much work. So now, I mean, this is the key moment for Envy. They need to win this round to keep themselves in the running to actually pick up this overtime. They're looking for that flawless. We're looking for the first team to 19 rounds here. So again, it's going to be that presence in mid from Kenny. Virtus.pro not really choosing to smoke up the window early, so he's willing to hang around here, see if he can't take that fight, try and pick somebody off. In the meantime, Happy, he's lurked all the way up to top mid. Pasha, is he ever going to realize that there's somebody holding close? Of course not. Happy with the free kill, but Snacks, double kill. Apex and Kenny down, and he's gonna get a third as well. Devil is done.
Wow, single-handedly walking right in and clearing out the middle, and Bialy not hesitating to get that shot on NBK. There's not really much that Happy can do right now. Because you don't have infinite money starting on the CT side, might want to think about just saving the rifle, because they might end up needing it. It's a little bit risky, but obviously you've got to try and do something here. Happy pushing forward. It's a 1v3, and it goes down to Bialy. That's 18 rounds here for Virtus.pro. They just need 1 out of the next 2, and they'll be able to do it. But if Envy get the next 2, then we're in double overtime.
Unbelievable that nobody is watching towards underpass as well. Snacks, he literally walks up behind 3 people. How does that happen? Well, that's what Envy are wondering. They're going to watch the demo later and obviously pinpoint it. But for now, it's just, okay then. We need to win these 2 rounds to actually pick up this first map. VP, they've got 2 map points now. And while VP, they aren't going to mess around. They know that they can, if they can just pull off a strategy that they've tried 100 times, it's going to be a straight up A execute. All the smokes going out. And now we see, I mean, they are hesitating just a little bit, but they should be grouped and ready to go.
First sort of wave of grenades coming through, then they wait. Are they going to go for the second round? And is anyone from Envy going to fall back afterwards? That's the big question. This could look like a fake from Envy's point of view, you know? Oh, the smokes are this bit. Kenny's rotated a little bit out. Now they're going to try and go for it, and Apex is going to be going down. Kenny back in position, but his teammates are gone by the time that he is. And the smokes are up, so using half the smokes and then just baiting Kenny out of that position now. NBK on 19 health, and the bomb will be going down here. So 3 more kills, and VP will end up winning this marathon match here. And there's one of them, NBK down. Happy and Kenny left, the 2 AWPs.
Not the best weapon to have in a retake scenario. But then, I mean, Kenny, we have to see if we can see that glimmer of brilliance that we've seen in the past. Happy is going to lurk his way right out into the open. Bialy is there to take his head off, but Kenny trades. Still a 1v3 scenario, and he's just so low on time. Not going to happen in the end. Pasha will find the flank, and it's a 19-16 scoreline at the end of Mirage. Virtus.pro eventually coming through in overtime. And this is after Envy forced overtime as well. They managed to run it back, get that 15-15 scoreline, just weren't able to confirm it in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, that's got to be one of the really frustrating things, right, when you fought that hard for it. But I mean, Virtus Pro, tough opponent on this particular map, so I think Envy are going to be, I mean, maybe not right now, but sort of looking back, it's pretty impressive they managed to bring it to this point, I think. So obviously we do have a map 2. Still going to continue here, but this is obviously a really, really good matchup. Two of the really top teams in the world. So we'll see if they can continue. Snacks being an absolute monster, and he may well be in the second game as well. We'll break down the first one after the break.
So it took overtime, but the veterans of Virtus Pro have overcome the French team of Envyus. And it kind of went the way we felt it would. It was kind of indicative that both of these teams haven't been in great form lately, not peak form, but still entertaining. You know, it was kind of like two older heavyweight boxers coming together right at the twilight of their careers. Still things to watch, but it wasn't vintage from either team.
Listen, we all saw Rocky 5. It was not that exciting.
That was, well, but speak for yourself. I was on the edge of my seat, Moses.
This was
This segment was brought to you by Rocky.
Yeah, right. We expected this to be the win for Virtus Pro, but it just felt like they almost should have won this easier. I thought late in regulation, there were actually some of the typical, very questionable economic decisions out of Envy. They had that one round when they were up 11-10. They bought 4 MAC-10s. They could have just saved that round and had a much better buy the next one.
Yeah, and I thought right at the end even, I think when it was like 15-13, they had a chance to save 3 rifles and just didn't and threw them away.
And then in the end, they opted for the 2 Tech 9 Force Spies. One of them, otherwise they would have lost in regulation 16-14, actually. I really thought in this game, VP did enough where they should have been able to win it in regulation, but you got to give credit in terms of individual play, something we haven't seen from Envyus for a while. People winning ridiculous clutch rounds. I mean, purely on skill as well. Especially, I think the NBK one really stood out because...
Yeah, I mean, that's a big clutch.
He has to hit the headshots on these ones, otherwise he just doesn't win the game. You know, maybe we'll see it in this highlights package, but pretty exceptional round, certainly, and another one that kept hope alive a little bit. But when it's taking rounds like that and rounds like this one, in order for you to stay in the game, you're only going to survive for so long, and eventually they'll lock run out on Virtus Pro, as they should have done, all the way just a little bit at the end.
And we should say this for Envy as well. This wasn't like
This is the 1v3. Now this one's mad because they actually are lined up right behind. I'm not even sure if he initially knew the other guy was there, but...
Yeah, well, he hit him with the very last bullet in the gun as well, which is...
I mean, this is the cool thing, though, for Envy in this game is we looked at the past, you know, Apex had those huge explosions. This was actually very, very well spread out in terms of production. I mean, Devil had 22, Kenny had 27, which was the top, but NBK, Apex, and Happy were all right around 23 and 24, so it's not like one player carried them. This was actually one of those rare instances in this version, this timeline of Envy, where we see the entire team kind of contributing them to having this close match and this almost being able to take this map away from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about contributing for Envyus, and I guess this is the thing, isn't it? It's like on paper, that sounds great, Moses. They've all got 20+ kills. They've all done their job.
Yep.
But this is an incredibly talented lineup. This is a lineup of stars in their respective positions. And if somebody had stepped up and just given it that extra 5%,
I'll tell you the person who I thought did let them down a bit on this map, which is on the T side there, where they wanted to execute and they wanted to try and win the game. Happy was really ineffective as a lurker. So many
singled
rounds.
out Happy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Well, I mean, think of the number of rounds. There was even a round where it was a P250 buy, where he was still on his own at the other side while all his teammates died in the opposite side of the map. I mean, this is the thing. Whenever we talk about that role, the lurker, yeah, you play that role, but it depends which site you're going to, what the timing is. You don't just literally go, oh, you guys are going B? Oh, I'll be over at A then. And once you're all dead, I'll maybe I'll head over, you know. It's not that style. You're not arriving fashionably late every time. You're supposed to be doing something there. I mean, one of the rounds that me and Moses pointed out in backstage was, we saw a round where everyone died with rifles in, I think it was the A site. Happy was on his own, creeping into the B site and hadn't fired a bullet in his gun. Now, at that point in time, what exactly is the point of being the lurker there? I mean, ideally, in that scenario, on a gun round, you're going to do something in the B site which will attract some attention. Maybe you rotate a guy off. Then when your team hits the A site, it's an easier job for them. At that point in time, your teammates aren't playing for you. You're supposed to be playing for them.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to have like an impact. You know, it's right in that fine line of lurking and doing nothing. You have to have an impact on the round somehow, whether it's lurking to cut off a rotation, but this just seemed kind of like lurking for lurking's sake. And it was very ineffective at times on that T side, most of that T side. So, yeah, I mean, clean that up a little bit, maybe a little bit better timing on getting him involved in the action, or him actually, you know, aggressively getting into the action would have been better. But, I mean, this is still a very close match, a match that I didn't expect to be this close against VP. I thought Envy would really, really struggle against them, but a good showing all around. It just, you know, they drop it at the end.
Well, we can see that Envyus and Happy are lurking over by their PCs, so they'll be getting ready soon. That means we have to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the second map in this series, the Forger in Georgia. Make sure you don't miss it. Yes, so welcome back. We're about to head into the last map of the day, and so far Virtus Pro have the advantage in this series. Only just, it's gonna be cash, and as you can see, both Virtus Pro and Envyus have winning records on this, but just about. So this one is wide open. We did say that right at the top of the series. Gentlemen, tell me your thoughts.
I think, I mean, this is... Virtus Pro on this map, historically, they've been very, very strong on this map. I don't think it's been so much recently. We've just seen this map, you know, just recently coming back into favor. But Virtus Pro used to be very, very good with using their nades and that explosive style. Entries are so important on this map, and the style that Virtus Pro brings with that aggressive entries, with, you know, very quick once they're spotted, once the execution begins, from like the time it executes to the time the bomb is planted. It's such a very, very quick period of time that it really lends itself to Virtus Pro. But they've got to get back into that, using the Molotovs to clear out these corners. More of those execute styles with nades. And
Duncan, just thinking about the broader context of this group, is it important for Envyus to split this series? Because obviously we do feel that there's an opportunity that, you know, they could maybe drop maps further on, right? if they want to top the group.
I mean, admittedly, they are going to be playing compLexity as the last series. So I think that's about as close in Eleague as you can get to a pretty certain 2-0. So they kind of can probably imagine those ones are in the bag. Again, it's probably not as much of a big deal, as long as they go second or third. You're still fine then. But obviously, in this particular scenario, yeah, ideally you want to at least put some pressure back on VP that they have to get wins against Gambit, which isn't certain entirely. So if you could get a win here, then Gambit can certainly open the door for you with the right map win there. Obviously, the first map was very close win for Virtus.pro, so in terms of how the head-to-head works and the round difference works, that could be interesting in and of itself. So certainly, the fact that you've lost the first map, there's still all to play for here for Envyus. Because again, you still want to take that #1 spot. Because hey, if you get #1, you play compLexity, you're into the final.
Yeah. So guys, let's get some predictions. Knife rounds going on at the moment.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take VP again in this one. They beat him on this map, and this was a while back. This was in Katowice. But also, I mean, that last map, you got to think Envy won some crazy rounds. They got given some gifts there, and they still couldn't pull it out. So I'm going to have to stick with Virtus.pro on this.
Yeah. See, before the series, I was going to go with Envyus for this one. I thought, like, traditionally, I thought stylistically they match up better. But from what I've seen today of both teams, it's taken so much from Apex and a couple of others to get Envyus even close to winning some of these games and winning against Gambit even. I think actually VP can do this. I'm going to go with VP as well.
So, VP on cash over Envyus?
Yep. I'm not convinced by Envyus, quite frankly. I think it's taken miracles to even get them on the first map.
This is another map, by the way, where Bialy on the CT side playing at that forklift has, you know, in the past, that's been like his position of dominance. That's where he's so strong there. So, I mean, if he can help out on the CT side, I mean, there should be a good advantage for them to hold the bomb sites.
And that's the player we need to be watching for.
I think that Snacks as well, because of all the smoke executes you can do. Snacks has always been sneaky inside those smokes. So, I mean, those two players, which are always the players to watch for Virtus.pro, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, gentlemen. I think we're about ready. Yep, we just had it. I timed it perfectly. It's like, we're done. So, without any further ado, we're going to have our map fly through of Cash, and Anderson Semler are going to bring you the last map of the day.
So here we go, the analysts predicting that Virtus.pro will come out on top, slightly swayed by what they saw on the first map. And what do you think, Semler? I mean, Envy almost made it back.
I think so as well. I think the only thing that really kept Envy in that first map was the clutches. I mean, they won like 4 clutch rounds. If they don't get those clutch rounds, boom, VP just railroad them, like they just run right over them. It's the fact that Envy kept getting those clutch rounds to go their way that they were in that first map at all. So if that same VP shows up here, I think like it'll be a close battle, but it should be VP coming out ahead with the 2-0 lead here, or well, the 2-0 win over Envyus to close the night. So a lot of pressure now on Envy to come up big here in this pistol round. And look at this.
Just happy, sort of practically spotting that out, except there was a wall between them. But it looked like maybe he could see that. Oh, was that a shot coming out, or was that a team damage? I'm not sure. I think that might have been team damage coming out. Devil getting a really good kill in, and Happy also picking up Snacks. Taz turning around. He's already picked up one. Bialy going to be there to help him out. And it is still a 3-on-3, but MBK is very low on health. They've managed to put the bomb down for Checkered, which means Apex is going to be in a brilliant position to stop any kind of a defuse. I think he might be the key man in this 3-on-3 here. MBK in the corner immediately down. Even if he wasn't low on health, that was an instant headshot. Apex picking up one. Kenny with a kill as well. And now it's all on Bialy. And what do? You don't have a kid picked up. You're going to have to move quick, and he's going to go down to Kenny, picking up a double kill, and Envy winning a round that looked very tough.
And they win the pistol. I think that kit got dropped in Checkered, so that's what VP were constantly worried about. Taz was going to be the most important player if he was going to come through there to actually pick that up and work with it to get onto the site. So Envy, I mean, it's just very quick execution, very explosive kind of play, and they got to count the, I mean, basically at this point, you're counting your lucky stars that Pasha didn't just line you up there while you were trying to make your way onto the site. He actually struggled to pick up that kill on NBK initially. If he picks up even one kill there, I think the situation favors VP. So real cut, real, you know, just cutting it real close. That's what I'm trying to say here for Envy. They just go charging straight out into mid. All out brawl. Apex lives with 2 HP, just barely.
Oh, what a grenade. 71 damage there.
Well, okay then.
And Snack's going to be going down, random spray coming out, but it will work, and looks like there's not going to be much of a fight here for Virtus.pro. They've taken down Devil, and Apex is not that far away from death either, but not sure he's ever going to end up killing over. It's just going to be Pasha going down to NBK, so a very quick round, and me making it 2-0. Definitely good news here as we move into the third round.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, this is going to build them up, going to get that confidence going. Kenny got plenty of kills with the Mag 10, or at least he got the one, but he has plenty of money in the bank, so he's guaranteed that AWP in the next round. Solid, and he can definitely do some damage on this map with it. It's VP now who are going to have to try and bide their time. Snacks is, well, he was saving money until he dropped $700 this round, so he's at 2350. I was thinking he was going to try and prioritize the AWP himself. That's not the case. Instead, still some pistols getting picked up here for VP. We'll see. Most likely, it might just be rifles all across the board. Snacks just rips Devil apart, but Happy's there for the trade kill immediately.
He does drop the bomb, Happy, before he goes into the vent, and that's a very good idea, and it's one of the places you don't want to get taken out and have the bomb sort of just fall into checker. That could be a bit uncomfortable. VP's gamble of putting 4 people over here has kind of been found out a little bit by Envy, so they should be able to, I think, close out this round. Neo going down, and now just Bialy left, and they're coming in from a lot of different angles. And the aim punch going to take care of business. So 3-0. At a very good start for Envy. Solid way to kick off the second map.
They saved both AKs as well, so that's very important. Kenny hands that AK over to Happy instantly. Yeah, that's just... What can you do, Devil? He wasn't even aiming at you. He was aiming at Happy. But, you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. Okay, then Kenny is going to be sticking on the UMP. Then they're going to actually save the UMP. He's looking to farm up even more money in this round, so no AWP coming into play right out the gates. And VP, same thing, because Snacks went for the deagle last round. He doesn't have the money to even go for a glass cannon off. So it's just rifles across the board pretty much, apart from Kenny, who wants to be special.
Bialy is alone on this side of the map. That's really scary. I mean, it provides a great coverage on mid and B, but they're going to be rushing right past. They haven't checked this side of the smoke. This could be detrimental to Envy. Snacks picking up a kill. Taz as well. Bialy's still here, and that's Happy down, just not checking the smoke here. Costing him the round without a doubt. And Kenny alone. Are they going to try and stab him? They're right there. They're actually sniping inside of the smoke. Maybe a little bit ridiculous. And Taz going to clear out the round there. 3-1.
A solid performance coming in from VP, and you're right. I mean, there was already the crossfire established on the A site, but yeah, Bialy's the insurance for VP at that point. The longer he stays alive, the better it looks. Kenny, yeah, that's what I thought happened, but I wasn't sure. The Snacks was definitely waving his knife around in the smoke, so Kenny just randomly tracks it right onto him. That's a little bit frustrating for Snacks, but still, there's a real chance here for VP to wreck Envy, though, because Envy have gone for 2 Mac 10s. They really are spending a lot of money. And the double nade overdrop as well. Devil and Kenny taking so much damage right at the beginning. They haven't even seen anybody yet.
Yeah, a really good use of money early on. I'm still not a big fan of Bialy so much alone on the bomb side here. I think it's a really big risk, but paid off last time. This time he does a hell of a lot of damage once again, almost taking an MBK. So again, Envy haven't even seen anyone yet. Finally, they engage in quick trade coming through. And then Neo and Bialy gonna follow it up with a kill of their own. Neo actually with a double kill here. Leaving Happy alone, and this is looking like a pretty tight defense coming out of EP in the first couple of rounds here.
And I mean, Bialy showing some versatility as well. You know, he used to take quite a bit of criticism because he just play MBK corner or behind forklift, like round after round after round after round. Now, you know, switching it up, playing aggro A main, going to quad boxes. He's showing some depth to his play that Envyus are going to have to try and adapt to on the fly here. So I like to see that, the evolution, right? But man, this is all over the place.
Envy going to be buying again.
What is this? This is like OG Envy, straight up brawling Envy.
Yeah, so the point of this type of play when Envy used to do in the past is, even in these rounds where you feel like maybe they had less of a chance, they'd still always do a lot of damage. They'd keep getting 3-4 kills every time. And then it's kind of worth it to keep going because you're just 1 round away from forcing the eco on the other team. So we'll see if that logic still applies. Snacks is already down, so that's a great start for Envy.
Where did that kill come from? Pasha takes out NBK. That's B Hall's clear. But it looks like Snacks was trying to go aggressive A main, and he somehow got caught in the smoke or something. That's a bit of a random frag coming in, but still, I mean, Envy are going to be happy. That puts him into a 4-on-4. Apex has got an AK to work with now. And well,
I think he flashed in from Bialy. In fact, I think Bialy put the flashbang in there to help Snacks through, and maybe just a blind shot coming through on the other side. Bialy hiding in the corner, and now that Neo's down, and so is Bialy. Apex deciding enough is enough. Triple kill on the round for him, and Devil just gets shot in the back, and oh no. They had such a big chance here. This was a 2-on-4, brought back into a 2-on-2.
They need to keep their cool. There's only so much Apex can do, and now he's dead, so it's basically nothing he can do. He just gets to sit back like a spectator and watch with the rest of us. Maybe calm a little bit. Pasha's about to walk into Happy, though. Happy with an accurate read. Spots him coming, but Pasha hits a beautiful headshot, just shuts Happy down, and it's now all on Kenny to clutch it. 1v2 with the AWP. They won so many clutch rounds on Mirage. That's what made the difference for Envy. Not this time. Kenny will not come through for his team, misses 2 key shots, and he knows it. Look at the frustration. He even takes his headset off. He's just like, what is going on? There was a time when Kenny would hit those with his eyes closed.
And the one thing you don't want to do playing as VP is take your headset off so you can hear what they're shouting, because that might definitely trigger you. This is a real shame. This is sort of the round that you're really supposed to be winning, right? But I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed by Pasha. He was largely insignificant on Mirage. He really didn't show up at all. So it's kind of good to see him coming into it a little bit here. And some good intuitive teamwork coming out between him and Taz at the end.
Now, this isn't a force buy coming in from Envy, it's just a half. So they go for the Tech-9s, couple of nades, Kevlar. It looks like they want to try and just blow up onto this B site, go charging through. Even with the run boost, Pasha's going to spot it, but then NBK's at his back. And Neo coming in from the vent's going to go for the big spray. 2 kills for him. NBK, though, he's actually got that rifle in play, and he's got control of the bomb site. Now it's all about getting Happy across the open ground so that they can actually get this bomb planted, because all 3 players here are gathered up outside for VP. And they somehow managed to sneak their way onto this side. Happy's going to get that plant, and now NBK can try and set up for the post plant. And they are trying to go for that crossfire scenario. Happy holding on the site, and NBK taking control of halls.
A winnable round here, but Pyhali with a shot, and Happy's going to leave NBK alone here. 1 on 3, and he's not going to be able to make it here. So that will give another round to Virtus.pro, making it 4-3. And Kenny, he's currently top fragging here on Envy and doing a very fine job, but you see his reaction from last round there. I think he's also feeling the pressure a little bit, right? Just that little head shake there. Not satisfied with his own performance, in spite of, you know, the fact that he's 8-1-4. Which is definitely leading the pack at the moment, actually top fragging of the server. So maybe shouldn't be too hard on himself just yet.
Not just yet, but I mean, that's also, I mean, you said it yourself, you know, the other day, right? Where it's just like, if he doesn't show emotion at the same time, right? Is it 2 ends of the extreme? Do we want to meet in the, you know, somewhere in the middle? Just like 2 shakes of the head, don't take the headset off? What are we looking for here?
Yeah, it's always difficult. I feel like for, as a spectator, I want to see emotion, because that's how I know that these people are invested in the game. But from a sort of a professional point of view, it can be really dangerous. And oh no, speaking of dangerous, standing in fire.
Never recommended.
Rarely if ever. Bit of a Molotov into the corner where Bayani was holding last time, but now he switched it up and is playing that forklift position. So 4 versus 5 here. Bayani long spray, not really gonna happen. Apex with what seemed like a mad run back. That's so dangerous to try and do, but he makes it.
I didn't know that Pasha was a follower of the Lord of Light. You know?
The night is dark and full of terrors.
Exactly, you've sacrificed MDK. Now VP have to win.
I mean, that didn't always work out so well in Game of Thrones, I'm not sure. It will be Neo coming into the corner, taking down Devil, and now the pistol's out, but it will be actually be snatched on the back line. Straight on the bomb is Neo. He knows they have to get close, and they're trying to make it happen. He's going to cancel it to try and get the kill. He doesn't have a kit, so just going to be holding it down, but there will be enough time. They save both the AWPs here, and Virtus.pro winning another round, making it 5-3. God.
Put Kenny under the microscope, right? Just all eyes on him. Still, I mean, they still, because they're losing so many rounds in a row here, Envy, they're just constantly able to buy. That's the whole point, right? They've just been buying, and they have been getting bomb plants, so they have the money. Now, the main difference here is that we aren't seeing crazy clutches go Envyus' way like we did on Mirage, where it's like a 1v2 or even a 1v3. You know, it's not happening right now. So VP, now everything is going according to plan. They're just slowly and methodically just removing Envy, deleting him from the server.
Devil charging through the smoke, and I think we just had a stat called out a little bit earlier that his ADR so far in this map is something like 22 or something. So he's had a really tough game. There are definitely games you can have where you sort of run through a smoke and you just die every time. You don't really even seem to get a chance. So that might be what he's experiencing here. Either way, Happy's gone down, and they're trying to put 3 men through the vent right into Checker. Neo's here to block that with a Molotov. That's pretty good timing right there. Gonna be buying time for Pasha to show up. He only gets the 1 kill in, and Devil, maybe he heard us. Gonna get a headshot. Kenny going down. Devil to follow. And Taz with a good double spray, taking out MBK as well. Another round here, 6-3. I think there is some question as to how you utilize a player like Kenny on a team in general, right? Because when him and Apex joined this team, Happy was sort of in charge of a lot of it, saying, look, I mean, the way I'm going to try and use these guys, I'm going to say, you don't have to do everything. You just have to sort of play a stable level, but I'm not looking for superstar performances. I just want you to sort of be comfortable where you are. I always felt like if you have a player like Kenny, maybe you just make him the core of the team and really put him in position to get all the kills.
Problem is that would be what Existence did. You don't want to do what Existence did. Yeah, I mean, Existence literally built, it's almost like Guardian and Na'Vi back in the day. Like, they just built the team around Kenny and Pasha. Mid-air shot, the run boost, it's cute, but it's not going to work this time. NBK will be able to flank Pasha, but Neo is here. He's close. He's going to be able to deny the bomb. No, that's not even the bomb making its way on. The bomb is still stuck back in the hallway.
Yeah, and it might never make it out either. Kenny's clutching that AWP, wishing that he could carry it into the next round, but he won't be able to. One more round for VP here. 7-3 scoreline.
It's starting to take off, but we have the reaction again. And Kenny, yeah, man, not feeling it right now.
Kenny channeling Nico. You could probably overlay Nico's reaction with Kenny's, then they'd be sort of synchronized almost. Yeah, I mean, we don't get nearly enough of this, but I mean, these players are invested on more than just sort of a financial level, right? It's pretty tough. You put all these hours into practice, you watch all the demos, you go and you practice your aim and all your mechanical stuff. When it doesn't pay off, it's definitely extremely frustrating, isn't it? 3-7 and the 11th round coming up right now. See if Envy can find a way to get back into this game here. Looking really good early on, but VP is just taking over this game.
Taz not able to escape. Devil, good read on his part, but then Snacks has to ruin his day by taking out Kenny. That was on boost. And so we're back into a 4-on-4 scenario here. There was quite a good edge and advantage there for Envy with the man advantage. Instead, now VP just fighting back, and Bialdi hunts down Apex in A main. Envyus have been denied their entry fragger. And well, now, what do you do? Happy's got the AWP. Very curious from Bialdi to actually decide to go in there. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, that's really looking for the fight. Neo up in vents. I mean, that's an easy kill. You just catch MBK looking the wrong way. And now, I mean, Happy and Devil are the last two alive for Envy. Happy with no HP. And well, it's all on him now in a 1v4, and it's not looking good. 35 seconds left, and Bialdi will eventually just find the last kill. I mean, VP right now are just, they're feeling it. They're feeling so confident. They're willing to go aggressive anywhere, anytime, and they're winning all the duels. Look at this from Snacks, though. That's got to be a dead-on flick. Just boom, done.
Maybe even slightly out of Kenny's field of view or something like that. It's been 8 rounds in a row for Virtus Pro. 12th round coming up here, and we're back to pistols and armor for Envy. I mean, what are they going to do at this point in time? Might as well try and make something work. See if they can put a bit of speed behind this. Maybe catch someone off guard. Again, Bialdi keeps playing alone in the beginning of these rounds, and that should be a weakness on the map. There should be a point that you could try and exploit.
If they picked up on it. Only difference here is that Snacks is playing from truck or car at CT on A, so he's going to be able to have that angle onto the site. It all comes down to timing, and he misses it. Apex up close will just rock Bialdi. And something actually works for Envy. Now they have the afterplant scenario, and they have a rifle to work with now as well on NBK.
So a different opening in the middle. Pasha having a fight with Happy. That Happy sadly loses, otherwise that could have been really good, but Taz going to be going down, and Devil trying to escape in through the smoke. Playing in main still as Neo goes down. It's now a 2-on-4, and it seems like this is finally going to be a round going their way. Snacks, are they going to try and see if they can run him down? He's only got 6 health left, and obviously the round is going to go in favor of Envy here. Snacks trying to charge in, but there should really be no time. I don't think he has enough for the defuse. That'd be ridiculous if he makes that run work. It is extremely close, and it shows you something about how Snacks' mind works. There is another timeline in which that does work.
And he's got, I mean, the reason why he's going in there, he's like, I don't need to save the gun. I've got $12,000 at the beginning of the round. And he literally spent like 10, well, no, he must have had more because he spent 10,000 at the beginning of, like all told in this round. So just so much money. If he could be there a second earlier, literally just a second earlier, that's it, that's the round. He gets the defuse. So worth the risk, worth the try. It's not gonna pan out this time, but still VP in the lead, 8-4 over Envy. And while Envy, that was like a glimmer of the old Envy, right? You know, just charging with Tech 9s, win the round against all odds. Now we have to see if they can reproduce that with rifles. And it's just been this ongoing battle between NBK and Pasha in the hallways over towards B. NBK this time, not gonna find the kill, neither will Pasha. Instead, it's actually a super aggressive push coming out here from Neo, and NBK right through the smoke shuts him down. But Neo really hungry to get that kill based off of Pasha's plays.
Yeah, and I mean, it was seconds from happening as well. NBK just clips the corner right as he sort of jumped out there. So definitely, it was definitely a good idea, I think, for Neo. The timing was just off by a millisecond. Now they're gonna flash their way into main. Don't see anyone, but the rest of Envy will have heard that flash going off. So at least they know that Virtus Pro know that no one is in main, and that's important information.
Taz, though, peeks out. He's going to spot NBK making his way back to vents. The only issue is that Pasha, he's in the back lines. He's in B halls, pushed up towards Garage. And so if they fully commit to this, the longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Envy. He's going to be able to get that flank going in onto Devil. He's going to hear the steps coming in from the second man as well. Spots the third at the fence. And Pasha, big chance here to shut him down. He's missing shot after shot. He's running out of time. He gets that incendiary down, and he won't even trade out. What is this chaos?
Just don't even know, like that could have gone either way. It seemed it was actually very hard for Pasha to get those kills, even though they all had the back turns, and that flashbang I think is what made the real difference. Now Snacks pushing through the fire again, and the quad kill for NBK. But again, you get a chance to see how Snacks thinks. You know, he's thinking, oh, well, that's an opportunity for me to maybe push through, and they won't expect it. It's like everything is upside down in Snacks' mind, but it works pretty well. Regardless, now we're at 8-5, and things are looking much better for Envy. A real chance now for them to actually have a say in this first half.
If they can, I mean, they're right on the edge right now of putting VP into a 4-spy scenario for the last round. If they get up to 8-7, that's fine, that's respectable. Even a 9-6 could work for Envy. So they've shown some true grit and determination here to bring it back, Envy. They have not given up. It's all on VP now to pick up the last 2 rounds and really just close out this first half. And there it is, the flash combination. Kenny peeks from on high, removes Snacks. And now you have 4 rifles left here for Virtus Pro to work with. Envious, they haven't taken a single point of damage yet. So that's that feel-good moment coming together there for Kenny.
Bialy's boosted up here, so you wonder if that's something that we haven't seen before. And you were talking about the sort of the diversity and setup over here. We'll see if that's going to be paying off. Neo down by the vents, so very light defense on B, practically none in fact. A lot of this kind of come down to the A defense, and Bialy already picking up the kills, so now they know, and yet they're not shooting through, which is so easy to do.
True. But you're the one with all the sneaky stuff, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, it could be a bit of a risk, I suppose, if he's alone in main. But Taz is going to get the kill, oh, sorry, end up going down there. Pass should have followed up on Apex. Still 3-on-3.
You have the nades necessary to actually make this work. Happy's going to be the one lurking in. NBK will get picked by Pasha, and it's all on Devil. He just doesn't have any HP. 10 HP left, and Pasha, this was his round. 3 kills for him in the end. Leading the charge as well. 15 kills on the board for Pasha. I mean, we have the very quick replay there coming in from Kenny. Just so fast. Instant peek, boom, annihilate Snacks. But Pasha, he made the difference that round. That's the kind of hero play that you really need from your star players. Just step up and take control of the situation. Doesn't matter about the strats. It's when I get that guy in my crosshairs, I'm going to hit that shot. And so now, I mean, it's just all or nothing for both of these teams. VP, 2 of them light on nades. Envyus, 2 guys running Tech 9s. When it comes to Envyus, though, I mean, Tech 9's not the end of the world.
No, usually something that they can make work. Oh, and look at the run boost coming over. Snacks, that was a run boost to get over onto the rooftop here really quickly. He's already revealed himself, so right now he's just causing a bit of a distraction, and he's going to end up falling back down. So not the payoff that they were looking for, but still good creative work coming out of Virtus Pro. And again, Pasha winning that fight versus NBK.
And timing works out perfectly for Pasha. Well, the rest of Envy, they're gearing up to go towards A. They are getting the nades out, but they don't have the bomb with them. The bomb is all the way back at B. Hauls it now. Well, this is pretty much over. Unless they can get some massive kills, it's all done. 10-5, the final score here for VP at the end of the first half. That was truly chaotic.
Look at this. Look at it. Oh, they actually failed the first time. It's still a pretty good job here. That's very, very impressive. And these are some of the areas where probably teams can improve quite a lot. If you can do that flawlessly time and time again, you could definitely catch a lot of teams off guard with it. So I like the fact that VP are even trying it, even if the result wasn't that big in this round. We have a 10-5 scoreline, and we're obviously going to be going into the second half here to see if Virtus.pro can continue and win it 2-0, or if it's going to be Envy making a full comeback, almost like they did last time. We'll be back after a break. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's going to be the second half coming up, second map, and we are on Cash with a bit of a rough beginning here, I feel like, for Envy. They had some opportunities to make this a little bit of a better first half for them, but ultimately it's 10-5 in favor of VP.
Yeah, that's the thing that boils down here, and the main difference from Mirage and Cash is the clutch rounds. There was several clutch rounds that went VP's way. Instead of, like on Mirage, Envy coming through there in the clutch, getting those key rounds, making sure that VP's money never got out of control, it was the other way around this time. VP were the ones keeping control of the situation, and they came up with a pretty solid score line for themselves on that CT half. Now they flip onto the T side, and if they win the pistol T side with 10 rounds already on Cash, it's going to be looking pretty grim here for the Frenchmen. So a lot of pressure on Envy now to come through in this pistol, and well, I mean, they've really set themselves up. Not even a kit. This is all got to be coming down to the shots.
And the problem is, with 3 smokes running in like this, hitting those shots is going to be, in large part, at least initially, down to luck. They're not going to be able to see anything. Devil getting overrun. Apex with a good shot there. But you see the smokes landing all around the bomb site. How do they find an entry? That bomb plant is finally going to be going down, and what a great position for VP to put it down in all the way on the sidewalk there. I love that. We'll see if Envy can find it after we're all done here. Kenny getting overrun, Snacks turning around. Look at the damage he's outputting, but not going to be able to get the kill quite yet. Now Bialy, he's covering it from down here. This is some god-tier tactical play coming out of Virtus.pro. Almost for sure Envy won't have tried this before. They found the bomb in the back line, but Bialy's still just occupying them for a long time, and finally they're going to be able to get it there. And Apex with the defuse, he has enough time, but that's such a good idea. Such creative play coming out. I'm absolutely blown away by that.
Just admit it, Anders. You're a little tilted they didn't put it between the 2 little roadblock, yellow roadblock things. I know you know how to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it is. I think I did explain in the video, even if you do it, it's one of those things, it's only going to be like 1 in 100 games where they don't spot the bomb there, but it is harder to spot, so I don't think it would have made a difference in this round. What on earth am I watching?
Don't cross the swords. Okay, never mind.
That is, let's just forget about that.
It's team bonding, man. They get along.
Yes, apparently. And Snacks, who's going to be going down early on. And there isn't any armor on the VP side here, so should be easy enough to chew through. I think Happy got caught a little bit off guard there, and Devil, easy enough kill on Pasha. The bomb will be going down, so they kind of give that up, which is a bit of a shame, but only losing 2. It could have been worse, I suppose. I feel like right now Envy just need whatever they can get to get themselves mentally back in the game here.
Just got a fantastic amount of money on Devil as well. That is exactly how you want it to go if you're Devil. Bonus 1,800 bucks in your pocket, 56.50 at the beginning of the round. And so this could, this could convert into a dropped AWP for Kenny. Any number of things. Kenny not going for it though. Give the UMP to Apex. Take the AWP, Kenny. You're one of the god tier snipers. Use the sniper rifle. Not gonna happen. Okay. In fact, they're gonna go for double UMP. This is actually a second round buy coming out from Envy.
Curious. Neo putting in a bit of a grenade from pretty far back. Yeah, it actually lands all the way there. So pretty good grenades raining in from some distance away. And now VP gonna be moving a little bit closer. Flashbang in, popped immediately. Devil trying to see if he can get in here. He's got the wrong angle, that flashbang just making his life really miserable. And that HE from Happy looked like it could have been dead on. Now they're running back and they're leaving Taz here, and there's nobody in B right now. Virtus Pro, they're definitely selling this fake, but they're trying to boost in middle, and NBK was ready for it, so maybe they try to go a little bit too deep with the strategy.
And that dropped a bomb in mid as well, so Bialy, he's fully committed to that part of the map. Taz, such an important spray fight there with Happy, and he loses it. And so now they lost that one flank that could really have wrecked things for the defense. Instead now, it's going to come down to the tough work. The flash into mid, into short for Bialy. He's going to be trying to work his way up to that A site, trying to rectify things here. And he is going to spot Apex, but Apex spots it, jumping him for a one-shot from the site. What was that? Get CSGO'd.
Absolutely no way.
Unbelievable. And Apex called it too. He's like, one shot, and then just wrecks him. Never mind, guys. It's all good. Got him.
Yeah, hello to Reddit. Pasha and Neo gonna be left here, but not until not for long. Happy gonna be taking care of them. Triple kill, and that's gonna be 10-8. I mean, this shot from Apex point of view, my God.
Burn him! He's a witch!
Don't you dare smile, Apex. Don't you dare.
He knows. He's shaking his head. He's like, I don't even know how I got that shot. Somebody call Kylie real quick. I gotta ask him a question. I mean, double you're right. Sometimes that just happens. You gotta roll with it. VP, that's what they're thinking, right? You know, shake your head, keep going. They still got the lead, 10-8, but they're on pistols now, so their economy's been wrecked.
There's going to be at least one Call of Duty player out there watching thinking, why are they so upset? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? Well, trying to push into the B bomb site here. They had a lot of smokes and they've used almost all of them, and not too much effect because NBK still has a really good bird's eye view of this bomb site and just taking out people left and right, trying for a bomb plant if they can. Snacks has got the bomb, so it'd be great if he could put that down. That'd help him out, and actually maybe even trying to win the round. He's got the AK, that Molotov not going to touch him. Bomb will be going down. He's trying to do it, but it won't be happening. NB going to win the round, and they're just one round away from equalizing now. It's going to be 10-9.
What's nuts is that VP, apart from the last round, is so consistent at getting bomb plants down right now. They're just getting plant after plant. Their money is just really strong now going into the 20th round. They'll be able to get whatever they want. Pasha, does he go for the AWP? That's what I'm curious about. And it's not the case. Bialy, definitely no AWP for him. He goes straight AK. But it's just straight AKs across the board here for Virtus Pro. Makes you think that they just want to be fleet of foot, get onto a site quick, not try to play for picks with the AWP. The one problem that can come back here is that Kenny has his op. So if there's no op to shut him down, how's it gonna break here for VP? Could just be you throw out a straight execute, and it looks like that's what they're gearing up for. Maybe this change of pace. We saw it from Virtus Pro on Mirage. Very aggressive executes, very, just straight out onto the A side on Mirage, not wasting any time. VP this round, they actually decide to slow it down just a touch.
It's a pretty good boost to counter what VP are actually doing, because the smokes are going to land on sort of either side of this container, but Happy should still have a pretty clear outlook on what's going on in main. So Molotov out to counter immediately in case there was going to be a quick rush follow-up. 2 people coming out of Squeak and 3 in through main, and Kenny's being rotated on over to the middle. So there we go, great setup here. Happy spraying down another couple, finally gets replied, but still a really good trade.
He gets greedy. They know that. They'll remember that. Devil will trade 1 for 1. Taz will take him out. Still a man advantage now, 2-man advantage, and soon to be a 3-man advantage. Apex just cleans house at the end. 2 kills for him. But that is a bit of a blast from the past, right? There was a day NBK's just happy not to be that guy who's crouching under Happy, right? Because it used to be that NBK would just be boosting Happy here all day long. It got to the point where Shroud from Cloud9, right? Shroud would come in through Squeak door. He would like pre-aim the spot through the door because he knew that Happy liked to get boosted up there so often. So you literally just prepared just to counter Happy. Good to see. I mean, you got to wait a year, let the strat fall off, and then come back to it, right?
Yeah, but it is a bit greedy to stay up there for the third kill. Might be a bit too much. They weren't expecting, I think, Apex to be in the back line there. I think they thought they cleared out the bomb site already, so a little bit of a lapse. That's going to tie up the scoreline. And I'm guessing we have a technical timeout. Something is up.
Maybe just a quick hiccup. I don't see anybody. Nope. Oh, we just got no idea from production. The one guy that I can't see right now is Kenny. Somebody who's on the crowd over there, Envy jerseys, wave at me. Is it Kenny? No. Yeah. No, I got a so-so hand signal. No. Okay, it's not Kenny. Thank you.
Whatever it was, it's quickly out of the way, and we are going into the 21st round, and we do have the AWP on Kenny finally, so see if we can put that into play. He's been overtaken by everyone else. We called him out like 7 rounds in for being the top fragger, and he had 8 kills then. Since then, he's now up to, what, 10, so he's kind of almost entirely stopped. Maybe the frustration just getting to him. NBK, still in this part of the map, but only last time he was playing on the terrorist side, so let's see if he can do some damage here on the CT side. Pushing up with the M4, really good spray, following it up as well, a great double kill.
Beautiful work from MBK. He's just completely shutting them down, and that was all with VP totally focused on Kenny. They're thinking, we have to shut down this op, and then MBK's like, well, you have to worry about my rifle as well, guys, because I'll get 2 kills, make it look easy, and just reestablish that defense. He manages to fall back, and that baits Pasha right into Kenny. Drops the bomb on B site now as well. Oh, this is just completely falling apart in this round for VP. Unfortunately for them, they're losing every duel.
Yeah, very interesting how this game has turned around here. The reason why it is a bit fun to see here is Biley will take down 1 kill, but this map is so hard to predict. It should be a CT-sided map, but very often, like time and again, we see sort of top-tier teams pick up, you know, 9, 10 rounds on the T side, so it's perfectly possible to do it. Oh my God. Wiley making that round very expensive.
That's unbelievable. Okay, well, here you have MBK. That's the key one right there. Snacks got caught off guard. For him to win straight up like that, I believe that was Neo who was over in Toxic. For him to just beat down Neo, that was the difference maker right there for Envy. 11-10, they're in the lead. Virtus Pro now going for a half buy, just trying to get some pistols in Kevlar. A couple nades, so maybe just a straight A execute, something along those lines where they know they can get a bomb plant down. They've been successful getting the bomb planted on the A site so far, so it could make sense for them to do that. This is all about just getting a bomb plant, maximizing that money for the next round.
Neo is walking around in spawn still, so I'm not really sure what that means. Could be a little bit interesting. See if they're just going to have a bit of a conversation here while they're waiting anyway. And Happy jumping up onto the lamp there. For so long, all teams seem to refuse to use that lamp at all. So I'm kind of excited that people are finally starting to pick it up a little bit.
The thing is, was Snacks close enough to hear the jump, the landing from Happy? He was right on the edge.
I'm not sure it makes enough of a sound there.
So the smoke went up, so maybe the smoke might have covered it. Snacks right now is checking it. It does look like VP are just geared up to go towards this A site in the end. They've got all the nades necessary to block off the long angles. And Snacks, well, there's the flash. Happy still boosted up, turns away from the flash. Good timing on his part. They're going to be running out onto the site. Nobody decides to actually check on Happy, so Happy's about to get Christmas early here. There you go. 2 kills, a 3rd kill. Could he get a 4th? Not going to happen. Still, he does his job.
And again, just a single thing, right? Not checking the boost, because if they had, he turned away from the first, but he turned right into the second flashbang. So if they checked it, probably would have been there without any reply. So just a little detail there. Works out great for Envy. Now 12-10. We are back to mainly rifles, single AWP there for Snacks, who's finally gonna pick it up and see if he can take out Kenny. He did really well against Kenny on Mirage, so can't really blame him for that. Gonna be, all right, just gonna be looking. Just wondering if someone's gonna boost out there.
I'm just loving how dead even it is between both of these teams right now. On Mirage, overtime, just so close. And here on Cash, it's more of the same. This is how you want to close a night out. Good CS.
Yeah, and let's be honest, there is a real chance that these are the two teams that we could end up seeing on Friday. It's not 100%, but it definitely could be. Taz going to be going down. That was an aggressive move coming out of Kenny, and I want to see more of that. I definitely prefer this version of Kenny, but he's going to miss the shot, which is not ideal. Going to be picking it up there. Neo, I think, wanting to try and see if he can maybe force him back. And it's kind of hard to push A main anyway if you've got Kenny lurking around there.
And at this point, Kenny's just like, well, I've got the bomb, boys. Happy's going to get counter boosted up and even goes into A main, wraps onto Snacks, who has no idea what hit him. And it's Pasha alone on the B site, but Envy don't care about B anymore. We've got the bomb back in T-spawn. All we have to do is lock down this A site. You've got 45 seconds to wait. Well, he's going to find a nice headshot onto NBK, but Apex is there, long range to pick him off, to get that trade going. Represent 13-10.
Neo was trying to set up a grenade there. Well, 13-10, a 3-round lead here for the Envy team. And I mean, that first half it was really miserable for them. And you could see that individually, it was really impacting Kenny. He was really frustrated, but I'd say right now they're in line to win this game. Are we finally having a tactical timeout for Virtus Pro? It seems we are.
Yeah, right now I think it's more of a question of just calm down, take a breath. What hasn't been working for them so far? The last time they went, they gathered, like, it's been a little bit of a fluke sort of scenario, though. I mean, the fact that NBK just wrecked them in B halls last round, is NBK capable of doing that every round? They really haven't gone B hardly at all VP so far. So it's just like they need to kind of I think they need to talk over that B approach and just say, right, okay, so we've gone there a couple times. It didn't work out the last time, but can NBK pull that off every time? No. If we go in there as a group, we should be able to overrun them. That might be the weak side that they're thinking about right now. A lot of it is going to come down to the man sitting at the back there. That's Cuban as well, the coach for VP. He's been the coach for them for how long now? A year plus, a year and a half? A long time.
Yeah, he's been on board for a long time. And obviously, historically speaking, he was on the team originally with Neo and was the in-game leader back then, sort of in 1.6. So a little bit interesting.
It's crazy that these guys, like some of these guys, have known each other for what, like 12, 13 years, something along those lines, like crazy.
Yeah.
In terms of CS, where rosters change every 6 months.
What used to be called the Golden Five lineup, with Lord still playing and everything else. That is one of the sort of really big chapters in 1.6 and Counter-Strike history in general, I would say. 24th round is coming up now. We do seem to be heading back into it. So let's see if Envy can continue on this run, or if this tactical timeout is going to be working out. Well, Apex is already down. I don't think it's anything to do with the tactical timeout, but that was a good shot right through the smoke somehow, bringing him down to 4 health. So a little bit of unfortunate start for Apex as we head into the 24th round.
And we're looking at a very quick split onto the A side here for Virtus Pro. The smoke is down. Happy is boosted once again. But once that smoke clears on short, he's going to be vulnerable rather. If he stands up, they'll be able to spot him. And yeah, he's hearing the footsteps now, so they realize the gig is up, and it's all about holding now. Happy and Devil. Devil is gone. And the wrap, Happy, he has to look 2 angles, and he's just going to get completely shut down. NBK will be able to take down Pasha, but it's still a man advantage for Virtus Pro going into a plant situation here on the A site.
Wow, impressed that Apex gets that kill. Again, he has 4 health taking that fight, so that's a bit ridiculous. Trying for the shot. You can shoot through that corner, so if someone had been there, that would have been an epic wall bang. Now, Kenny a little bit close, missing a shot, still getting a headshot. How does it happen? And finally going to be going down. Envy coming back and winning the round in spite of a terrible start. And Kenny, look at that.
Kenny just lives this game, man. You can just see the game on Kenny's face round after round. This time, Kenny did what Kenny is capable of, which is an impossible clutch kind of duel right here versus Snacks. That's just the fact that he lives through that. And then it's just like, oh, 1-shot headshot with the 5-7. Sure, I can do that, no problem. There you go. Just coming to life. And now 14-10, they're poised to take this Envy. VP again, because they've lost so many rounds, though. They keep getting these bomb plants, so they're going to be able to keep buying. It's not going to get any easier for Envy. But the VP mentality now, their mental game has to have been, you know, it's just a straight kick in the teeth after a round like that.
We'll see. Virtus Pro just kind of have to go all in here. They're running out of rounds to play with. Neo gonna go straight in on MBK, and this time he will win the fight. So that's a good news. Now they're gonna counter boost out where the CTs would normally go for a bit of a boost. Are they actually gonna try and fake this out? They have 3 men pulled over here right now, leaving Devil alone on the A bomb site. So if they were quick, maybe they could exploit it. Right now they seem to just want to wait and see if Envy are gonna try and sneak in somewhere.
Yeah, they still have Bialy waiting for some kind of aggressive push towards A as well. And so they're waiting to see, right, okay, Bialy, he's on our flank right now. Is he going to find anything? They just want to try and spread that defense up, because the longer this goes, the more Envyus are going to start worrying about A, and they might start trying to rotate somebody over, maybe getting 2 guys on each site, which would really benefit Virtus.pro, obviously going into a B take. For now, it's just Happy camping in Z Connector in mid, and Apex is still on. He's kind of around the high area, but Pasha's now going to take point, and what a beautiful shot from him! Just completely shuts down Kenny. Apex tries to make it happen. He's going to drop the bomb carrier, spots the man in the smoke as well, so some good info gained. But Pasha goes right into CT, takes 1 and 2, and snacks with the final kill. 11-14, Virtus.pro showing that they still have some fight in them.
The money is not that great for Envy, which also says that even though VP have been losing a lot of rounds on the road, they've at least made it sort of competitive here. You could see 2 rifles, 1 AWP. What are the rest going to have? Happy and Devil. Surely Happy wouldn't be sticking on just the... Oh, there we go. So just Devil without the rifle here. But that also means if VP win this round, then they probably bounce from 11 right into 13. Because Envy won't really have much of anything. Looks like an aggressive play into main. Followed up by Kenny in the back line. Gets another one. Still ready for the 3rd. And maybe he would have got it if Neo hadn't interrupted that play. It's a 2-on-3. Apex reloading, I think, still as he peeked forward. A little bit too aggressive, but in the back lines, it's Happy. And he jumps the gun. Still picks up a headshot and a following one as well. And that's going to be 15. Envy, surely that is the critical round. VP can buy 3 AKs and then 2 Tech 9s, and that's it.
What was going on with Kenny there? Do you think this was MLG? Like, you miss it because you clip into the kill, but he literally does like a 360 before he lands that first shot on Snack. So, I mean, just styling a little bit. Oh. Apex gets bumped. Apex and Kenny, I mean, this has been talked about for ages in the French scene, right? They're 2 of the most emotional players that you will find in basically French Counter-Strike. It's just like you see the game on their face round after round, the way it's going. And Happy with the aggressive push into Squeak is going to take out Neo, but it's instantly traded by Pasha.
Devil trying to stay alive. That's exactly the right instinct there. Going to pick up a kill. Apex with the double, and now it's all down to Bialy. 1-on-3. Gets a shot there, taking down Apex. Finally, now a 1-on-2, a second shot following up on Kenny. Now just 1 person left, and that's MBK. Not an easy task to overcome. He walks out and he's going to go down 16-11 as Envy take down Virtus.pro on cash. They trade maps. What a great matchup here in this group.
Oh, man. And that shows how close it is, right? If VP could have picked up both maps over Envy, it was almost a lock for them to pick up that first seed in the group. Now, both of these teams, they split 1 map each. This group just got a whole lot more interesting, as if it already, I mean, it's already good, right? Gambit still in the running, compLexity here representing NA. But between both of these teams, it's just so close.
And there's a good amount of handshaking going on there as well. No weird finger tricks coming out, which I'm kind of excited about. I feel like that was interesting. But why did the production crew have that lined up? I swear we didn't plan this. It is, yeah, quite a cool matchup here. That shot from Apex is very interesting. We will have a full breakdown of this match after the break.
So there you have it. The series is split. And Envyus got a map there, and it looked bad at one point. Virtus Pro very much in the driving seat, but they managed to claw it back. Lots of frustration, lots of emotion for Envyus guys. So in the end, a series that did have a little bit of everything.
Actually, it was kind of funny seeing the reaction of Kenny in the first half when we got all those reaction shots of him being stressed out, you know, head in his hands, and then the second half where he's laughing once they start winning. Really, across the second map, this cash map, both teams had very weak T sides. Very surprising. They were almost more aggressive and more assertive on the defense, which, you know, I talked about is always a possibility on cash. It's just interesting that, you know, coming into the T side where you can also be that explosive style that both of these teams like to play, they just seem very timid on that offensive half.
Yeah, well, here we're seeing that footage there of Kenny S, and I thought this was going to be another one of his kind of famous meltdowns. You know, he has had them at various points in his career.
Yeah, notably a very emotional player.
When you consider how well it went on the CT side for the Virtus Pro guys, getting 10 rounds, I mean, a good T-side team like them on a map like Cash, which certainly you can win the T-half on this map, everything looked to be lined up for them, you know. It was sitting there, all they had to do was hit it out the park. They couldn't do it, though, and interestingly enough, it's actually the guys from Envyus who gave us kind of the throwback performance. I mean, I remember it was actually at Cluj-Napoca where they went on to win the major, where when they played Fnatic in the quarterfinals, the third map was Cash, and they had this fantastic CT side there where they just basically they had impenetrable defense. They were absolutely phenomenal. They had all the setups, and I mean, I did an interview recently with Sean Gers where when he described the way that Envyus plays CT sides, he said they just play the same spots over and over again, and he didn't understand why teams couldn't pick up on it. But the whole point is they have skilled enough players that they can just win those aim duels when you come there, and that was kind of what they did in this game.
Well, you know, and when Apex is a jumping shot like that, that'll tilt you off face the planet.
Yeah, that's
sure tilted me in the back.
Yeah, there's a couple of moments where it's like, okay, well, it's not going to be our day. And you can see there, you know, Kenny.
What a day in overall as well Apex has had. I mean, usually the whole thing is he's the guy where when he does it for 2 maps or he does it for 1 map, as the other teams, you're supposed to go, well, don't worry, like he can't keep this up all day. Well, turns out today was one of those days where he could, and it's obviously been a big deal for the guys from Envyus in terms of being able to get maps.
We were kind of split on picking our blazing hot player of the match as presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. We went with Bialy in the end, but it could have just as easily been Apex. It was very, very close.
Yeah, Apex had a ridiculous day, but this series, these 2 maps had a Bialy. I think they had 33 on the first map, and he had in the 20s on the second map, which is good because, you know, part of this Virtus Pro slump that they've been in has also been Bialy being rather quiet. You know, we used to say that if Bialy and Snacks are going off in the same game, if they're both playing well, not even amazing, they're going to win this game. But him being, you know, at least showing the indication that he's coming back into form right before the major as well. That's huge for Virtus Pro. He's such a big contributor.
Yeah, and he led ADR as well on both maps. So definitely a fine contribution from him. Has been a little bit of drift lately, though, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, you see in this series here the kind of skill level he has. I mean, a lot of his clips, we were talking about Apex, he has a lot of the similar kind of qualities to him as a player. He runs in there. The first bullets are always so on point. His spray particularly is very, very dangerous. But then you look at the last sort of 9 months to a year of play for him, and it's kind of underwhelming, actually. Usually when you see a player that skilled, you expect more out of him, or to be like a specialist at a set role, whereas actually it feels like he's kind of gone away a little bit from that entry fragging style. He lets other people go first. And so I think he's a bit lost, actually, in his role in this team. It worked out today, but he's certainly someone where, as you go on in this tournament and in other tournaments, he's always got that question mark over him, I think.
And I just wanted, just for completion's sake, to have a bit of a contrast at the end. We obviously talked a lot about Devil. Now, he had obviously some kills. This is the Cash map where he had 46 ADR in total. So just to put that up there.
Well, you know, they say money is the root of all evil, but the Devil couldn't do anything with Cash today.
All right, that was pretty good. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty tired as well. Pretty tired of these ridiculous puns that you are shoehorning in. But no, look, here's the thing. Like, I just think it's vitally important for Envyus that he starts to deliver on this promise. They've picked him up for a reason. They're all publicly defending him, but they've struggled today, predicated on the fact that, of course, it feels like to me they've got 4.5 players ultimately.
A terrible sitcom starring Kenny S.
And Charlie Sheen.
That would be epic.
That's a nightmare in itself. Anyway, why don't we take a look at the standings while we let you guys imagine some scripts for that. atrocity. You can see that Envyus and Virtus Pro, they took 3-1 apiece on their records after they split that series, which gives them 3 points each. Gambit and compLexity failed to get a map in differing styles, I should say, down there at the bottom. So we're going to move to Wednesday's schedule. You can see it's going to be compLexity versus Envyus to start it off. compLexity probably not enjoying their mornings. They've had a couple of tough games back-to-back. Gambit versus Virtus Pro in the middle, which I think will be interesting. And then Gambit versus compLexity. Will the North Americans be able to salvage something right at the end? And of course, worth mentioning, nobody goes home. It's just a seedings tournament. And of course, they're going to be playing for a place in the Grand Televised Finals and potentially in our championship weekend on July 29th to the 30th at the Cobb Energy Center. Go to e-league.com/finals. Make sure you try and get your tickets. Now, gentlemen, we ain't got long, so I'm just going to say thanks very much for all of your efforts today. Wonderful working with you. Thanks to all of the fans who came in. Thanks to all of the teams who turned up. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at the same time for the next installment of E-League.